CTBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 260 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
That's just a big no-no that Impunity have had to play with. As
Blaze is dead.
1v1, yeah, Blaze going to be dead. It's a Jinx with lethal tempo. All of a sudden...
Look at that. Beautiful Boy is he's completely fine taking a solo duo against Citric, but another insect. Well, goes down, and that should be the finishing touches. Taco gets his Undying Rage this time, at least, but has to flash out. Needlework finds one charge, and
Sem9 forced to be around this objective when Meganar is about to come up. Enzo with the engage. Feeling in the backline. Enzo sacrificed, but Dragon does it again. An instant double kill. J-Team are on the board in more than a big way. At the point.
And with hey, they have Pretender coming in from the PSG. They have Eminem.
Eminem going
kidding.
for the straight burst. That didn't really work out. The Caspiel is next on the menu. Pops his Crescent Guard, and they still find the Needlework onto ClayX. That was so unfortunate.
It doesn't scale well because he doesn't have Flash. So while you are going to be able to take fights, that's only if they run towards you. It's so easy to kite out these team fights with the Syndra and with Azeri.
Wow, Rebirth with a prediction. Whale Flash and...
Our family.
Renata Glask climbed her way from rags to Chemtech riches, becoming the most powerful Chem Baron in Zon. Now her eyes are set on Piltover, and as a master of persuasion, she knows exactly how to get what she wants.
It's just business.
She's a proactive enchanter who weaves both sides of the battlefield to her command. But whose side is she really on? Her own, of course.
I'll make you kill your loved ones is a more effective threat than any gun.
Welcome to the Renata Glask Champion Spotlight.
We don't have to be enemies. Let me change your mind.
This boss is used to having the upper hand thanks to her passive Leverage. Her basic attacks apply a mark that deals bonus damage, which her allies can detonate, dealing even more damage.
I'll make a killing off of this.
Like any business deal, be sure to choose your targets wisely. Only one can be marked at a time. Her Q, Handshake, sends out a missile that damages and roots the first enemy hit. She can then recast the ability to nudge her competitor in the right direction, which is, of course, whatever direction she chooses. The Hapless Fool damages all enemies hit. And if she throws a champion, those enemies are also stunned.
I said jump!
Put her there. Renata Glask's always willing to lend a hand so long as there's interest. Bailout buffs an ally with increased attack speed and movement speed toward enemies.
You're welcome.
Allies who manage to kill an enemy during the buff will reset its duration.
High-class tech.
If her investment would die while buffed, Bailout grants her ally a fresh, full health bar that quickly decays before finally dying. However, allies that get kills or assists in this decaying state heal and stop the decay, saving their life. This health bar reset won't interrupt channels or abilities, as they don't die just yet, so teammates at death's door can take full advantage of Renata Glask's incentives.
Remember who helped you in your hour of need.
With her E loyalty program, Renata Glask fires a missile that detonates at the end of its path, damaging and slowing all enemies encountered.
Your values dropped.
Similarly, allies affected by this missile receive a shield. Better sign up, this deal won't last forever.
I'm a giver.
With her ultimate, Hostile Takeover, Renata Glask sends out a cloud of toxic chemicals. Enemies caught in the fumes succumb to her influence and go berserk. While berserk, their attack speed increases and they'll attack the closest target, starting with their own teammates.
Don't think, just do.
If other enemies aren't around, they'll go up the chain of command, starting with Renata Glask's allies and ending with herself. Everybody wants to be my enemy. In the early game, Renata Glask should rely on leverage to punish poor positioning and help her lane partner win trades.
Make them pay.
Create opportunities for kills with slows, roots, and pulls that dominate the market. If you chain your CC, you'll win the fight before it's even begun.
Ready to take control.
Teammates need a bailout? No problem. Rescue your assets at the right time and you can always turn a fight around.
A worthy investment.
But stay away from risky investments. For what Renata Glask boasts in Engage, she lacks in mobility and escapes. So wait for the right moment to secure the deal, and you can watch Renata Glask's enemies destroy themselves.
Time to make some new business partners.
Set up plays for your team with opportune buffs, shields, and roots. And when they've succeeded, make sure you take all the credit.
I'll bill you later.
Don't underestimate the pull of Renata Glask. One way or another, you'll be working for her eventually. Ready to invest in the Cam Baroness? Check out the links below.
Ambition isn't greed.
CTBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 260 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
The difference between medicine and poison is the dosage. Allow me to demonstrate. My favorite part of the job. Product testing. Oh, I love it. Move now. Die for me. I don't need to get my hands dirty. Oh, but I do enjoy it. Kill them and suffer! Work for me or work against me. Doesn't matter. Everyone comes to my side eventually. I bankrolled your pistol's makers, Samira. Those guns are mine by right. Step aside, worm. Don't think, just do. Get over here. Remember who helped you in your hour of need. Never cross Renata Glask. We don't have to be enemies. Let me change your mind. Progress. Competition is for the weak. I dominate. It's Ms. Glask, if you value your life.
That's just a big no-no that Impunity have had to play with. As
Blaze is dead.
1v1, yeah, Blaze going to be dead. It's a Jinx with lethal tempo. All of a sudden...
Look at that. Beautiful Boy is he's completely fine taking a solo duel against Citric, but another insect, well, goes down, and that should be the finishing touches. Taco gets his Undying Rage this time, at least, but has to flash out. Needlework finds one charge, and
Sem9 forced to be around this objective when Meganar is about to come up. Enzo with the engage. Feeling in the backline. Enzo sacrifice, but Driver does it again. An instant double kill. J-Team are on the board in more than a big way. At the point.
Oh man, with like, hey, they have Pretender coming in from the PSG. They have Eminem. Like, okay,
Eminem
just
going
kidding.
for the straight burst. That didn't really work out. The Caspiel is next on the menu. Pops his Crescent
big
Guard,
heal.
and they still find the Needlework onto ClayX. That was so unfortunate.
It doesn't scale well because he doesn't have Flash. So while you are going to be able to take fights, that's only if they run towards you. It's so easy to kite out these team fights with the Sidra and with Azeri.
Wow, Rebirth with a prediction. Whale Flash and...
How can I save you when you're tangled in your lies? Caught up in the middle, I can see it in your eyes. Lonely in the corner, waiting for somebody to come and save you from the cold of night. Easily, we've been falling in disbelief. I think I'm ready for another try, but this feels like the last time. So why did you say goodbye? It's better to say goodbye. Why did you say goodbye? It's better to say goodbye. So why did you say goodbye? Quiet like the ocean, with the rumble running deep. This is how I see you, when you hide your feels from me. Why you heavy-hearted? Cut the silence, talk to me. Release your mind, get what you need. Easily, we've been falling in disbelief. I think I'm ready for another try, but this feels like the last time. So why did you say goodbye? It's better to say goodbye. Why did you say goodbye? It's better to say goodbye. So why did you say goodbye? far too late. I swear I'm gonna get my revenge. I swear I'm gonna get my revenge. I swear I'm gonna get my revenge. And I won't see it coming. You might have beaten up so much more than you thought you could chew. I swear I'm gonna get my revenge. And I won't see it coming. I swear I'm just gonna go out and get my revenge on you. I swear I'm gonna get my revenge. I swear I'm gonna get my revenge.
And hello, esports fans, and welcome to another week of the PCS Spring Split 2022. We are officially halfway through. We're getting into the second round robin starting today with a few extra games just for a little added sizzle. Hey, everybody, I am Pyrotechnics, joined on this broadcast by Clement Chu. And Clement, we have got some fantastic ones today, some real bangers. Before we get into the breakdown of how it's all going to go, I would like to take a moment to thank our wonderful sponsors on the split. They are, of course, CTP, CBank, and Caliber. Thank you for making the PCS possible. Now, Clement, we're on patch 12.4. It finally happens, and we've got Renata Glaske enabled. It's going to be a good day for supports, I can tell.
Yeah, she has a great win rate, and I really see a lot of teams actually going for her. Great in these sort of knife fight situations. You can make one of your teammates invulnerable for quite a while, like they just can't die. So if you are willing to use her, I think she will turn around a lot of these fights where both sides aren't running any tanks whatsoever.
Yeah, not to mention the ultimate. I mean, really talking about adding some chaos into these team fights. I'm excited to see what our PCS supports make of this champion. I know we were talking about, before the broadcast, the relative preferences, the relative strength levels, who we thought were going to pick it up. I think a couple of teams we're watching today certainly will take to that champion pretty quickly, but we have so many games to play today, and in large part due to we have some catch-up to play. I talked about second round robins starting today, but in addition, we've got PSG Talon has to play 3 whole more games over the course of this week as they only have 6 games on the split right now. That's 5-1, not a bad record to start. But we'll talk about how they got there after this. Currently, the standings, CTBC, Flying Oyster, and Deep Cross Gaming sharing the top at 7-1 apiece. But of course, tiebreaker does go to CFO. Taipei J-Team right after that, and PSG Talon bringing in the top 4. But Megabank Beyond Gaming not far after that as they had a huge victory over CFO at the end of last week.
Exactly. Right now in our standing, it's still all about the 3 J-Team kingdoms as they all are in the top spots. And talking about PSG, they are in a very interesting spot. They're sitting at 4th place, but all of their wins have came from 6th to 10th spots on the slide right here. So this week is huge for them because they get to play the actual kings of the PCS in these 3 J-Team teams.
Talk about getting a serious test. I mean, strength of schedule-wise, we were looking into it to start things off, saying, all right, PSG, they have a pretty good record with their new mid and jungle, but how tough has it been for them? Well, it's been pretty darn tough in this next week, but hasn't been up until this point. And for our player of the week, of course, Frank Esports, Eminem, the bot laner. We weren't necessarily expecting him to come out swinging as hard as he did this last week, but certainly put up the numbers to prove it. And, you know, this is another point I wanted to get into. I feel like our bot laners are absolutely stacked this season.
It's really crazy, and I want to say congratulations to Frank Esports. They posted their first positive week of the split, largely behind the carry potential of Eminem. He's really just like the sole hyper carry that we have in the PCS, rocking 30% of the team's gold, over 30% of this team's damage, and just putting everything on his own back.
Yeah, I think this is a team that is slowly starting to come together. We talked about how they had to put together a roster at just about the literal last minute, and it started to pick up. I'm curious to see if they can maintain that form over the course of this week, getting into the second round robin, getting to play Azeri, certainly looking pretty hype as he got to in that game, and we're going to get to watch a little bit more here of the MFT game that you would think these two teams kind of right in the middle of the pack, but while one started out a little hot and started to fall off, it's been the exact opposite for Frank Esports here as they've just started to pick up these wins. I'm curious to see what the rest of the team can do around Eminem because he certainly proved himself this week, but I want to see a little bit more about some of the other carries. I want to see more out of Pretender, even though he's had some good games. He was the stand-in for PSG Talon, and I want to see him prove if he is going to be able to make a name for himself going forward on this roster, on Frank Esports.
Yeah, the big storyline about Frank is, even though Eminem has been really consistent, taking a bunch of resources, we actually have Pretender coming up being more efficient in terms of his damage-dealing stats, and also Kirk showing up that he can play champions like Gwen, which are incredibly important in the meta. So it definitely isn't just like a one-man show. Sure, I think Eminem is still going to get the majority of the resources, but the rest of the team has really stood up, and I think that will place them above most of our bottom half teams. I think a lot of the teams that we're seeing kind of going into that 8th to 10th place spot have those issues because they have fewer than one carry.
Yeah, that's always a little rough when you don't have someone you can lean on as reliably, and Frank certainly have all the tools to make it happen. Now, looking back at what we saw last week, of course, this was on patch 12.3. I don't expect too much to change in the pick and ban, with a couple of notable exceptions. Zeri, of course, 100% ban pick, and when picked, 100% win rate. No surprises there. Gwen also continues to be a very high priority force in the PCS, with about a 58% win rate. Certainly not too bad in the hands of most of our top laners. Also can be flexed into the jungle. And speaking of, Xin Zhao continues to rule that particular roost. And I think this is just kind of a who's who of the most important picks for our region and for most regions right now. But that may shift a little on 12.4. I have seen Hecarim picked up in priority quite a lot over the course of a few weeks around the world. Everyone's kind of waking up to the fact that maybe this guy is just a little bit more horsepower than the likes of Lee Sin or Xin Zhao. 4 legs are better than 2 after all.
Is incredibly consistent as a team fight oriented jungle, and he can also gank very well, especially against a lot of these bot lanes that we're seeing today with the Jinx, with the Aphelios. It's kind of hard to get away from the murder pony. So I think Hecarim is still going to rise in popularity. Overall, though, 12.4 is not a major patch. I think it really just introduces Renata. So I see most of these champions still staying around in the same ban pick kind of priority, especially for Zeri. She's not going anywhere, still over 90% presence, even on the new patch.
Yeah, curious to see if Renata does get reacted to the way we think and just considered a very much a champion that must be picked or picked away. We might very well have some hard choices being made by some of our teams. But let's take a look at today's matches. As I mentioned, we do have 6 games today due to the delays from PSG. They have to make up by playing 6 games over the course of this week. 2 of them today. The first one, that's the match I got my eye on, Clement, as PSG take on J-Team. J-Team Original, if you will. If you wanted to get into new J-Team or J-Team Classic or J-Team Light, whatever we want to call some of the other squads. They do have their own names, of course. But this first match, I feel like this is a real test for a squad that has yet to beat a team in the top 4.
Ooh, this one is absolutely huge. All eyes on kind of Juhan and Bei's journey as they face the 3J teams. If you're talking about a commonality between all of the top 3 teams, is that they have great junglers. You're talking about Gemini, you're talking about Hana, and you're also talking about Kongyue. So I think this week, especially for Juhan, is really going to just showcase whether he deserves to be in the top spotlight there alongside with, I think, most of the J-Team mid-jungle duos.
Yeah, absolutely. Other games that we're looking forward to over the course of today, I think Meta Falcon team definitely still have a little bit of work to do before I'm going to rate them up with Deep Cross, so maybe not that one, but in particular Frank Esports on the rise. Depending on how this J-Team match goes earlier in the day, that could make for an interesting one. And then, of course, CTBC Flying Oyster, rather, they're going to look to bounce back against the loss against Megabank Beyond Gaming. However, they are doing it against an Impunity squad that I think up until last week we had a lot of high hopes for. Now it seems a little bit iffy.
It does. I feel like Impunity still have the same weakness, but they were the closest team to challenge CFO before Beyond Gaming. Now, of course, looking at our first matchup, Taipei J-Team, as we all know, all eyes on kind of Kongyue and Uniboy. Uniboy has been absolutely tearing it up. You cannot give this man Zoe. Syndra is off limits, and he just hasn't really died on those champions whatsoever. So it's going to be a great showcase to see if the Korean duo from PSG can actually keep Uniboy down.
Yeah, that's going to be a tough ask for sure. Kongyue and Uniboy have definitely comboed up well. They came into the squad looking very hyped together. And, you know, people that aren't as familiar with the PCS should recognize them as stand-ins on PSG back in 2020. This whole squad, certainly bringing them in, hoping that they can get off to a flying start. Lil V, of course, being their late-game insurance. Driver and Enzo maybe not quite as strong as the rest of that core trio. However, they've still been able to hold their own. And Uniboy, yeah, you talked about how he hasn't really died on some of those stronger champions. He hasn't even died in their losses. Uniboy has been an absolute incredible performer. Only 6 deaths across the split so far, and those were in their 2 losses combined. Now their opponents tonight are going to be PSG Talon, the team that is looking to crack into the top 3 and reclaim their dominance, but they have a different core, or at least a different mid-jungle than we were familiar with last split. Juhan and Bei, coming in from NS Red Force over in Korea, have had some impressive performances, but it is worth noting that their opponents have all been in the bottom half of the bracket so far, so it is a big test for the Korean mid-jungle.
Exactly, and I think the big things that we have to point out is this bottom lane. I think for now, PSG, most of their lead just comes from the fact that Unified and Kaiwing are crushing it against the bottom half of the dual lanes, and this is going to be sort of a real test here. Enzo, of course, is a new support, but Little V has been around for a long time. We know that he can play those hyper carries, and this current iteration of J-Team is pretty focused on their bottom side. You know, Driver has kind of been your weak side top laner. I don't think Hanabi's going to get a lot of love either. So if you're looking at how this game is going to develop, the bot lane matchup is going to be incredibly important. And we are talking about new champions coming into the mix as well. So it's going to be interesting to see, number one, who's going to pick up that Renata first, and who's going to actually have the better gank setup. I think those questions are going to dictate the flow of the game.
Absolutely, and it's kind of interesting to see how the flip might go, right? Because while we think of Juhan as somebody who is kind of primarily going to be focused a little bit more on Bei and Unified being able to hold his own with Kaiwing down bot, I would certainly expect Kongyue to be paying quite a lot of visits down here. As J-Team, they want to prioritize giving Lil V a chance to get into that late game, but we are into picks and bans. There is going to be the Zeri band away, and of course, J-Team have done their homework a little bit. Ryze is gone for base, so is the Akali, so a fairly heavy focus on that mid lane, although Akali not been one of the champions Bei has picked up. We have seen it in a couple of lanes so far in this split.
it's very interesting to see that PSG are not really banning away any of the Uniboy champions. We're talking about Syndra and Zoe being left open till now. So it looks like Bey is fairly confident that he can just play standard mages and maybe get away with it. On the other hand, J-Team, they know the trick. Juhan and Bey, they pretty much play Lee Sin and Ryze as their go-to combo. There's plenty of execution, plenty of just stun combination with the realm, with the rune prison there. So taking that away forces them to play something else. And to be honest, we're not really sure what Bey is super comfortable on outside of that Ryze, excuse me. So it's gonna be a big test for them. And J-Team, you know, if it ain't fixed, don't break it. They're still going to go for the Gwen first.
Yeah, you know, we talked about how top may not get a lot of love, but you don't need to get a lot of resources fed into you when you're playing the likes of a Gwen. Both of these players have looked great on it. It's kind of a no-brain takeaway from Hanabi. If you watched him at Worlds, you will know exactly why that man should not be allowed to have the Hollowed Seamstress. On the opposite side, PSG are going to go ahead and opt to pick the Jinx up in their first rotation. Juhan gets a comfortable Lee Sin pick. And of course, the handshake goes through with a little V on the Aphelios, and that should follow suit with a support pickup as Enzo will be able to lock in his by far most played champion in the Nautilus for a 7th game this split.
Yeah, so far it looks like very standard ban pick procedures
no
here.
Renata.
Yeah, no Renata. I honestly feel like Renata is going to be a more specific pick in situations. I don't think she's going to be a blind pick support in most times. She doesn't really have the engage power like a Nautilus or a Leona, and her laning strength isn't really that strong compared to some of the enchanters. So I think she's going to be a very situational pick where you already know the enemy is running like a triple dive composition and they're going to be very easy to target. Those are the situations I would see Renata at maximum potential. But for now, I think this is pretty much standard. The PCS support pool isn't going to change that much. We are still very much in love with just hard engaged champions.
Certainly the case when it comes to the likes of Kaiwing, and also Enzo has been loving that Nautilus, especially. Certainly not the only one in the split. Into the second phase of bans, though, you can see the focus on certain players starting to come through here. PSG opting to ban out 2 jungles, including the Poppy that was picked up by Kongye. That is winless, by the way, with him. But the Gnar ban away from Hanabi as well. I wonder if J-Team opts for another top lane pick.
So I think if you're a J-Team, you're probably thinking about Gameplank and the Gnar. Those are your two kind of big go-tos for Hanabi in this certain matchup. Hanabi certainly can play the Tryndamere, but overall I don't think it's PSG's strong point, and there you see the Gameplank being banned out. The Poppy is very interesting because you typically only ban out Poppy if you want to play a very offensive composition. Poppy is great at shutting down gap closers and people that are trying to rush at your face, but she's not really a full spectrum jungler. I don't think she is good on engaged situations. I don't think she provides that strong of an early game. So it does signal very clearly that PSG are trying to rush forward. And indeed, we see a tempo pick coming out here from Bey. The Ahri right now is pretty much akin to sort of an assassin type of champion. She does a whole load of burst damage, and she has reset potential alongside with Jinx. So you can see PSG, they're definitely thinking about a composition that is going to be very explosive, which is actually counter to their usual game plan.
Absolutely, and I do like the switch up here from PSG on the J-Team side. It looks like we are going to be seeing some splits with the Gwen flexed into the jungle as Driver will get his hands on the Tryndamere. This was something we talked about, Gwen being able to do, even though it's primarily picked up topside. It gives options when there's so many jungle bans thrown out, and of course, to pair it up, even though you typically think of Orianna as more of a team fighter, there is some ball delivery here, and in the hands of Uniboy, I mean, all you had to see was what he did last week, and picked up an insane scoreline on that champion. His more utility mages certainly look like they can dish out a lot of damage. Now, the only question we have left is to see what Hanabi's going to do to answer this. The Jace has been a pick before that we've seen to try and match the pressure of the Tryndamere on the side lane, and not as heavy on the team fighting, but maybe that's the option that PSG want. No, Gragas, okay.
I didn't really like the Jace pick because I feel like it leans PSG's entire composition way towards the early game and actually winning out with Ahri and Jace. That's not a gambit that we've actually seen 2022 PSG go for. In 2021, yes, they would try to do like a full spectrum press, but I don't think that's their current identity. And I do like that they're just going for Gragas. This is, again, a lane that is more about neutralizing the Tryndamere more than anything. It's going to be good in team fights, and it does give them more of a 5v5 out. I feel like if you're running the Jace, you are so susceptible to just getting run down by champions like the Nautilus, the Gwen, and the Tryndamere. So I do like this Gragas a little bit more. It makes their composition, in my perspective, a little bit more comprehensive. They can play more styles with this Gragas pick.
Yeah, and again, you don't need to match pressure for pressure when you have Hanabi in the top lane. He's kind of extremely comfortable. He's almost the poster child for playing weak side top lane in this league, and he's been able to do it for so long, so an experienced player, that you shouldn't have too many worries unless something goes horribly, horribly wrong in the early stages of the game. For PSG, it does look like they have a relatively comfortable comp. I'm excited to see what Bay is going to make of this Ahri, because so far he's not had to step out of the Raya's comfort zone too often. And now it's going to be a little bit different up against the Orianna of Uniboy, which is not exactly a high-pressure champion in most people's hands, but I feel like he's one of the ones that could make it that way. And there's a lot of damage here for side lanes, a lot of good splitting. I think J-Team have given themselves some options, and we could be in for a very interesting mid-game, I feel.
Yeah, for me, these compositions are definitely a contrast between early game, you get the Lee Sin and Ahri from the side of PSG, and more late game focus from J-Team as they have the Orianna, the Tryndamere, and the Gwen. So those are those hyper carry picks that really can destroy teams single-handedly if they get past the 30-minute mark. While this is a huge test for PSG, we have seen Juhan and Bay, but I don't think they've really showcased themselves as being a tempo duo. They actually play pretty slow, and they like to play more of a side lane style. We've seen the Rise and Lee Sin kind of go for two-man ganks elsewhere. Korea could give themselves an opening here if he does walk up the ramp, and he's going to think better about it.
It's all bait. It's all bait. You know Kongye likes to get aggressive early. Juhan's trying to be like, hey, you can 1v1 me, right? But that's too obvious. They're not going to fall for that one. Yeah, I am curious about how this 2v2 was going to go early on in the game, because Juhan and Bay have not necessarily been tested against the best of the best, and this week it's starting to... We're going to start to finally see that here. And on the J-Team side, I think J-Team, their goal is to firmly maintain control of the top 3 position, right? Because right now, the other J-Teams, if you will, the Deep Cross Gaming, the CFO, those are the squads that are looking a little bit better than you. But if you can establish dominance over a team like PSG and keep your third place position, things start to look pretty good for the second round robin as Driver runs straight into Hanabi, maybe going a little bit deep here, but he could set Juhan behind, and he might just do that.
Yeah, we have seen this play from so many different top laners. It's basically, if you're going up against Gragas that doesn't really do that much level 1, you're pretty happy in just going in there and sort of annoying the jungler. If you force them to get a smite down, that's actually huge for their jungle clear. And we do see here, Juhan is like, I'm not going to take any risk for this. I'm just going to smite it down early. So that is a small win, definitely for Driver, a very common tactic that we see these days.
And it worked out really well when you're trying to slow down a team that wants to get off to an early start, right? Talking about how J-Team are perfectly happy in the late game. Those are small things, but they can compound over time. I do want to see how this bot lane goes, because you do look at some of the experience difference in between the AD carries. It's not as stark, but for Kaiwing and Enzo, it doesn't get a whole lot wider than that. And I think the support diff could be a big factor in this game.
Yeah, you are talking about a career support versus someone that just switched over to the position in the previous split. And as you can see, they are getting pushed in quite early on. I don't expect J-Team to prioritize this lane earlier. You can tell by the summer difference that this is going to be a very defensive setup from J-Team. They have that cleanse on the Aphelios. They just want to survive this and make it to the late game. And the question really is for PSG is that how much can they get away? As you can see, Juhan is paying a terrible price for that level 1 sort of invade. As a jungler, you really want to use that smite on the big raptor rather than the red buff.
Feels bad, man, but maybe Juhan can make up for it by getting a play off early on. The question is, where does he focus, right? Does he want to make the long trek up to top lane and try and shut down Driver? Well, does that really do anything for your team? Because Hanabi is not necessarily there to try and win a lane. Bot's already pushed in. Mid, I mean, good luck ganking an Orianna. It feels like he doesn't have a lot of good choices right now.
Yeah, that's definitely going to be an issue. I think the Ahri is definitely the lane that you want to focus on the most. Ahri has traditionally been sort of a counter to Orianna because you can just E-flash her, and there's not much that the Orianna can do to respond to that. She doesn't have a gap closer on herself, so it's very difficult for her to play safely against that. However, I do think that in earlier levels, it is possible for the Orianna to actually push this lane in. I just feel like Uniboy is actually just trying to play a little bit safer here. And he's getting pushed in because of, I would assume, the minion dematerializer doing work earlier on. But
he's got to protect his KDA, man. He hasn't died in the wins.
Exactly. No, we have a saying for Uniboy in the past that he definitely likes to play with balls. All of his champions that use balls and spheres, like the Orianna, the Syndra, and the Zoe, have been absolutely excellent.
He should know Ari then. He should know how to play against Ari.
That's true. She kind of uses spheres as well.
Yeah, not exclusively, right? Like Ari doesn't like only use spheres and balls. She also throws hearts and little will-o'-the-wisps and things like that. But you know, she's a fox spirit. They like to mix it up a bit.
Yeah, you got to keep everyone guessing right there. And take a look at the top lane. This is a lane where we actually have seen Hanabi do very well in, especially with the kind of setup that he's running here, the grasp. You can see him sitting on a very comfortable CS lead, and he has gone for the tier in the past, as a 2v2.
I think Gongye actually ended up getting the better of that because Uniboy comes in to try and help secure. A little bit of counter jungling with Juan trying to make up for his earlier start. However, this will lead into a moment that they can grab an early dragon. And, you know, I do like this priority. PSG have actually been pretty solid at picking up the dragons in their game. Currently, they're sitting at about 2.3, 2.4 dragons per game. It's about 4th place in the league. And J-Team is one of the squads that do a little bit better than them, actually. And it does roughly correlate with who's winning and who's not, let's be honest. But dragon priority is something that, you know, teams aren't always going for when you want to trade, you want a handshake for the Herald instead. PSG are a team that do like to focus on that bottom side.
Yeah, I think you made a great point that in terms of statistics, Herald is actually much more indicative of how well an early game is going compared to the first Drake. That's been true since the previous season for sure, but it is still true now, even with the addition of the Hextech Drakes. You know, on paper they provide a lot of power, but the calculus is still more or less the same in that regard. In terms of this early game, what I'm really looking for is at least a 3-kill advantage towards PSG. I feel like if they don't get that, a lot of these champions they sort of descale themselves into the late game. If you're thinking about Ari, she really has this sort of need to be a huge damage threat in order to access the majority of her power locked into those resets coming in from Spirit Rush. And the same thing goes for the Gragas. Like, if he doesn't get sort of ahead of his opposition, he can't just get run down in lane. And Lee Sin is kind of the same thing. So I think for now, even though PSG holds on to the gold lead, they still need the kills. The kills are really going to be necessary to kind of propel this composition forward.
Yeah, and I think you also need to try and get the kills for resets on a Unified, right? You want to be able to build up a consistent gold lead that then turns into an item lead because a Jinx that pops off does so much. The only difference between her and the champions you mentioned, though, is like Jinx can always come in and make a play, but it gets a lot harder when you're in the late game and you just have been starved. On the other hand, Unified has picked up a very healthy CS lead over Lil V, but you did mention we kind of expected this lane to be pushed in, this lane to go a little hard. And until junglers intervene, that's probably not liable to change. But all eyes are going to be on PSG, especially in that mid, to see if they can pick up some kills early on. However, Kongye, he is taking a trip down bottom.
Yeah, but we also have Bey just constantly poking towards the bottom side. I absolutely love this from mid lane players. If you're not in the lane, you just want to disappear from vision and put a lot of pressure elsewhere. But I would say in terms of like the game tempo overall, I'm a little bit surprised that Juhan has not attempted a single gank so far. That's a big question mark for me. Basically, you let Kongyu kind of free scale to level 6. And in terms of the first skirmish potential, J-Team are definitely packing heat in this one. I don't think PSG actually has a sizable advantage when it does come to those early game skirmishes. And, you know, that just means that if they want to set up something that is going to be more decisive, they're going to have a lot of vision control. I fully expect them to kind of shift the bot lane towards the top Herald in order to find a play.
Yeah, I think they're going to have to, because this has been a little bit of a slow start for a team that wants to be able to build up that lead. And, you know, sure, Hanabi's been able to stop Driver from doing a whole lot to his tower. Bay has been threatening, but not actually executing anywhere on the map, and Unified's got a healthy lead. But you're right, it's not enough for the way that they've built this composition right now. So we need to see a play happening. Surprised Juhan hasn't made a visit. Now the pings go down on the bottom side. It looks like we might be in for a dive as they look to set up vision control. This isn't spotted here by Enzo and Lil V, and they have to know something's happening. That's going to be the setup. It should force them off, even if the dive doesn't go through. This is going to be plates, but you'd think they would much rather prefer to secure up a kill.
A really
Enzo
good timing
out.
coming in from PSG here. Like, they know the TP isn't done. Oh, but Juhan's showing a little bit too early.
Yeah, he could get caught. Safeguard does go through, and he does still get knocked up, but he's out at this point. So, at the end of the day, it's just a plate, really. Burned, and Driver goes for the big dive on the bottom, and that is going to be the turn into the belly bump in first blood. He heals just enough through it to secure it for J-Team.
Absolutely beautiful. Has that extra combat summoner to close the gap, and he knows where the opponent jungler is. I feel like PSG, they found a good timing, but they didn't move their pieces as well as they could have. I actually felt like they could have left lane a lot earlier in that situation. There was no chance that Uniboy's chasing an Ahri. He didn't really need to full push the wave, and this has kind of been my criticism for PSG's like mid jungle. I feel like at times they don't play aggressive enough with the tools that they're given here. That was a great timing. Uniboy still didn't have his TP. Juhan was already in position. I really think that Bay, if he just moved a little bit earlier, could have made that bottom lane trade. And, you know, Hanabi, this is honestly on him. He knows his jungler is showing, but he was way too far forward.
Yeah, Driver knew exactly what to do at this point. Did end up getting flash for flash. Nice belly bump, but it was never going to be enough with the heal up at the end. PSG do manage to secure Herald, though. So, you know, neutral objective-wise, they're doing all right, but that's not really what you want when you've built a team for some of these earlier skirmishes, as they now complete the swap up the top side, looking for Driver, not going to find him, so it just ends up being a plate trade.
Yeah, this is actually really well done in terms of the laning situation. As you see in the top side, PSG has this wave already shoved to tower, while J-Team are just now hitting the tower. So they're going to get a massive tempo advantage, and I wouldn't be surprised if PSG just go for a second Herald Charger. They should be able to with very minimal trouble.
So this is going to get traded, at least for the one tower, by Kongye and Lil V, until Hanabi is able to peel them off of it, and critically, I thought this actually might be a worse trade for PSG because the Dragon was being started by Kongye, but he peels off it immediately when he realizes the trade is happening, and all of a sudden everything comes up PSG. That's a big gold swing in their favor. They should be able to get away for free. Still no kills in this game, though, and you got to wonder just a little bit, you know, is the gold share coming across? I mean, a lot of it was picked up by Unified. That's critical, but he's still not sitting on a Mythic just yet.
I would say that's massive coming in from Unified to get a Mythic this early. All of the turret gold was shared between Juhan and Unified, so that's just going to mean that they can roll into the Drake pit right now without having serious challenge, I think, from J-Team. They are sitting on a pretty big gold spike. If you look at the items, that's Juhan with the Gore Drinker, that's Gale Force and the Berserker Greaves completed already for Unified, so they should be taking this Drake with a lot of confidence.
Yeah, and this is something that J-Team knows is happening, but it should go pretty quickly. Enzo looks to try and interrupt, but I think he's just going to go ahead and slam down that ward, and J-Team a little bit slow to react. Gale Force has been matched, by the way, for Lil V, but yeah, just not enough, and of course there's a boot diff as well. And we have got a Hex Gate Rift going on right now. This is going to be a whole lot of fun mobility. I really love this one. Uniboy. Oh no, Uniboy. Oh no, the bait, the trap. Oh, the kick, the dive. Uniboy is trying to walk it out, but Bay says not today. Oh, one more hit, Sully. The bait. He can't get it. Kongye saves his life.
That was unfortunate for Juhan. He doesn't get the kick off to go correctly. The direction actually sent Uniboy back to his own base. I think Uniboy flashed just in time to get the angle there. But that just means PSG lose a lot of their momentum. They were actually threatening both mid lane and bot lane at the same time, but J-Team just come up with the better play. Uniboy, great work there.
Yeah, Uniboy definitely hanging tough, and Kongye able to help by turning it back his way, picks up a kill for himself on the carry jungler. So, as it stands, neutral objectives in PSG's favor, 2 towers to 0, as well as 2 dragons to 0, but J-Team, 2 kills to nothing.
Yeah, this is a weird position because I don't think at this point J-Team are even afraid to take the 5v5 if it does come down to a Drake Gambit. So for me, what PSG have to do is they have to continue to snowball Unified. He is the strongest point on the map right now. He is very far ahead of his gold, and they should just try to play towards that lane and make sure that they can continue to snowball him. If he gets to a 2-item spike before Lil V can do anything, then I think they have an iron grasp on that Drake that's coming up. They have a very quick Drake timer. It's 8 minutes, and it's going to be a 21-minute Hextech Drake force, which is a Hextech Soul Force, excuse me, which is going to be very detrimental. So J-Team aren't going to have to contend with that, and right now PSG, they should shift their strategy. I feel like Lee Sin and Ahri honestly has not worked out for them. They should just focus on Unified, making sure that he always has the item lead.
Yeah, Unified's always a good bet, though. Juhan going to run into Enzo. It looks like we've got ourselves a good old skirmish down here as a lot of knockups and trying to dash away. Lil V actually going to go for it, but Bay just runs out of steam. So does Juhan. Kaiwing Unified on the run. Driver in the front looking to get the chicken off on somebody here as he dashes forward, forcing the flash. Konge looking to cut him off with the pass, and this is going to be 4-4-0 as Konge gets the final kill. 6 now in favor of J-Team. They just have the team fighting power.
Outsmarted and outplayed right there. J-Team read PSG like a book. I guess it's not just the casters, but everyone knew that they were going to try and focus on Unified's lane, so they had the pieces waiting for there. Unfortunately for Juhan, he just burned his flash in the previous play. They know they can ambush him quite easily, and he stays around for it. Let's be completely honest. You know, Bay rushes in straight into a Nautilus, gets absolutely nothing done. He gets 3 charges and instantly dies. So unfortunately, the Korean mid-jungle here, I just feel like they didn't really do their due diligence. No walls across the Tri-Ward brush. They actually face-plant into the Nautilus, and this roam from Driver is absolutely beautiful. He doesn't have a top lane tower to worry about. There's nothing for him to actually defend there, and Gragas is not going to take your inhibitor tower. So that was a great move from him. There was absolutely nothing to lose, and he's now sitting 3-0-2.
And it's back to what you're talking about, Clement. If Juhan and Bay on this Lee Sin and Ahri didn't get off to a rolling start, they were going to be not particularly useful in the skirmishes, and look exactly what happened. They kind of got flat-footed there, and they just couldn't get any damage off. They get blown up and deleted. Bay needs gold desperately, so he's going to be on the side lane pushing it in. Just comparing, I mean, like, Uniboy has that late game Orianna in his pocket. He doesn't need the kills, but he's already got his mythic item completed. Bay is just struggling to match in gold, even though he's been even in farm. Meanwhile, Driver is going to get some of that standing gold on the map by taking out top turret finally. And sure, Dragon Timers are great for PSG, but the problem is they're gonna lose the scaling game if they're not careful.
Yeah, I feel like PSG right now, their win conditions have been drastically narrowed. They pretty much have to get this Hextech Drake. That would be my opinion. And the thing is, for J-Team, that's a very easy condition to play around. You have to think about the fact that, you know, if PSG go into the Drake pit and J-Team simply surround and get a full-on ace, that would still be considered a win. Like, they don't have to completely prevent the Drake from going to the enemy team. If they just kill them there and switch over to Baron, that's even a good trade. So I think in most scenarios, you do see J-Team actually coming out ahead there. In terms of the play in the bot lane, I feel like unfortunately PSG got baited by their own vision, but maybe they can take one back.
Maybe they can, but Driver is still able to hang in there. You can't quite burst a Tryndamere down as the rocket comes in, and oh, he's so close, but he stays alive, and Uniboy ensures it with the command protect. Oh my goodness, that's such a feels bad, man, when you're playing an Assassin champion like Ahri. You want that kill. It does buy them enough breathing room to take this Hextech Drake and get onto Soul Point at 17.5 minutes, but oh boy, I mean, PSG, the one objective they can't get is the kills this game.
Yeah, that's still a very good win. I think strategically, tactically, some mistakes there, but PSG strategically still win out. The Hextech Drake, 21 minutes earlier on, is still very powerful, and I think it gives them a lot of opportunities to chase targets down. If you're a Tryndamere and you run up against Juhan and Bay, then you're most likely dead if they can slow you with the Hextech Drake proc. So it's still good from PSG, but it's definitely a little bit worrying that I feel like Ahri she's starting to get to the phase where she's just not dealing enough damage. And this is what we've seen from Ahri's, and the way that LCK has kind of been playing around her is that you really need to snowball her. Her build naturally does not lend itself to a lot of damage. You're going for the Everfrost, that's more of a consistency thing, and you really need to stay ahead of the curve in order to be taking down these targets. Now, PSG, they still have a lot of chances to use these vision gaps and create these like 1-2 punch setups where they just kill one target and snowball from there. I think they've actually been doing a pretty good job at that so far, but it definitely needs to translate.
Yeah, they need to be able to secure something. I think the important thing is just to continue with the plan of feed the Jinx, right? Like Unified, if they can do nothing but like throw out the charm and try to get a little bit of burst and then feed that over into Unified, that's still a win. He's still a half item ahead of his opposition. And Bay can still sit on the side lane and try to get work done. He just can't really fully delete anybody, so they're going to have to rely on that teleport timing. Now the push is on here for J-Team. Hanabi looking to go through, but he gets cut off between Kongye and Driver. Meanwhile, the Needlework coming through. Can they turn this into the back line? I don't think they can. Driver already out of this fight here. Or excuse me, Hanabi already out of this fight. His Driver is just wreaking havoc, but he is just barely going to run out of health. Finally, Shutdown Gold lands into Bay's pocket with the Foxfire, but it's still a 1-for-1 trade for J-Team.
Yeah, and that was a pretty big summoner trade as well. If you look across the board, PSG, they had to burn 2 flashes just to secure that kill onto Driver, while Driver gets to keep his. So that's a huge detriment in the upcoming Soul fight. If you look across the board, like Kaiwing's not going to have engaged, Unified is missing a heal. They had to flash to get that extra kill, and Hanabi also burned his as he chose a pretty poor path towards defending his tower.
Yeah, that was a little bit iffy there, and I think Hanabi's awareness on the map has not really been all that great this game, letting himself get soloed out by the Tryndamere when his jungler was showing earlier on, now taking kind of a sus position. I wanted to compliment PSG's ward coverage by using the Hex Gates to really get across the map in short order, covering parts of the J-Team jungle. The problem is they've kind of neglected their own jungle a little bit. You could see that on the bottom side. That was just completely opened up for Driver and Kongye to get into the back.
Exactly, and I think right now PSG, they can only pick up the map that J-Team are not on. At this point, this Tryndamere is a little bit too powerful, so I do like what PSG are doing. They know their top side is being compromised. Juhan's going into the bot instead, where we do see this 1-2 punch link up quite often when Juhan or Bay are playing together. They're getting these deep wards down. So I think PSG do have a chance to win this next fight. They have the vision control, and if Juhan can finally get a correct insect off, they could definitely do a lot of damage to the back line, like Lil V. You know, if they can just kick him forward, alley-oop him into a charm. I think that's the way that PSG want to approach this next Drake fight. They're already sitting at 3 Drakes. They definitely want to get the next one, but in terms of summoners, they're at a pretty big deficit, so they need to use their creativity.
That they do. Looking to try and set up a bait, but it hasn't worked so far. Maybe somebody like Kongye is a little bit easier to pick up. Even in the mist, you're happy to get close, but they get a little scared. There's a 4-stack there in the mid lane, and without that mid-tier 1 turret, J-Team can muscle in and set up vision control on the Drake pit. And PSG don't seem super confident that they can take the straight-up 5v5. There's a lot of tools you got to contend with, not only the side flanks, but there's always that Orianna ball. There's always the grouping up in the choke point that punished them before in bot try. J-Team looking to try and start a fight on their own terms. Kaiwing does get clipped. Hanabi, you got to be careful, man. He tried to go that way before. This time he's out to relative safety as he clears away the ward. A lot of pings fly. And it seems like everybody wants the dragon.
Yeah, I think PSG at this point, they're stuck in such a hard position. Maybe they can use the Hex Gate to try and get a steal, but otherwise, well, this is definitely a solution as PSG try to danger the Baron and hopefully pull the enemy off. But if I'm J-Team, I'm actually pretty happy to just let Tryndamere start this one alone. I'm pretty certain that they're willing to just put the 3-man against even potentially the 4-man with the help of the Baron there. So this is a really smart split from J-Team. I think it's the perfect reaction to when somebody is actually trying to fork you with the Baron.
Yeah, not only that, it was kind of an empty threat, right? The moment they sniffed up there, didn't even catch that there was a pink ward inside of the pit, immediately turned back. It's pretty obvious that they're not actually committed to this. It's a free start, and that totally sets back the timer that PSG were hoping to get on this Hextech Dragon Soul. Down to another 4.5 minutes, buys a lot of time as J-Team, again, they favor the late game at this point. The way they built their composition out, they can just keep the pressure on, delay, delay, delay. and PSG are going to have a hard time doing anything about it. The one late game insurance item that they really do seem to have is this Jinx, and well, Unified, he's not quite 3 items yet, so he's really only sitting onto that slim advantage, most of it coming from a CS lead he accrued early in this game.
Yeah, they had a big advantage in terms of the second item spike for Unify, but unable to find any fights with it. Juhan is setting up a Death Brush. Let's see if he can find anyone.
Okay, Lil V is going to cleanse out of it. Oh, the charm misses. Let's see if they have enough left in the tank to get the kill. The rocket will secure it. That's going to be the start of something. As the teleport comes through, Enzo taken low, forced out of the fight. Meanwhile, Uniboy Kongye in the front. Driver looking to flank around the side. PSG, they might fancy their chances on the Baron now that Lil V is out. But what can J-Team make of it? It looks like they'll just try to cut off the minion wave in the mid lane. I don't know about a fight. It would be a smite back and forth, but J-Team are far ahead enough, and Driver is threatening. Do they have enough tools left here, Clement? Down to 8,000, down to 7.5. This is tense.
3v5. Yeah, this is going to be incredibly close. Great play from Juhan right there, and I feel like PSG are going to use this as a bait to go in and wipe the floor with J-Team.
Yeah, let's see if they can actually get it done. Actually going to try and take him down. The Undying Rage just finally finishes it. Unified's able to stay alive, but the Baron is still aggro. J-Team know the jig is up here. And what a hard-earned Baron it was going to be. But PSG managed to secure kills and the objective, critically, the 2 onto the Jinx.
Absolutely huge play from Juhan. I'm a little bit surprised that Lil V actually ventured that far into the lane. Like, if you look at this team, they're very much aware of death brushes. They have 4 sweepers and 1 blue trinket. And somehow Lil V still gets caught by that. That's, to me, they were playing a little bit careless there. And I feel like Driver went way too early. It was very obvious for me that the PSG win condition was actually to just turn and kill. They're playing a 5v3. There's really no risk of them losing a team fight, so they're just kind of using that Baron as bait to get even more leverage. And J-Team, the way they should have played that was to threaten to steal rather than go all in. So we'll watch this again. I think unfortunately for Little V, he just got a little bit too complacent because his team was on the top side of the map. Gets caught out right there. Both summoners burn. And even though they nearly miss everything, they do get the kill at the end with the help of Unify.
Yeah, Unified on the Jinx Rocket. Ooh, Enzo flashing the wall, immediately throws the hook, doesn't actually land where he wants it to. And here's the counter collapse. They don't have all 5 members just yet. Got to get away from the needlework. There are the traps out, the Leona ultimate. So, PSG escaped from a bit of a rough situation as they ping back to defend. This is the tough situation with Baron, and being down in the tempo is you still have to kind of play the defensive game. Gold is just about dead even, but they need to secure that outer tower before they can start threatening. The Dragon, of course, coming up in a minute and a half. That's still soul point for them, and they would love to have that to buy themselves more time in this game. And here is the second wave of the push.
This is the Unified show. He's sitting on 3 items right now with his crit done, but he doesn't have a flash. So if J-Team can find that pick, not only are they going to stop this Baron, they're also going to stop the Dragon Soul. That's going to be what we're looking at right here. Can Tryndamere find that Jinx?
Bay? He goes in! He misses the charm at point blank, goes golden, does have the Spirit Burst, it buys the time for J-Team to go for round 2. Driver already down to 1 HP, but he's undying as he takes down Unified. He will give his life for the cause, but that is a worthwhile trade as J-Team now march down the mid lane and force the reaction play from PSG.
That's absolutely huge because that means PSG's main damage dealer is not going to be there as the Drake spawns. I don't think he's going to have enough time to actually get there. Maybe with the Hex Gates it will be possible, but this should give J-Team some very solid timing windows to kind of set up for that eventual Hextech Soul that's coming up.
Yeah, that's massive, and it just feels like Driver's whole mission is to just go deep, get the kill onto the Jinx, and then it doesn't really matter what happens to him after that because he soaks up so many resources and so much CC while he's unkillable. So now J-Team, they're going to have him coming back to the fight a few seconds later. There is still a numbers advantage, and with Unified up, all they need to do is buy these 10 seconds, maybe try to secure a pick. They actually know Kongye is there, but they're letting him think that they don't. As the ward goes down into the pit, J-Team Uniboy Kongye all sniffing around the side. Here comes Driver. Here comes Lil V. It's going to be a straight-up 5v5 unless they get the deletion beforehand. And Clement, this could swing the game.
Yeah, I feel like PSG should play this a lot slower. They actually have more battlefield reset abilities coming from Hanabi, so they should set their ground and just hold on to the explosive cask. If they do that, I actually feel like they're in a very strong position right now. As we've been saying, Unified is still on that 3-item power spike over Little V, so there's a lot more damage coming through with that Jinx compared to the Aphelios. They just need to hold on to their abilities and inch this forward.
An elegant Dragon Dance here, and Kongye around the side to start things up. Kaiwing caught up, but they've actually been able to stiff arm him for the time being. Dragon, though, looking to go down here. They might be able to get the smite off. However, the fight is the focus. Bei taken low. Meanwhile, into the back. Here goes Driver, looking to delete one. The steal comes through,
does it.
and Juhan steals the soul away. Can they take the fight, though? There's the explosive cast onto Little B, trying to limp away the flash. The belly dash, and there we go. Hanabi is going to get the kill credit. J-Team are the ones that are sent home. Killless and Dragonless. PSG with the swing.
Yeah, I like the idea there, but I'm a little bit confused as why they executed the flank with their jungler in Kongye. That definitely should have been Driver. Driver could have achieved the same result and secured the Drake with the smite there. You can see that PSG were very hesitant on going to finish off the Drake because they didn't have their jungler. Their jungler was sitting in the front line, and Juhan saw that perfectly. He just went in and smited it away. There was no contest there. So I like the idea of forcing PSG away, but the member they did it with was a little bit confusing. Kongye, remember, he's the guy with the smite right now. So with him being in the front line, J-Team, they can't even finish off the objective. They're like, where do we go? What do we do? Juhan is right there. If we don't finish off the Hex Drake, then, you know, then Gwen is kind of not sacrificing herself for nothing. And it allows Hanabi to even use his explosive cast offensively. So just kind of a puzzling fight there from J-Team. I felt like J-Team, they could have given up ground towards the Drake and then looked for a full-on surround to try and play that, but they just kind of went for a very puzzling kind of a two-headed strategy without the smite on the Drake.
Yeah, it seems so weird that they focused their attention on keeping the aggro going when clearly the attention was turning towards the fight, and you know, credit to PSG for keeping their heads in that situation. I mean, realizing that all you had to do is keep Driver busy. Bei was able to dash out of harm's way just barely, and that was the other thing, is the focus was on Bei, not on the Unified by Driver. And then Juhan just, I mean, it's kind of the freest smite steal that he was going to be able to get, and as a result, PSG, they get Soul, they get 2 kills, and they get the tempo advantage. And even though the scaling goes in favor of J-Team, PSG should be feeling themselves in a 5v5, and you know it's very heavy tank builds coming in for the non-carry members as well. As long as Bei can land the charm, honestly, he can kind of just line up the kills for Unified, and we have seen Jinx's pretty much solo pop off and carry a game, and he may only have the 3 items for now, but I have a feeling that's about to change.
Yeah, that's definitely going to be the case here, and we have Unified sitting at the only member over 300 CS. He's been
there we go, Guardian Angel.
Oh, and yeah, Driver's just not going to have the same impact. I think J-Team really need to map out these team fights a little bit better. We have seen this kind of as a constant weakness for J-Team, is the way that they play team fights seems very misguided at times, and they do have communication breakdowns. J-Team either needed to send Driver in, finish off the Drake in the last team fight, or they needed to go all in. Like, they basically chose kind of a middle route with no upsides whatsoever. So we'll see how they tackle the next one, but what we have to remember now is that the situation has changed, I think, into the advantage for PSG. They have a much stronger front-to-back team fight. Hanabi is completely scaled up. He has that Fimbulwinter already, though. He can't take free damage like that. That's a little bit over.
You gotta be a little careful. I think, though, the solution to J-Team's team fighting problems might be to not do them. Because Driver decided to build a Hullbreaker as his 3rd item.
Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of
the late Hullbreaker. Don't see that as often. It's usually a premeditated strategy. And it is a big Tryndamere item, but it is odd that this is the point in the game he builds it.
The problem with the late Hullbreaker is your opponent is running TP, so they still have the ability to match in most instances and still be there for team fights. While it's just kind of a faster push for you, but it's not really that much faster compared to just another offensive item here. So it's an interesting choice, but as we have seen for the most times, you really want to get that split pushing done early, crush your lane, and then have a massive padded advantage against a teleporting tank. So it's a lot less common here. I think what they're relying on right now is a lot more on this Gwen, actually. So the Gwen is going to have a lot of impact still into the back line, and because she does mainly magic damage, she's going to be less countered coming in from this GA. Still going to be able to output a lot of damage, but if I'm PSG, I'm just willing to rush forward.
Yeah, they do land onto Kongye. The kickback into sideways actually landing on Enzo here. The charm, again, just doesn't connect. Bay has had a hard time hitting those all the same. PSG, they're the ones making the moves, but the counterplay looks to come through here as J-Team lead the charge down. No Baron anymore. Hasn't been for a little while now, and Elder is going to be on the menu in another minute, so J-Team has to be careful not to lose a member. As Driver, of course, as a Tryndamere, he can usually get out of situations he shouldn't be allowed to, but you don't want to unnecessarily give up your ultimate before what could be a big objective fight.
In terms of the fork, the Elder is always going to take priority here as, ooh, they find Hanabi.
Okay, dash into the barrel. They actually have the hook on Leona. This is going to be forcing the fight as the Shockwave pulls in two. And here we go. Kongye on the front, Driver on the side. They take down Hanabi, and this could be the clash with the counter turn into Driver once again into the Undying Rage. Does he have enough damage to finish off Bay? Root damage? No, not there. And they're still going on this one. Enzo, though, bites off more than he could chew. And while Bay stays alive, the trade onto the support for Hanabi's life makes it a 4v4.
Yeah, that was unnecessary from Enzo, actually. He just kind of gave up his life there. Didn't really need to throw out that last dredge line. And I think, crucially, that's all of the vision on J-Team. They didn't have time to do a reset here. So PSG has a great opportunity to just set up these visions. And, you know, we haven't seen a lot of charm lands, but the threat is definitely still there. You have to walk through all of these rushes. Exactly. Only one charm is enough to get them this Elder.
Okay, so Elder is going to be starting right now with the 4v4. Enzo's still 5 seconds off cooldown with no teleport. Hanabi does have his and should be joining the fight as soon as he's able.
Here goes Bay.
Bay does land the one charm. Oh, Driver! Okay, so they turn, but he peels away. The teleport comes through onto the minion of all things. They didn't have a ward where they wanted it, but it's a dangerous lane, and actually that's going to threaten the rest of J-Team. They're going to have to hope for a smite fight, but Gwen can't hop the wall the way Elise Sin can. This is just going to be seeded away, and PSG pick up the dragon by holding J-Team at bay.
Yeah, that was really smart macro play coming in from them. I love the positioning that Bay got there. If he landed that Everfrost, which, let's be honest, he definitely should have landed that Everfrost, that would have been absolutely disastrous from J-Team. I think they would have lost Driver. Huh? Sure.
Yeah, you know,
I'll take that.
Don't get anywhere near. Yeah, I mean, look, it's working at the end of the day. PSG finding themselves not so far behind in the gold game, but just slowly losing out and not able to find kills. Finally get a handful of fights, take advantage of unforced errors on the J-Team side, and just, I mean, they are going for objective domination, right? They've given up 3 towers, 1 dragon, and no other neutral objectives on the map.
Yeah, I feel like J-Team, there's a number of things that went wrong for them. Number one, I feel the third and the fourth Drake just going over to PSG was a little bit sus, in my opinion. Those were definitely strategical outplays coming in from PSG. On the other hand, I don't think J-Team has utilized their split pushers enough. They've had a long time where Driver was dominating. Remember, this guy started the game with a 3-0-2 stat line. He was absolutely massive. He could go anywhere, and he wasn't even going for the normal yellow trinket because he was so far ahead. They didn't get to use that sort of a split push timing window whatsoever. And now they're dealing with an extremely fed Unified. And this is one of the first fights that Unified actually has both of his summoners there as well. So I think PSG is doing the absolute smartest plays possible, just trying to do a straight up siege. In siege situations, it's much harder for J-Team to flank you. The angle of engage is very narrow. And I just feel like J-Team have to give up these towers. They don't really have an angle of attack here.
No, and maybe they can try for the counter engage if it's an overpush, but ooh, that reset Unified right on the front line, and he's just threatening, forcing the defensive dredge line out of Enzo. This is going to be wash, rinse, repeat. Look at how much damage they shred these towers down to as Unified just kind of runs wild, and J-Team, they're the ones that are just losing ground time and time again, and you talked about them not using their window. They really let that one slide as the big rocket comes in to push them off the turrets. Kongye trying to save the day, but it doesn't seem to be enough here as the last of the Nexus turret's going to fall. Driver into the back line. He may have the Undying Rage, but he's going to get charmed for days as down he will sooner or later go. Uniboy falls as well. Nobody left to defend here with Kongye going into the stasis for the final time and Lil V fountain sitting right here. That is going to be GG as PSG Talon clean up J-Team.
And PSG make their mark here. That's the first top 3 team that they have been able to take down. A lot of questions, a lot of doubts, and I think they put away a lot of those concerns for us. For me, this game, PSG, in terms of their mid-jungle game plan, I don't think Bei and Juhan actually worked out all that well. We didn't really see Ahri have a lot of good charms. The snowball didn't work out, but their macro sense was still far and above what J-Team could offer here. They really shone in all of those teamfight situations. It's apparent to me that even though this is a team that has Juhan and Bei still trying to learn Mandarin, they have better team cohesion than J-Team that all speak the same language.
And sometimes, yeah, it's not a comms thing, right? It's just being on the same page, being able to execute at that level. And I think Bei and Juhan, we did see some of the weaknesses there of this newer squad that we would like to see them grow into. But there's plenty of time, right? I mean, these are players that were coming out of KR Challenger that were scouted for more of a long-term development by the side of PSG. They obviously have other players on their roster. We talked about Pretender, formerly known as Kana, who could always go back to that team later on. We don't know in what split, if it's going to happen. But you called attention to the macro play, the sense of the game and what they could do with it even when they were at a disadvantage. And I feel like that's always been a PSG strength. And even without the likes of Maple and River on this roster, the raw power there, they still have that game sense because the rest of the team is still the same. You know, even though there's a star power that seems to be missing, I mean, the big brain's still there, right? Like, you got Kaiwing, you got Unified, and you got Hanabi, and these are very experienced players that know how to play, even with the few mistakes, we could always call attention to, looking at Hanabi in a couple of those engages.
Micro was kind of mad this game, to be
but they dragged him around the map, and
top-notch.
they also just used Unified win condition to the end, right? I mean, this is the reason Jinx is so popular right now, is that you just need a couple of kills to start popping off. It always feels a little bit better than the Aphelios side, if less consistent, and I think they honestly kind of, maybe Driver debated himself, but it kind of felt like he was always in the 5v5s as a Tryndamere, which was very weird to see.
I think that was the main issue with this game as well. We have to remember that J-Team actually, they were able to get free scaling. This is a Lee Sin versus Gwen matchup, and there was no ganks pre-6 whatsoever. So Kongyue had a very fun time just free scaling up. They started this game with a 6-0 lead, which is absolutely massive. I think the two big mistakes they made were, number one, just giving up over the third Drake, because Lil V was honestly just kind of careless. He just walked forward, gave himself over, and PSG were able to secure that third Hex Drake. And in the fourth one, J-Team completely messed up how they should have played that team fight. They went for a split. They did not commit to going forward. They did not commit to taking the Drake, even though PSG already gave them position. So that was just such a weird sequence of events to see. And congratulations for PSG for pulling this one out. They, in my opinion, had a worse scaling composition. Their early game did not work out, but they were able to claw back with critical plays and a better macro sense.
And even though they set themselves behind and committed some mistakes in not being able to get as much done early, which resulted in that gold lead and the tempo swing for J-Team, I feel like in losses you can learn a lot. In wins you can't as much. This feels like a win that PSG can still learn a lot from, which is incredibly valuable considering they have to play the other top echelon of the league coming into this week. They will be playing CFO. They will be playing against Deep Cross Gaming. And Unified, the MVP, they're certainly going to look for him to dish it out. And 38.5% of the team's damage. That's what happens when you kind of put all your eggs in the 80 carry basket because the Ahri doesn't work out. And that's okay. 90% KP. They just kind of closed ranks around him. And he's got incredible positioning, I think, at the best of times, even though he lost his life a couple of times in a row. Unified's still Unified. I think he's, if not the best, certainly up there as the bot laners in this league.
I think if they are willing to commit a little bit more to snowballing Unified, this game would actually have been over much faster. They had a much earlier start on second item Power Spike, third item Infinity Edge Power Spike as well. So the question for me is to see if Bei and Juhan can actually leave their lane a little bit sooner and get cleaner 4v2 dives. They had so much pressure on the 4v2, but they actually mismanaged it both times. If they actually secured that, I think the early game would have been much more different. And as we all know, they have probably the best macro sense still in the PCS. So there's definitely things to look forward to and very obvious areas of improvement for them.
Yeah, looking forward to PSG. They have 5 more games, but of course, right after this, we have 5 more games, starting, of course, with Meta Falcon Team and Deep Cross right after this.
CTBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 260 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future. CDBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 260 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
All too familiar with pain, all too familiar with pride. I've been on my knees 6 but gotten up 7 times. It was never even a question of is it gonna be mine. It's not a matter of chance, just a matter of time. I've been watching the clock, 10,000 hours go by. I keep putting in work, the tears are filling my eyes. I swear I've never been tested like this, but this is mine. It's not a matter of chance, just a matter of time. Never look back. If something's standing in my way, I always push back. If something seemed impossible, I never took that. Nah, cause now I know better. Can't stop, won't stop, I won't quit ever.
This world is won't take me. The highest fall won't break me. The blood and sweat is what made me. I'ma get mine, just a matter of time. The deepest waters won't take me. The highest fall won't break me. The blood and sweat is what made me. I'ma get mine, just a matter of time.
I'm taking it to the sky. I'm never taking a break, I'm only taking what's mine. You say it's taking too long, I'm taking that as a sign. It's not a matter of faith, just a matter of time. Never look back. If something's standing in my way, I always push back. When something seemed impossible, I never took that. Nah, cause now I know better. Can't stop, won't stop, I won't quit ever.
These waters won't take me. The highest fall won't break me. The blood and sweat is what made me. I'ma get mine, just a matter of time. The deepest waters won't take me. The highest fall won't break me. The blood and sweat is what made me. I'ma get mine, just a matter of time. I'ma get mine, just a matter of time.
Wake up in a different room. Mascara on the pillow. Midnight, flowers bloom. Never on the down low. When you play with fire, when you mess with something out of control, you're cheating liar and you're gonna get burned. When you fan the flames, when you spark the fuse and set it alight, you know the game, a knife to a gunfight. In a heartbeat, did I make you crazy? Did you love me or need somebody to hold? Won't see me cry no more. I'll leave my teardrops on the dance floor. My teardrops on the dance floor.
And welcome back once again to the PCS Spring Split 2022. One game down, 5 more to go as we have our very own Super Week here in the PCS. But before we get into the match, I do want to take a moment to thank our wonderful sponsors, CTBC Bank and Caliber. Thank you for making the PCS possible. Now, Clement, up next, we have a matchup of one team sitting very close to the top of the standings, Deep Cross Gaming, and then, of course, the collegiate graduates of Meta Falcon team, who have been struggling after a much more hotter start.
Yeah, this matchup for me is really a big question about, can NFT find their footing in the new patch? Right now, everyone knows that 665, their jungler, is their main carry. He's never going to get to play Diana. They're banning the Galio away from Wen as well. And the big question is, what does MFT have after that? Is Hecarim and Volibear? To be absolutely honest, we weren't so impressed by the micro play coming in from 665 on those champions. What is going to be his next and up and coming?
Yeah, that's the question, right? It does seem like, despite the fact that this team has played so many different champions in just about every single role, they haven't really found success on that many of them. You know, like a lot of champion diversity, but if you are supposed to be the hot carry, the 665 was the one that was hyped up coming into this split, and you take away his Diana, you don't see much. That could be trouble. But let's take a look at their competition right now. Deep Cross Gaming, Leaky in the top, Hana in the jungle, Nesty in mid, Kriskata, the hot 80 carry rookie sensation, joined by Woody down in the bot. Now, Kriskata's one I definitely want to talk about because he has come out of the gate swinging. This guy comes out of nowhere, and he's picked up so many accolades. Second place in the DPM and damage share on a team that, yeah, to be fair, Nesty is running enchanters a lot of the time, but still, he's doing some serious numbers, and he's definitely my rookie to watch.
This team is absolutely so crazy because they play a style I don't think I've seen anywhere else. They are a team that focuses both side lanes at the same time, which is it's not supposed to be possible in high-level League of Legends, but the way they're doing that is Nesty is always roaming. He's like on the Predator, the Veigar going into the bot lane. They have super high focus between Leaky and Hana, and it just catches teams off guard so often. You know, most teams, they think about the top lane, it's like, oh, it's a 1v2, then we can go aggressive bot lane. And they get punished for that because Nesty's also there. So it's a very interesting team dynamic. And we have seen just in the champion pool, Predator Veigar, Twisted Fate coming out, and also the Zillion pick coming out last week, coming in from Nesty.
I love watching Nesty play League of Legends. It's just so weird and so wonderful. But their opponents, of course, Meta Falcon team, Taco 665, Wen, Whale, and Epoch in the support role. And this is a squad that definitely has struggled to define itself outside of the Wombo Combo 5-stack that's been target banned away from them. I think if there is a hero that can step up that isn't 665, in my mind it's Taco. I'm thinking back to his Akali game that looked oh so impressive early on in the split. The rest of his champions, though, I want to see a little bit more. He's pulled out the Darius, he's pulled out the Mordekaiser. I was not especially impressed, and in the same way that you were talking about the Hecarim from 665, we will be comparing our top laners, though, between Leaky and Taco. A bit of a stark difference, but of course one team definitely stacking up a lot more wins. And Leaky, for his part, he's definitely taken to some of these more bullying champions, the likes of the Tryndamere or the Renekton.
Yeah, I really enjoy watching Leaky play because he's never really alone. We have seen him lose actually a lot of solo trades against other top laners, but Hana comes in and rights those wrongs, makes sure he gets this winning lane, and it's about that double side lane playstyle that they have that just catches so many people off guard. Leaky currently has the best stats in terms of a top laner. And that just kind of blows my mind. Like, out of all of the names, you would not expect kind of the rookie, the J team, sort of academy player to fill such big shoes and get this much done. So it's very interesting to see how he will fare up against Taco. Taco, I think, is very apparent that he's a very good flanker. That's what we have seen from him. Very rare to see rookies understanding how to approach a team fight. However, he can be put behind in lane. That has been sort of the big question right here. At 665, I do think he is more of a duo with his mid laner rather than with his side lanes.
Yeah, and that could be a little bit of trouble for Taco early on. I think if Meta Falcon team can come out of the early game without being put too far into a deficit, that can give them a chance to flex their muscles in the team fights. The problem is Deep Cross they do play a style that kind of throws opponents off, and I wonder if MFT have prepared for that. Into the picks and bans, we already see some of those targets. The Akali, the Diana, both being taken off the board, a couple of assassins, and each of them paired at a different player on the MFT side, who are on the red side, of course, banning the Zeri, as has become standard.
absolutely no surprises coming out here. I would like to see DCG go a little bit deeper into Wen's pool. We have seen the Galio being taken out. He's also played the Renekton and the Set, so basically a lot of bruisers that can leave lane just based on the fact that they're massive HP pools and they kind of bully out these mages, but they will go for the Tryndamere instead. This is pretty interesting because Leaky himself does play a lot of this Tryndamere. I wonder why they're taking this one away. It's much more of a taco champion than anything else. And on the meantime, MFT are banning away the Zillion. Now, I don't think I've ever seen a Zillion banned in the previous two splits. This is very strong signaling that MFT are trying to go for some sort of a dive assassination comp, or else you're just not going to be banning Zillion.
Yeah, they want to try and deny it, and maybe they're just not super comfortable playing against it, but it does still leave up a lot of opportunities here. And, of course, Deep Cross very quickly. They get their hands on the Jinx for Criscata. It's been his most played champion, of course, when he hasn't been able to get the Zeri. And in his hands, he's certainly popped off quite a bit on it. 2 out of 3 games have been wins. The only loss in the matchup against CFO, and that means Meta Falcon team are going to opt into the Hecarim for 665. Maybe he can turn our opinions around. Hecarim has been rising in popularity as really ever since the 12.3 nerfs to Gore Drinker have made some of these chem tank champions a little bit more popular. And for team fights, MFT, well, you talked about diving deep, Clement. That's one way to do it.
It's a lot riskier to run stuff like Lee Sin. After the itemization changes, they don't get as much early HP early, so if they fall behind, they fall behind pretty hard. DCG going for a super standard draft right here, and I would... Oh, Gwen's banned away. I just wanted to say that when we've seen teams actually pick Gwen plus Jinx in the first 2 rotations, like, nobody has lost with that. But yeah, just my mistake. they don't have the opportunity to go for the Gwen. This is probably the most standard draft that we have ever seen from DCG. You know, no Zillions, no Twisted Fate, just a good old Rise here. And I think for MFT, like, Orianna would be kind of the standard answer. A good lane against the Rise and a good counter against Jinx. Exactly. And it also combos with the Hecarim, but the question is, will Wen play it? That's the big
Wen has played so many champions, but we haven't actually seen Orianna be one of them. So I too am curious. And we're not going to get an answer to that just yet because the Leona gets locked in for Epic. Also, that's actually a new champion for him because he's played so much Nautilus. And when it's not been, we've been seeing things like the Braum or the Alistar a little bit strange there as the Nautilus was taken away by Woody. Bot lane's fully matched, so we maybe get some answers here in the second round of bans. Graves comes away, the Ahri's banned out, so clearly there is a thought that maybe Wen is going to try to go for assassinations. Unless there's been something in scrims, I feel like that's a misread there, Clement.
Yeah, I would have to concur with that one. It probably is that they do have some scouting information on the enemy team. I have to say, so far, I haven't been super impressed with the Ahris that we have seen in the PCS. Very few games have actually been a result of Ahri snowballing early, which is what we should be seeing out of the pick. Even in the previous PSG game, I don't really think the win had much to do with the Ahri whatsoever. So it's kind of an interesting ban. Of course, the Galio is the one that everyone just bans away. Wen is very much like a Doinby mindset. He wants to roam, and I think Nesty is pretty much the same thing. So I wouldn't be surprised to be seeing a lot of river skirmishes coming up between these two teams. Set has also been buffed massively on 12 point. Oh, thank you so much.
There we go.
Perfect situation for Orianna. I'm so glad he actually plays it.
Yes, absolutely. Okay, also, this Karma Hover, I was like a flashback to that game with Kurt over on Frank, and I was like, no, don't do it. But yeah, you know, like, it's really good to see MFT like lining up with this like deep dive team fight. They have a lot of engage. They can put the ball on the Hecarim as well. I'm curious to see how well they can execute it, especially because you talked about how, you know, Wen likes to roam, Nesty likes to match. It's kind of like that meme, like, who are you? I'm you, but better. So we'll see how this one goes for the MFT side as they see the Renekton locked in here for Leaky's top side. He has already played this champion. Now we're going to have to see what Taco's answer is. And of course, the last pickup should be in the jungle. We've seen a very, very solid Rek'Sai just last week, in fact, the Mega Make Beyond Gaming Series, but it's going to be a lot more stock standard. with the likes of a Lee Sin in the hands of Hana. Kind of a signature champion for him, as much as Lee Sin can be a signature champion for just about anybody.
Yeah, I like this situation for Lee Sin. There's 2 targets he can alley-oop into his own team with really not a lot of response coming through. Orianna and Aphelios don't have those gap closers. Strong early game as well, so it's a perfect rounding out pick. I would say DCG's composition it's so meta tier list standard. It's incredibly flexible. You can play all different sides. It's strong from start to finish with that Lee Sin and with that Renekton in the first Drake fight or first Herald fight especially. And it has good scaling too. So DCG, I don't think it really excels at anything, but it has a very, 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 very powerful and smooth kind of curve that goes into the late game. On the other side for MFT, this is, I think, a lot more of an execution-heavy composition. They really have to showcase the coordination that we've heard so much about from this team, and we have to see them coordinate into the backline. This is a team that, if they have a high level of execution, they can actually decimate this backline super easily. They can basically invalidate whatever Cryscata can do here. There's the Orianna waiting there, so he can't walk up. There's a Hecarim that could flank him. There's an explosive cast. It's actually very difficult to play as an AD carry against this composition.
Yeah, I really like what they brought up because, again, it kind of goes back to the strengths that MFT have touted themselves as having. And we have seen in a number of games, there's a reason that Galio does get banned because they pulled off the Wombo combo and really opened a lot of eyes early on in the split. They've been having a hard time of late, but, you know, we'll see if they're able to find an answer in this one. It was all early pop quizzes. Maybe now they're ready for the midterm, Clement. As Deep Cross Gaming, I think just relying on the fact that pound for pound, they're more experienced and stronger players. We'll see if that is enough in this matchup between Deep Cross and Meta Falcon team as we get to load up onto the Rift for our second game today. I do think this draft makes things a little bit more interesting than it might have been otherwise.
Yeah, whenever you see a DCG playing Standard, it kind of gives a shock to the system, you know? Like, when they play Standard, it's actually surprising. I don't think we've had many drafts where they don't have a pick that is completely unique to either Nesty or Cryscata. You know, they've played Heimerdinger, Zillion. There's so many weird stuff coming from them.
It's very like they do standard stuff just enough for it to not be unheard of, but so rarely that it is still a surprise every time. And I do feel like DCG are that team that can always keep you guessing in pick ban. And they have a lot of flexibility, right? I think this is a team that has probably more versatility than almost any other squad in the league, and just a ton of experience to boot.
100%. 665.
Ooh, burn the ghost. That feels bad, man. I mean, maybe it's not so bad when you're a Hecarim, because, like, I mean, what's he going to do pre-6, right? Run at you?
Yeah, he's not really going to make use of it, but it will make those early jungle evades from DCG just a little bit more threatening. The Renekton and the Lee Sin do have the superior side of the matchup. And we actually have seen some rises come out ahead, usually in the early levels. And as you can see, Nesty definitely gets the better side of that trade.
There we go. I mean, yeah, there's also a bit of an experience gap there as well. If you compare Nesty to Wen, who's really only played in collegiate and some of the Pro-Am Cups. But as we get underway here, keeping our eyes on where we expect things to turn, I think up top, of course, Leaky should be able to shove Taco in. When you're playing a Gragas, your goal is not to win the lane. Your goal is to be a team fighting threat. He's got that tier early on to start stacking up, and as the jungle's going to mirror up top side, Hana not going to be under any pressure. I do think Deep Cross have a lot of options to make plays early and try to set up. They could potentially look to set this bot lane behind and maybe feed Cryscata a couple of these early kills that have gotten Deep Cross off to a great start in the past.
Yeah, I feel like for their bot lane, their strategy is probably just to push in. We have to cleanse here on Cryscata, and most of their winning lanes are actually onto the top side, so I would expect this to just be sort of a, denial. Oh, whoa! Land that?
I mean, yeah, I feel like you really stretched that dredge line out a little bit, adding a couple of extra links and not, and really good trade coming in for the Deep Cross bot side. Huge CS advantage on this first wave as it crashes.
Yeah, it's pretty much just a push. They could play to, shove back and then hold the wave. But as you can see, early on, Renekton definitely has the right of way against Gragas. So I do expect a lot of pressure to be put towards his top side. Usually the Lee Sin does have a lot of trading power against the Hecarim early on as well. And we do see Nessie with that early level 1 trade being to invade here as well. So a lot of different points of pressure right here. And we do see kind of a two-man invade happening here.
Yeah, they're going to try to keep 665 down. I think this is a smart strategy, as they know that he, despite being a hyped member of the team, can be a bit of a weak point. Delay the level 6. Don't let him get the farm. He's going to have to try and come in for a smite fight. They are going to bring Whale and Epic, and here we go. I think we've got ourselves an early skirmish right now. Whale does land one shot. Dredgeline goes in onto the pony, and the focus is there. First blood given over to Hana, and now they turn for Epic as well. Flash for flash, follow through. Hana should have enough damage, and Criscata wants the kill, but it's Hana who will claim it. That should open up, well, a whole lot of opportunities here, as the jungle difference is massive.
Yeah, that's just experience difference for me. I think MFT didn't really have a chance at winning that one. No sums from 665. Orianna was coming in late against Rise, who has Rune Prison. So they were definitely at a massive deficit coming into that one. And I'm a little bit surprised that they did try to go all in for that. If I'm 665, I'm just waiting around for the smite. And he went way too close into that one. As you could see, Rise was already in position. They get the flash from Epoch. They get the CS denial into the bot lane. This is absolutely disastrous. And, you know, talking about the jungle items, we talked about how Lee Sin doesn't get that Ruby Crystal early on in his build. Well, if he's over-leveled, he doesn't even really need that Ruby Crystal. He just goes for the straight damage items, and he's completely fine.
Yeah, Hana's going to be setting himself up for a pretty good game right now. I'm sure Criscata would have liked those kills, but it's still a reset. It still counts. Rocking the double longswords right now. Meanwhile, Taco trying to play it out as safely as he can. You can just see the farm differential here. And MFT's jungle situation is definitely not looking so stellar. No difference in levels, but the items are going to make a big one, and it's going to be slowing down any potential counter moves up top that they would have liked to make to maybe give Taco a little bit more breathing space.
Yeah, currently just looking at this game situation, we definitely need the first ultimate from 665 to be massive. They need to get that bot lane. They most likely need to win like a 3v3 and get a shutdown on Hana to get themselves back into the game. Or else I feel like Hana is just going to walk into 665's jungle. Right now, if you look across the board, I feel like Nesty is stronger than Wen. And the bot lane is definitely stronger as well. So the Drake and the bottom side of the map are going to be very difficult for MFT to kind of hold on to. They need to basically wait until this round of Summoners comes up before they can make a play.
Yeah, also, MFT's bot lane is kind of being forced to extend a little farther than they would like to due to the freeze that Deep Cross have managed to set up here. It looks like it might reset soon, but just in time for Hana to make a roam down, and that is a clutch control ward. They should be spying it, but again, Woody nails a huge dredge line from halfway across the lane. Still doesn't result in a whole lot of anything because Whale and Epic were playing further back, but holy moly.
Yeah, how does he find those? That's absolutely ridiculous to me. Like, Lee Sin is sitting in plain vision, and he's still able to find a hook like that. It's really perplexing. The ability to do that. Now we might be seeing the Rise 4v2 roam. We have seen this so many times. Standard way you want to play with the roam morph, and here it comes. Even in the 4v3, this might be very successful.
I think they could do it here. Gromp smited down, Whale taking a little bit of face damage, and they don't like what they saw there, so it is going to be a turn, but this should be a pretty free dragon for the likes of Deep Cross as they just continue to bully this bot lane and bully this pony.
Yeah, that's the one weakness about Hecarim is early levels, he really isn't as strong at things like the Zinza, the Lee Sin, or the Volibear. Much more of a late game team fighter. Let's see if 665 can't find the smite.
All right, smite does go down. Meanwhile, they want to turn on this one as Wentz a little bit late to the party, but do they have the damage? And Shockwave does come in to take down Woody. 665 will fall, but meanwhile, a very messy fight scatters everybody as Epoch is trying to stay alive. Criscata flashes, ends up being a 1-for-2 trade, but Nesty will go down. Holy moly, that was a little bit more than I think Deep Cross were bargaining for in the aftermath of the Drake.
Yeah, very well done there. MFT get a really good angle onto the Drake pit. You can see that DCG members were scrambling to get out while fighting against the two flanks there, and it really put Nesty in an awkward position. He wanted to kind of close off the Drake ramp, wasn't able to do so, and Criscata found himself face-to-face against 665. So the positioning advantage there, massive from MFT. Hana, though, will put a bit of damage here.
Oh, he might be able to get the kill. No level 6, though. No Dragon's Rage, so he just follows. Leaky and Nesty on the chase. Smite for health on the red buff, and man, 665 is having a real hard time in this game. At least Wen comes to the rescue, and this Orianna definitely starts to threaten a little bit more after those two kills. Let's take a look at that fight one more time.
Yeah, I think the critical thing here is just the angle of attack right here. 665 is able to soak a lot of damage and go back and keep himself alive with the W. I think it's Spirit of Dread there. And just look at the positioning from Cascada. He is stuck in a very difficult place with Leona and Hecarim sitting right on top of him. So it was just the angle of attack from MFT that really won them that fight. And unfortunately for DCG, they weren't able to focus. Well, they get a focus now.
Ooh, boy. Yep, Hana's going to get him. Really has just been hard bullying 665 in this game. He's not been the only one, but keeping the Hecarim off of level 6 has been a very successful play so far, and Hana will be able to add insult to injury by taking away the red buff from the MFT side of the map. Gold advantage, about 1,000, should extend a little bit more as this Herald goes down. Ooh.
They might be bringing
okay,
Rise here as
Cascada
well.
and Woody. Interesting move as they try not to get cut off by Epoch going back, but it did give a couple of plates over to the MFT side, so all is not lost.
Yeah, I think they were thinking about roaming towards Herald and then realized they didn't need to. So it definitely was a bit of a waste there. Their bot lane is currently stronger than the opposition, so I was a little bit surprised about that one. My only explanation is that they were roaming towards Herald, and then they just found the pick and realized, oh wait, we actually don't need to go up there anymore. So it just heads right back. Does give MFT a bit of a reprisal here. So if they're able to catch Cascada, if he walks a little bit too far forward, you know, it could swing the matchup back into their favor.
Very possible. Whale and Epic hiding out in the brush here, and ooh, they actually managed to dodge. I think they might think this is a back right now. They're going to look to set up a 2v2 or potentially more as there's a bit of a roam, but I mean, nothing doing here because Cascada and Woody aren't going to push their luck on that.
Yeah, I think the main thing is that Woody is level 6, while Epoch still doesn't have the ultimate, so they were hoping that there would be some separation between Cascada and his support. Cascada very intelligently keeps his support there, you know, tells him not to back, you can buy these wards later, and dodges out on it.
Another one of those things that, like, you could very easily think, all right, you know, maybe a rookie is going to, like, forget that and give an opportunity, and Cascada has just been so good, not only in, like, a mechanical sense, but also in a game sense, and I think that's why he's slotted so well into this team of experienced players.
Mm-hmm. For sure. He's definitely, I think, the top two rookies to watch for me, ICU and Cascada. I've spoke about this quite a bit.
ICU is also a great player. The difference is his team is not quite so much.
Yeah, they face very different situations, but I think the baseline bar is you have to be a good laner to really turn heads, and Cascada got that covered, good in team fights. Meanwhile, Leaky also has the Hullbreaker done here, and because of this Renekton matchup, it's been so difficult for 665 to just hold on to his top lane. You see this Gragas just being constantly pushed in. They can walk into his jungle, take away his camps, do whatever they want. And I feel like we're coming into a tipping point, 2,000 gold right now. If they win the next team fight, and you also have to think about the Herald drop, it could easily balloon to about a 4,000 gold peak.
Yeah, 665 does finally have Onslaught of Shadows, and that's something the Deep Cross have to respect in a bit of a skirmish situation. But there's a push happening in 3 lanes right now, so Deep Cross have the opportunity to push very far forward, as you see Woody and Hana doing, looking for the dive onto Whale. He's by himself, and he knows this is coming. Trying to buy some time for Epic to come back here. I don't know if he knows Hana's in the area, though, and Nesty is about to come in and bring up the charge as well. Herald popped behind. Here's the trap, the Realm Warp. And this could be bloody as Cascada leads the charge of minions in. You might be able to dodge some, but you certainly can't get them all. Here comes the pony for the turn, and 665 takes out Woody. I don't think Deep Cross were expecting that one, but they still have the damage to turn. Epoch goes into stasis. Wen comes to save the day, and that actually could have gone a heck of a lot worse for MFT as they trade 1 for 1.
Yeah, really good roaming from the jungle and the mid laner coming in from MFT. They do save at least their support there. Meanwhile, on the top side, they do lose a full turret, and Taco is running out of mana, so you can't go away from here.
Yep, no, nowhere to go. Oh, what? Okay. Flash for flash, I guess. And Hana takes a dragon off the back of it. So it's still a massive advantage here in favor of Deep Cross, but I do really like how MFT were able to neutralize that dive for the most part. They lost Whale, but they did get something back for it, and they prevented the Herald from getting a whole lot of use. But meanwhile, oh no! Hana and Woody, the Bash Bros, taking down 665, and he just didn't have Turbo Chem Tank completed.
Yeah, the problem we see now is MFT have lost control of their own jungle, and Hana is laughing like a maniac. So DCG, what they can do is they can pressure you to come back and save your mid lane, and then they can shift to your bot lane without being punished whatsoever. We've seen this move again and again from DCG. And that's the strong part about being able to play offense, is that MFT have to cover two sides. They burned their teleport earlier just to save their mid, and that's a go signal on the bot side. DCG can just kind of run that play over and over again. I think what MFT need to do is they need to stop the bleeding and do a very risky play. They need an offensive onslaught of shadows in the lane to actually just win back some of these heads, get some of that bounty, especially onto Hana, and that will allow them to survive for a while longer.
Yeah, you gotta be careful though. And there is the kick, the insect back into the ruined prison they go, and oh no, flashed away the shockwave. Man, Hana and Nesty just styled on Wen.
You can't disrespect a man like that. He's still in school. He's not a dropout. What are you doing?
They're gonna send him back to high school with a play like that, man. Holy crap.
Oh, that was so nasty from Hana. You know, just rubbing it into the wound there, making sure he knows who's boss. Oh, I gotta say, I love it.
Yeah, I mean, look, it was utterly disgusting, underhanded, and incredible to watch. And I think correctly too, Deep Cross have recognized one of the biggest threats on the team, because Wen's already had at least one solid shockwave. Now Kriskata is actually caught here, and oh no, he's run out of ultimates. That is going to be, is he going to get away from this epic kidnap? The chase, no! Burns down from the ignite, just enough. Oh, he pushed a little too far forward, but let's take a look at this play again. I feel like it's disrespectful to watch, but I'm going to anyways.
Yeah, Wen did walk up a little bit too far. He was on top of the minion, so gave Hana a great angle right here. But this is where the juicy stuff actually happens. Hana dodges out. I'll be honest, I don't think he really needed to flash that. Most likely, Nesty could have still finished off the kill, but it was cool to watch.
Mm-hmm. Well, and he got Wen's flash out of it too. I mean, like, not only that, but just like, just getting out of the shockwave entirely, and then hitting him with the dab after the fact. I mean, it was the entire play, including the emotes, as Wen walks in and takes away his own blue, trying to prevent Hana from the steal. The fact that mid lane tower is still standing is a testament to the fact that Wen hasn't been playing too far behind in this one. Has been looking relatively good on the Orion. Not much you can do, though, when Hana just executes an absolutely perfect insect.
Yeah, we have seen Wen just non-stop TPing back to his mid lane to make sure that still stays alive. But I think the problem is he didn't really get any plates for it. So overall, like, I still feel like even though Nesty might be behind in CS, the effect has been felt far more from the side of the Rise, for sure here. And we do see DCG just getting another uncontested Herald right here. They did have to TP bot lane to pick up the wave, but no biggie as they start to move into a 1-3-1 position, especially with that hull breaker on Renekton.
Yeah, they can kind of leave Leon devices for a while. If he needs to get involved, teleport is always available. And without Dragon Rift, there's nothing MFT can really do here. 665 is relegated to just trying to steal some jungle farm, but, you know, throw down a Scryer's Bloom and all of a sudden he's spooked, walking away from everything. And 665 has just had such a tough time in this game, really getting anything done.
Now, we have been really doom and gloom on MFT, but we are going into the mid game, and this is where team coordination can shine. We have to talk about the Wombo combo that they have. You have that Moonlight Vigil and the Hecarim Ball delivery system. So this is like a guided missile. You can set it ramming into Nesty and Kriskata, and if they time everything well enough, they could just blow those two targets off. It doesn't even matter how far ahead they actually are, and they could snowball the game from there. So that's what we wanted to see. In their last games, I feel like last week they tried to do very similar, the same thing, but it was a 0-2 week for them, and we never saw them get the combo together. At least, even if this is a loss, I want to see MFT showcase that they can actually execute this.
There's a possibility here. I mean, yeah, they are down a significant amount of gold, but there is the opportunity to pull off the Wombo combo fight. This is the type of composition that they have found success on, the only type of composition that they've found success on in the past. And oh no, Woody sinks another deep dredge line, and before 665 can run away, he's kicked back into the team. How do they keep finding these picks?
I can't believe Woody is just getting straight up dredge lines in plain vision. He's not even hiding out of sight. He's got two of them in the bot lane. That one was just as free as can be from Woody, and he's either a mind reader or like something's happening on MFT. They just haven't been able to dodge out on these.
Yeah, I mean, it's just insane. We could make a highlight montage of just Woody this game, and that's saying something. Another dragon goes away. They should be able to take down this mid tower, too, with Criscata now at level 11 pushing on it, and you can't really threaten there with how big the Jinx is starting to look, even only on one item. Definitely threatening. Nesty taking away all of the jungle. I mean, 665 he's going to be lucky to get a camp the rest of the game.
Yeah, unfortunately, I have to agree with you. He's going to get this one.
He's got chickens, okay.
Yeah, for the most part, Whale and Wen are actually just going to be taking away his camps. It's not much that he can do at this point. At least he is going for the defensive build. We have seen Alio just go for offensive even when he's behind. So I still feel like they have a chance, but right now the problem is they need to wait for the damage build-up to really happen on Wen and Whale. I think Hecarim is the ball delivery system, but most of the explosiveness and the ammunition still has to come from the Orianna. And right now, she's not able to really deliver that one. I don't think Criscata is really afraid of taking the shockwave to the face at this point. So we still need to wait until that second item spike would be my opinion on when MFT can try to mount a comeback.
They are going to have to contend with the difference on the items coming through from Deep Cross. Death Stance now picked up for Hana, and he's having a pretty fun Lee Sin game. When you start to get off to a flying start, obviously there is a fall-off point, but it is nowhere near this point in the game, as we are still shy of the 20-minute mark, and Leaky continues the side push. Wen's going to try and stop this one. I don't even know if he's going to get there in time, to be honest.
Should be able to get stopped
There we
here.
go. Peels him off just barely. Still, the Leaky is also a big threat that you have to contend with for a while, and Criscata, look at how much map control. I mean, you shouldn't be allowed to just walk up to tower with a Jinx on an inner, but he can do it. However, there's a
Here we have
teleport
the
coming
TP.
through. Maybe there's a punish from Taco. We need a big barrel here, but he's spotted out and tries to dash. Gets that one. Knockback. Criscata flashes over his own traps and into team safety. Meanwhile, Leaky into the backline, and they're going to try to turn this one, but Leaky's so big. Taco catching up to his team into
That's
Root
a three-man.
665, but they do get a shutdown. Taking down one. Can they do two? No, Hana is just lighting them up right now. However, is it going to be enough as Nesty is trying to push it back? That is actually the turn here from Meta Falcon team. He might have gotten a few more kills, but they are able to come up with a 3 for 5.
Wen saves the day right there. Honestly, this start was a little bit tragic for MFT. The engage from Taco, although it does burn the summoners, doesn't get the instant kill onto Criscata. He can fire away, and we saw the drive-by being completely useless from 665. So the start of this didn't look that good, but I think Wen was able to get a multi-man shockwave, deal a lot of the damage right here, and that really set the stage for the comeback. If you just take a still from this point onward, it looks still pretty bad from MFT, but I think DCG actually overchased just a little right here. Criscata is very far behind the play, and we see the wombo combo at least from Wen and Whale dealing a lot of damage to this front line. You saw Hana and Leaky going for Wen. He stays alive throughout, okay, not the entirety of it, but most of it, and is able to dish out the damage on the back end. So very good play by MFD. If nothing else, that was a huge morale booster. We didn't really see the wombo combo, but we saw the fighting spirit.
Yeah, and I think that's critical right now for the MFT side. When you're already down that much gold, being able to go for the second effort and shore up what you've already got. I gotta be honest, it looked like they were gonna lose that fight for a long time.
It did.
Still have to be careful. Wen definitely staying alive, the repositioning, taking advantage of the overchase, those are all hallmarks of more experienced squads, and you can see that the trust that MFT place in each other for the fight. Here we go. That's going to be the play. Looking for the Hecarim, and they've got some stuns. Do they have the damage? It doesn't look like quite enough here, as it's going to be the scatter from Deep Cross without losing anyone. Meanwhile, Leaky just continues to push. Will Woody get away? He flashes the wall. That's the end of it. But it was free tower there. Leaky stayed on bot.
Yeah, a great try by MFT. We saw some nice mechanics from Epoch. Hang on there,
no.
but
Taco, can they turn that Onslaught of Shadows into Criscata? Oh, they should have the damage, but they took a little long to kill him. Taco will finally come up with the credit. Now Woody, he's dredge lining the wrong direction as they're going to try to cut him off. Wen is right there. So this should be 2 kills. I don't know why they were still in position after the fact. We'll have to see in a replay.
yeah, it did look like DSG were trying to get a just solid kill onto the enemy support, but then they realize, wait a minute, we're actually getting outnumbered here, and Leaky has to walk away from Whale, who's doing a lot of damage with these two guns. These are great objective killer guns here, the Severum into the Crescendum combo here. So I feel like MFT with this lead, they should be able to secure the first Drake, and that means they aren't pressured into the Dragon Soul fight.
Yeah, objective bounties coming through now, and Woody's still a couple seconds off cooldown. This has already been started by 665. The rocket's going to be a little too early, as it does ping on to 665. It's only going to give a little assistance as the objective bounty gets claimed, and the gold lead cut back down to 5,000. But Deep Cross are going to try to trade on the opposite side for the Baron. Only 3 members on right now, and I think this is going to prompt a response from Meta Falcon team. Game senses are tingling.
This is a little bit slow coming in from them. There's still 5,000 HP. MFT are in position here. There is no ultimate.
Woody tries to stiff arm. That's going to be 665 taken low, but just barely taken out as Leaky was on it. But will he pay for it with his life? It looks like he's going to. Baron rather does get smited down, and ST is going to be out of there. But unfortunately, Woody's not so lucky. Double kill coming in for Whale as they look to try and cut off any further means of escape. So Baron goes down, but 3 members of Deep Cross are going to be the only ones that have it.
Yeah, unfortunately for MFT, I felt like that was a golden opportunity for them to pull a little bit more out of that one. But 665, obviously, without the ultimate, does go down first, and I don't see this attempt really working out here as Hana tries to find the angle.
Okay, gonna try to get the kick back. He does manage to grab Wen, but Wen's still walking away. He's got a little bit more, but Hana is gonna be able to finish the fight. However, oh, MFT, they're running out of steam. Down goes Whale, and Kriskata off to a rolling win in this team fight as the teleport comes in to try and cut things off. Man, when the action begins, it just does not stop in this game as the deep TP from Leaky is going to look to cut off Epic, and I don't think he realized what was happening right there. Dashes, slices, dices, looks like they're going to be passing like ships in the night. What was that?
Epoch is a genius. That was such a good fake out. There was even a red trinket used, but Epoch still manages to get out. I have to say, that's actually the best play of the game right here.
Yeah, that, you know, sometimes the highlight reels are just like insane kills. Sometimes they're just baits.
Yeah. That's actually really smart there because there is a little bit of a delay when you use the Scryer. It doesn't refresh in real time. So Leaky actually, Epoch actually used that to his advantage and then faked out the enemy, right? Going one way and then sneaking past the other one. Really well done, but we have to come back to this fight. I feel like the main problem here is Taco really needed to be the one to go in first. They let 665 face tank, and unfortunately for them, they actually missed out on the Moonlight Vigil from Whale here as well. So I feel like this was a fight where MFT could have gotten a little bit more out of. They still get the 2 kills. That's great. And then the back end was a bit tragic. They really didn't need to push for that, in my opinion. And they gave over both Wen and Whale's lives in the ensuing play.
I love how bloody this game has been. It's 15 kills apiece, and considering it's such a hefty lead for Deep Cross, it's just because teams have been making some questionable calls. I mean, Woody didn't need to give his life there either, right? He goes for the hook when the rest of his team is gone, and it's like, oh, okay. But yeah, it's great to see 2 teams that are wholly unafraid to go at it, to just scrap with one another. And these fights have been a little messy, but they have surely been fun.
Yeah, and I think the key thing here is that MFT has actually been able to claw back a lot of gold because of the Season 12 mechanics. Now, Leaky could find himself in a 1v3.
Oh, 1v4, maybe 1v5 at this point. I mean, this is going to be a heavy investment to try and take down the Split Butcher. Look at what Deep Cross are doing on the opposite side. They're going to trade for a tower. Leaky actually turned this around? Are you kidding me? Oh no, MFT got tunnel vision on bot lane.
Yeah, I don't think Taco actually wanted to go for that one. They had 3 members, but none of them were damage dealers. So DCG is just, okay, we'll walk into the base. This is perfectly fine. And Leaky has a great connection. Yeah, there's no defensive members. If they needed to do that chase down when, or Whale needed to be there, they couldn't just chase down with the support and jungle right there. So I think Leaky made the absolute correct call. He has the whole breaker running, extra resistances. He said, okay, I'll take this fight 3v1. Like, it's going to take forever for you guys to kill me anyway.
I do not understand. Anyways, back to the rest of things. It's 27.5 minutes. It is still soul point critically as another dragon will come up, but this is going to be the Cloud Soul for Deep Cross. And considering they've been moving quite a lot around the map. That's actually not a terrible dragon. I think they would maybe prefer a little bit more team fighting power, but all the same, you can take what you can get. As item buys do come through for both the Ryze and the Lee Sin here, as we saw them flash on the screen not too long ago.
If you look
Gargoyle
at
Stoneblade for the Ryze. Oof.
The only damage dealer is Cryscata.
And he has no kills, for the record.
Yeah, it's a really weird situation where I feel like MFD, if they get the correct target, and you have to remember there's no flash on Cryscata right now, if they kill the Jinx, they actually snowball the fight. Like, even if they give up, I would say even if they give up Paco, they just get Cryscata early, they will win the fight. So, DCG have to be so incredibly careful here. Cryscata has to be as far away as from the front line as possible, or the pony delivery system could just outright win it.
Yeah. Oh no, but the pony gets delivered into the hands of Deep Cross as they do clip half of his health bar, and Leaky opens up. The smite fight not going to happen anytime soon. Leaky to the backline dishing so much damage now. Oh, the onslaught completely whiffs, and it is absolute chaos, but Deep Cross are running the table. 665 is going to go down, and they try to turn it with a little extra damage. You can see that it is just a bunch of Bash Bros turning left and right as MFT managed to outlive and outlast, but now it's another second wind as Nesty takes down Epic. They look for Taco. Not enough. A turnaround again. Whale and Wen dishing the damage. Cryscata, the last man standing. He gets one. He's looking for two. He does get it, but Wen will be the only one to live.
MFT come back in this one. I can't believe what I've just witnessed right here. DCG coming in. They were a 6,000 gold advantage, but honestly, DCG just don't have enough damage there. They couldn't finish off the backline, and Cryscata has to play so far away from the enemy team because at the start of it, he didn't really have his flash there. He got his flash in the middle of that fight. So it was a very awkward start to that one, and DCG are able to capitalize. This is just absolutely amazing that MFT are able to out-team fight in this much of a deficit.
I mean, they're just outliving it because they have more damage dealers, right? You have the Avelios, you have the Orianna, and if you can keep them alive, they're the last one standing. I mean, it felt like like a very strange battle back and forth where the tanks were just absorbing everything until they couldn't anymore, and then all of a sudden it was only damage dealers and the fight was going to accelerate. But you know, Cryscata got damn near to getting a 1v3 on his own at the very end, but Wen outlived and outlasted, and I think MFT's chances are going to rest on Wen.
They certainly are. You know, Wen has been doing a stellar job this game, is able to just repel the bruisers, and if they keep the bruisers away from Whale, they actually can just take a front-to-back fight. Like, their champions are more suited in the 5v5 situation for that.
And Whale is really fed, too. That's the other thing. We've been talking so much about Cryscata's Jinx. Like, Whale's on 4 items.
Yeah. That's absolutely massive, and you also see, I think this is a great purchase from Epoch. He does have the damage reduction item coming in as well, so Cryscata's not even going to be dealing all that much. They will start this Baron, and it looks like MFT... yeah, they're too slow.
I mean, Taco can teleport in, he's going to opt for it, but meanwhile, here's the fight. If they actually take Hana out of this, this could be a game changer right now, but the teleport is matched on both sides. And the kick is on. They find 665. They just need to deny him, and they will be able to do it. Leaky, he just needs to slice and dice his way to freedom, but he does get stunned for days. And MFT are looking for a nice pair of crocodile boots, but it's not happening today. The last second Realm Warp, and it is a smash and grab for Deep Cross.
Absolutely beautiful comeback for DCG here. The next target on the map will be that Dragon Soul coming in, and I feel like DCG have to be a lot more careful about this one. They need to use that Baron to kind of link into an uncontested Dragon at this point. If you look at the itemization, if you look at the front to back, MFT are more than happy to just take this fight in a straight up manner here. It's just so difficult to actually out-damage at this point. They only have the Jinx there. All the rest of the members are just there for support. I feel like, you know, in a 5v5, Hullbreaker doesn't do you any favors, and this build from Hana also is, you know, it's not exactly suited for a 5v5 position, so MFT do have a lot of cards to play into this one. Hana actually got a little bit out-traded by 665 as he does sidestep into a bad angle, but the key thing here is still the escapes. So many great escapes that we have seen in this game. Absolutely beautiful stuff. You know, Epoch got one, now Leaky has another.
And Deep Cross are going to try to make the most of this Baron right now by pushing on 2 lanes rather than 3 lanes at once, excuse me. Taco's not going to be able to hold Leaky back from this, but MFT have to find an answer. They have to find a fight, but they're going to have to fight into an open Baron. And this is tough. They're not giving him an opening for the Wombo combo. They will it for Criscata, and he can't cleanse out of that one, but there's no follow-up damage. Woody intercepting and Hana as well. And now there's the cross turn back into this mid lane, and massive rocket boost, and Criscata is just opening up here. Epic might go in, but no follow-up damage, and the dominoes will fall. MFT tried for a desperation fight, but an ace comes in cleanly, and that will be the base as Deep Cross crack the tough nut of Meta Falcon team.
That was absolutely the correct macro play to do. The worst thing you can do in a 1-3-1 is sit back and allow them to take your entire base. However, the execution simply wasn't there. When we saw the Wombo combo revving up, 665 went too far forward. The ball actually dropped on the ground, so they couldn't actually finish off the Jinx in the first rotation. That was a golden opportunity. Criscata is not running with GA. He doesn't have a flash, but 665, I think, overplayed his hand into that chase. It was definitely enough just for them to pull all of the DCG members together. If you can pull all of them into a 5v5, that is good enough. They're not hitting your base. I think it went too far forward, thinking that they had to just do the play, do the Wombo combo right then and there, but it ultimately did cost his team the entire fight. The Orianna Shockwave was, I'll be honest, completely useless. It only hit onto Enso and Leaky there, so it didn't deal enough. And then Hana is able to wreck the bot lane completely uninterrupted.
Yeah, there just wasn't much that could get done from the get-go because of, honestly, just much better positioning from the side of Deep Cross. And at the same time, I think feeling that need to make a play, I think that game was a little bit more even than the gold, and even the Baron might have indicated. And losing the fight obviously meant you lose the game, but they still had to pull the trigger. Unfortunately, it was Deep Cross that were just a little bit better on the draw. I don't know if Deep Cross expected to have that one contested as heavily as it was by Meta Falcon team, and that's why I feel like you can't count this squad out. Even though they are not really finding a ton of wins in the split in the last couple of weeks here, Clement, they've been showing strengths on a number of these like combination combos that even when they get picked apart, they're still giving hell to their opposition. So Deep Cross improved to 8-1, but it was a hard-earned victory.
Oof, yeah, I think for Meta Falcon team, they have issues in laning, they have issues in terms of champion pool, but teamfight is not one of them. Wen has really been showing up huge in a lot of these scenarios where he really waits out for opportune times to use his ultimate, dish out a lot of damage. And this is the fight where MFT were able to come back despite being in a 6,000 gold deficit. Absolutely massive right here. They also had honestly a lousy start to the fight as 665 has to go out, but Whale is able to keep alive for so damn long. They tied back, they used the stopwatch in the correct moment. He is able to somehow get across the ramp, and then we have Wen waiting very long to get the best possible value out of the Shockwave. And this is just, I think, a glimpse of what MFT could be. Right now, they're still very rough around the edges, especially the early game. But when you see scenes like this, when you see them taking on a ton of veterans, like Nesty, how long has been around the scene? He's been around for at least 6 years. Hana, kind of the same thing. They've been around forever. And they're not winning these team fights 5v5s against a team when they have a 6,000 gold lead. That is so impressive to watch.
Yeah, I think Meta Falcon team definitely are packing a lot of punch, but we really need to see them refine the strategy. Wen and Whale certainly did exactly what they needed to. The positioning was beautiful, but unfortunately for them, Criscatos was just a little bit better in that case, and even though he was the sole damage dealer on the squad, which you could argue is definitely a bit of a draft deficit, everything DCG needed to do, they were able to accomplish in that, and really just claiming objective after objective. They may have lost out on that dragon after that fight, but they were able to pick up just about everything else afterwards. And yeah, I think that for this Deep Cross squad, we saw a little bit of why like Leaky stats as a top laner are considered so good, because he made that Renekton honestly very worthwhile the entire game long, was able to bully out Taco, forcing him, of course, into a more tanky pick, which I also think was a good strategy in the draft, because we've seen what Taco can do on these flanking champions, like the Akali, for instance, when he can dish out damage. He was trying on the Gragas, but not quite as effective, and even when he got a couple of good bops off, it wasn't really enough to delete anybody or really put them into harm's way. And also just setting 665 behind so hard I don't even think it was really his fault that his Hecarim wasn't quite that impressive. He just kind of was walking with a limp the entire game.
That's true. He was scouted from level 1 to start with. I really want to see if 665, and I've said this in the previous week as well, currently it's very difficult to see MFT like upping their laning strength overall and just like in the middle of the split. I think this is unfortunately where they will have to settle at. And the issue I have for that is I want to see 665 actually go for some more early game aggressive champions, more ganking oriented junglers, because if you can find a gank, you can wipe away a lot of those laning deficits and give MFT an actual avenue into these team fights. We saw what MFT can do against DCG, and just imagine if they're going into those fights without a 6,000 gold deficit. I think that's when the interesting part really starts. So maybe, you know, you can leave the Hecarims, leave the Dianas.
I got 2 words for you, Clement. Rek'Sai. Let's see
go.
it. Let's see it happen. But yeah, here is how the gold graph went, and yeah, poor 665, really having some of the lowest damage in the game, almost getting eclipsed by Woody. Ooh, that's got to feel bad. But for the likes of Deep Cross Gaming, I think this game might have shown them one of the pitfalls of putting all your eggs into a single champion. The Cruscata basket's a good one, but it may have been a little bit rough. And Hana, yeah, he really carried the game from the early stages. He became a late game Lee Sin. Some of the most spectacular insects I've seen in some time. Definitely credit to him for setting up the picks and enabling his team to make the plays. Very solid, and there's a reason we looked at this guy as one of the stronger junglers in the league.
Well, Hana Lee Sin is always a treat to watch. He's been so good on it for quite a while now. Last split, we were kind of doubting if he could even play Lee Sin to this caliber. I think there's no questions right now. This is settled. Lee Sin is going to be one of Hana's best champion going forward. And you can see how consistent he was on the engages with it. Usually the hallmark of a good Lee Sin is if he can get those insects over and over again. And I think there's no question in this team, in this game, that he was able to find his mark we saw Wen onto the team fights multiple times. He was having a bit of fun on the build, let's be honest. Like, if you start off with 5 kills, I think Death Stance is definitely okay. You're so far ahead of
might as well.
It makes sense. But I want to see if DCG can play a tighter game against some of these, from 5th to 8th place teams. So far, their games against this caliber of teams have actually been a little bit rocky. We haven't actually seen like straight out 5v5 power go so smoothly for this team, and that might be a challenge for them going into playoffs.
Definitely a few nuts and bolts to tighten up, but they still are having a fantastic record. Now we are going to go on cooldown when we return. PSG Talon return to the Rift to take on Sem9. Don't go anywhere.
CDBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 260 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
Your family.
Flowers bloom, never on the down low. When you play with fire, when you mess with something out of control, you're a cheating liar and you're gonna get burned. When you fan the flames, when you spark the fuse and set it alight, you know the game, a knife to a gunfight, and a heartbeat. Did I make you crazy? Did you love me or need somebody to hold? Won't see me cry no more. my teardrops on the dance floor. My teardrops on the dance floor. My teardrops on the dance floor. Your kiss is dangerous. I'm walking on a wire. You're just the same as me, dancing in the fire. When you play with fire, when you mess with something out of control, you're a cheating liar, and you're gonna get burned. When you fan the flames, when you spark the fuse and set it alight, you know the game, a knife to a gunfight, and a heartbeat. Did I make you crazy? Did you love me or need somebody to hold? Won't see me cry no more. I'll leave my teardrops on the dance floor. In a heartbeat, did I make you crazy? Did you love me or need somebody to hold? Won't see me cry no more. I'll leave my teardrops on the dance floor. 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 My teardrops on the dance floor.
the darkness turns to light. No way you feel alive. You're floating in the air. There's lightness everywhere. Watch the stars turn, signals from another place. See the colors burst, lifting off to outer space. On a new path, waking up, it's not too late. There's no time to waste. We will elevate. Blowing up the blue skies, journey to
All right, welcome everybody back once again to the PCS Spring Split 2022. We are 2 games down. We got 4 more to go. And for this one, PSG are retaking the stage as they fight off against the winless Sem9. Before we get into that pre-match, let's go ahead and thank our wonderful sponsors, Caliber and CTBC Bank. Thank you for making the PCS possible. Now, Clement, PSG, they showed up big time earlier tonight with their victory over J-Team with a macro outclassing in what should have been quite the deficit for them. And now, Sem9 are going to be looking like the David to that Goliath as they are still looking to pick up their first win. Couldn't find it in the first round robin.
If I'm Sen9, I'm just thinking to myself, it's a new half, it's a new start, and I'm always looking for the bright side. For me, it was that they had a very close game against Frank Esports last week. They finished within only 2,000 gold of a deficit. Didn't have that bad of an early game, so I think for me, it's just trying to go back to some of those same strong champions that they have showcased. Even against Hanabi, we saw Shiro Mine go with a Tryndamere that got the 5 kills, was very impactful in those teamfight situations. So maybe he can try to go back to that one. And then, interestingly enough, the rest of the team, we did see Lazar kind of move away from all of those assassins. He is going back to the Orianna and try to play more of a teamfight style, which I think is a good track for them. You know, it's always a nice thing when you see a team that can play with those super aggro strategies, but still find success with a more standard sweep.
I think going back to the basics is always important if you are not able to find success on what you're trying. Arashi, of course, back in the lineup today. This will be his 5th start with the team. Seems like he's splitting time so far with Caspiel, and I'm kind of hard-pressed to say which of the two of them has had a little bit more success, because obviously when you're winless, the numbers don't look good. I think Arashi, a little bit more recent experience coming to bear as he was part of the old Berjaya Dragon squad. Maybe he can help lead the team to victory today. That's going to be a tough ask, though.
Yeah, the thing about this team is that their 2 best players are probably both in their jungle position. I've actually been pretty impressed with Caspiel as well in terms of his engaging and his use of the Jarvan Cataclysm. Were quite nice in some of the team fights, but as you said, still didn't result in a win. Now it's PSG's turn. The last time they faced up, it was a bit of a stomp, to say the very least. I think it was a 21-minute game coming in from PSG. Juhan and Bei absolutely styling, and no real contest from the bot side as well. Now it's been a long half split. We'll see if PSG are still as dominant as before, or if they're going to try something. I think this is one of those games where if you're the coaching staff from PSG, and in this case, that will be Corgi, the world champion coach, then I think you give your players a bit of a leeway, let them play whatever they want to play, and try to go with some outlandish strategies.
Maybe it's maybe it's a little bit of experimentation. Let's dare to compare our mid laners here, because we did talk about Lazar going back to some of those more standard mages, and you do see as he's picked up, of course, the Syndra in addition to the Orianna. He has dealt a little bit more of the team's damage, but I think that speaks more about the team than it does about Lazar.
Yeah, I feel like for Lazar, He's really improved in terms of his gold differential. After the first week of playing, his stats were terrible, but honestly, in the second week, he's actually massively improved. I think Orianna has been a great pick for him overall, has stabilized himself the laning phase. I think with the assassin picks, it is really hit or miss. You lose, you don't have wave control, and then things don't look so good for you. But Orianna is kind of a happy medium where they can still play a very aggressive style with that Jarvan combo, which is what they've been trying to do with Caspiel. And I think it really has been a godsend, at least in stabilizing the mid game for them. On the other hand, Bay, he is a very safe player. I think mechanically, we haven't seen exactly the highlights from him just yet, but in terms of a macro sense, he definitely has his own style where he doesn't leave the lane until it's pushed completely in. He's a very, I think LCK way of handling things. Where
he's very thorough.
He's very thorough, and I would say pretty risk averse at the same time as well.
And I think that might be like, it feels so weird because we saw such an explosive, player in Maple, of course, very experienced assassin player last season with PSG. But at the same time, you have a lot of pop-up potential in the likes of like a Unified. I think Juhan has been showing he has some of that as well. And I think if your goal is to get to that stage of the game where your carries can pop off, you don't need one necessarily also in the mid lane. We'll see if he changes things up this time, though, in picks and bans. We do see the Zilean ban, of course, coming out in addition to the Zeri. And interestingly enough, as an Aphelios ban on the Sem9 side, I wonder if they want to try and force Unified into something that's not one of the three he's gotten his hands on already if they first pick the Jinx for Klayax.
Yeah, the picks from Sem9 are pretty interesting because sometimes they do actually favor the Jhin over your usual standard picks here. They do try to change it up and keep themselves alive.
Do it. Do we get our first Renata Glass with the PCS?
I don't
not at the expense of the Jinx, but maybe it's coming. I want to see it.
I would say Renata could make an appearance right here. PSG are going for, I would say, some sort of a triple dive all-in strategy here with the ban of the Zilean. Like, if you take out Zilean, that's a very clear signal that you're trying to play dive. So the Renata doesn't actually, I wouldn't be too surprised with the Renata in that situation. It's very easy to hit your ultimate when everyone is charging it.
Well, and look at this right now. You've got the Gwen and the Hecarim immediately locked in. Arashi will get to go ahead and take the Diana. So some power picks, at least for them, that they haven't been able to grab so far. I'm curious what Shiramine does to actually match this, though, because Renekton's a possibility in the early game. Hanabi, though, on Gwen is pretty terrifying.
It definitely is, and we have PSG with a incredible backline. The question is, how is Sem9 going to answer that? And it seems like they're trying to fight fire with fire. They have their own dive composition. So when you have these sort of two-team comps that are just running at each other most of the time, what usually happens is the one that gets the first strike in usually wins. They find the target, they absolutely obliterate one target, and they can move on to the rest. So I see this as being a very fast game. If one side gets a snowball, it will last until the end of the game.
Okay, so Bay's going to get some Ahri practice this time around. We saw him on it once already today. Let's see if it's going to step up a little bit more against Lazar into ban phase 2. Question is, do they try to focus and ban out more of these assassin champions, knowing that Lazar's gone for the more defensive plays, or maybe they ban the Orianna? Is it worth it? That's the question, right?
For sure. I think this Renekton has a high chance of actually going mid lane. This is typically what we have seen in the kind of Renekton and Diana duo. You want that sort of AP and AD mix, and there aren't really that many AD champions to go for in the mid lane. So high chance that Shiramine might still be getting one of those champions. We have seen his Tryndamere do very well into the Gwen matchup, so that's definitely a possibility, but PSG know about that as well as they ban it away.
Last ban for Sem9. They've already gotten rid of Zaya, so really trying to force Unified to dig deep into his champion pool. Definitely identifying a superior threat down there, as Unified is, I honestly still think, like, the best AD carry in the league, but they leave the Jhin up and available, and he's perfectly capable on that champion. So while they have a lot of deep dive, they're also going to have Unified on a champion that can open up a big curtain call. Gnar comes in, so we will get to see that Renekton in the mid. Shiramine going to try and go for that. And will we get Renata? This was hovered a little earlier on. Support pool's been hit. It seems like the time is right.
Please, I would love to talk about Renata. This is such an interesting champion.
No, Philly, no, you coward! You coward! How dare you?
You still get a chance from Kaiwi.
Kaiwi's having a giggle. Yeah.
Kaiwi wants to take up that challenge, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, it's possible. Renata Jin lane would be, oh boy. Yeah, I mean, we'll see. We'll see, I guess. Is he really? Like, I know this feels troll, but it could happen. Like, that could set up a nice pick. And ooh,
Morel isn't a real champion. That's not going to happen.
Yeah, no. I mean, Leona's up. All right. Safe and standard. Okay, well, one day Glass Industries will be open for business.
It doesn't look like today, though, as we are going to settle in. I feel like PSG has a very clear identity on what they're trying to do. They're going to keep the backline as far away as possible. If you're talking about wombo combos, PSG's combo has a lot higher chance of success right here. Gwen and Hecarim, they just run at you. In the meantime, it's harder for Diana and this Renekton to actually find the backline targets in Jhin. So just in the composition and the combos, I feel like PSG do have the upper hand here. If you think about the interaction, it's much easier for PSG to just catch. And as we've said, if you're playing wombo combo, it's about the first strike that really matters.
Absolutely. And I think PSG are a team that have shown they have just such an incredible sense about when they need to make a play and where on the map. And it's netted them wins against, at least so far, some stronger opponents. And early on in the split, we saw the Beyond Gaming match. We were wondering, okay, is this PSG going to start falling a little bit further down and not be at that typical dominant form? Well, they are a different sort of team these days than they were last year. But so far, they have shown up, and coming off a win against J-Team, a very, very strong performance from them. They should be feeling very confident against Sem9. And for the Malaysian representatives, this is going to be yet another tough ask to try and deliver a victory. But if they get it, oh boy, that would be the upset of the week.
The question is, where were you when Sem9 took down PSG and later went to Worlds? It could all start today. You never know.
It could.
Some hope.
But it does feel like that might be in another timeline. We'll have to find out. It's always a possibility. We got to get onto the Rift and see it. There are tools in the kit. Perhaps the trust in Clayx or Lazar to get the job done on some damage dealers. Perhaps Shiramine can outplay Hanabi. If they can find an edge and find their first victory, that would send a message to the rest of the league that Sem9 are a lot stronger than they may have appeared on paper. We'll find out as we get onto Summoner's Rift here.
So
Shenanigans is a fan out.
Yeah, they're just pretty standard. I do expect PSG to have the advantage in their mid and top lane earlier on. Renekton doesn't actually have kill threat on the Ahri. You have to pretty much flash onto her in order to get the kill down, and I don't see that as being a high possibility with Hecarim around. So Sem9 are going to get pressured a bit earlier on, and I do want to point out the masteries that we have from Shiramine here. We have seen Rest actually go for Hail of Blades in the past to kind of win out this trade. But he's going for a much more standard option here in the Fleet Footwork. It's possible for this Gnar to bully out the Gwen, but overall it has been very difficult for Gnar to work out in team fights, especially against teams that sort of open the team fight so quickly with the Ahri Charm and the Onslaught of Shadow. So we'll see how that goes. The best situation for Sem9 is definitely for Shiramine to actually just completely win over the lane. That would be the best opportunity, but I'm a little bit doubtful that they can make it happen given the fact that they are running a Diana and she's starting on the top side.
Oh, look at Hanabi. Level 1 Shenanigans coming in, no fear, with a little bit of snipping onto Shiramine. It's not going to dissuade the push here as they tried to interrupt and force the smite out. But Marashi not going to be slowed down too far off as he gets the smite off on the health. Nice attempt, though. It certainly didn't hurt as he can get right to lane and match the pressure that the Gnar is dishing. And already off to a good start. Hanabi on this Gwen. We always think of him as a weak side laner, just because that typically was how PSG played him for so long in the past. But give the man a carry and he can work wonders.
Especially a Gwen carry. That has been the standout pick for him. And Hanabi has been playing this absolutely beautifully. That's one of the reasons you see a lot of these melee champions actually leaving lane early to harass, because if you force the enemy back into lane in an awkward position, and you just get easy melee trades onto them early levels. You can force the HP downs super low, and that really opens up some ganking or kill potential for them. It makes the lane a lot more difficult to play. Meanwhile, on the bottom side, we do have a bit of a push in from the Jinx. We've seen this multiple times from this lane, but it really is about the ganks, I would say, about this lane. If you look at the level 6, it is so dangerous from Sem9 and actually very safe from PSG. That's the thing about Jhin, is that it's so easy to snowball without putting yourself in a lot of danger.
A very long range. Ooh, they're going to get the ward down, spying Juhan on the blue, so they know that's happening. Yeah, talk about defensive summoners, man. Unified, of course, on that exhaust to try and prevent the dive-in from the likes of Arashi. I mean, he's a confident man, and he can certainly afford to make this play. Obviously, that could be a little trouble for him if it turns into more of a 2v2 situation here. But Claix and Philia, I think they might have a little bit of a challenge trying to close that gap, because that's just something Unified's so good at, is positioning himself.
Yeah, I don't think PSG are going to get caught out onto this bot side, but so far so good for Sem9. Getting the early scuttle there, and also just dipping into the jungle to make sure this Hecarim isn't going to get much done early. So I think they're holding their own. The only kind of blemish there is onto the top side. A little bit of light trading going on across the lanes. Nothing too significant. I do want to mention this mid lane trade, and this is the reason why it's actually Ahri is one of the few mages that has a good time against a lot of these bruisers, is she has an instant hard stun crowd control that is very difficult to avoid if you're someone like a Renekton. That's not really true for, Victors or Oriannas, but it definitely is the case for Ahri, and that makes her actually quite formidable. I love playing Renekton myself in the mid lane, but the Ahri matchup can be kind of tough. The only thing you can really do is just try to push in, and PSG are going to use that to full advantage.
Arashi waves the white flag as the Gromps contested. Lazar and Shiramine looking to actually close this, but the game senses are tingling, and Juhan and Bei are going to move their way to safety. You talked about how Bei, as a player, definitely a little bit more risk-averse. I do think he is more likely to back out, give himself the escape hatch, and Juhan as well if he can manage it. And as a result, that's one of the reasons I think his scoreline, his KDA, has actually looked pretty darn good over the course of the last couple of weeks. Admittedly, he has been playing against some of the weaker teams in the league, but he's been able to stay alive a lot more often than your average mid laner, and that certainly counts for something.
Yeah, for sure. If you have a 21 KDA, you're definitely doing something right. Let's just say that for get the obvious out of the way. But I really want to see, especially against a team like Sem9, him try to push his mechanics. Like, not go into a situation where he has a macro lead and just try to outplay. That's when you really start to see the players start to shine out. And this is what I miss about kind of watching games in the LPL, is everyone is willing to throw down. If you give it just an inch, they're like, okay, I'm blowing my flash, I'm going in for the kill, let's rumble.
It's a fun league to watch, and the best part is it's always been that way, right? It doesn't matter what season, what meta, what year, teams will always take the coin flip, or at least enough of them will.
Yeah, that's what you need to have for, I think, even just for a good talent pool, to be honest. You need to have, young players able to showcase themselves. Don't think Shiramine really wants to take this one, actually.
No, he doesn't. When Meganar's going the other direction, that's a feels bad, man. Hanabi does take a little bit of punishment off the back, but that needlework is going to force Shiro out of lane, and, well, this is Hanabi's lane. Shiro's just living in it.
Yeah, I was very surprised that the Gnar actually walked up into a level 6 Gwen like that. He does get the summoner, but this laning situation is very awkward, as he does have the wave shoving out there, and is at a large CS deficit.
Yeah, it feels a little bad. So far, CS leads do continue across the map, with the exception of down bottom, where Claix is keeping even with Unified, and board coverage, definitely want to keep an eye on how that's all going, as Sem9 trying to keep it clear. This does open up an opportunity for the Mountain Dragon to be started by Juhan, and it does feel like for PSG, they are taking, once again, the slow and steady approach. No need to try and open up, make the big plays. I would like to see a little bit more styling plays, but, outside of top lane and not be having a little bit of fun, I don't know if we're going to get it early on in this game.
You and me think so. I think it's just the fact that we've casted LPL in the past, and that has stained our thinking forever in terms of League of Legends. If there's no blood happening at 7 minutes, what are you guys
That's my first pro
doing?
league, man. Yeah, it never goes away. That was back in 2014 when I was doing the LPL, Clement. So it definitely never fades.
I started 4 years after you, followed your footsteps in 2018. So
there we go.
I definitely know where you're coming from in this one. It seems that the game is getting to the point where I feel like PSG should be fairly comfortable in trying to go for a Herald play. Their top lane is relatively far ahead, and they do have the double boots there as well, which does signal a chance for sort of just out-roaming, getting into positioning first, and try to find a snipe with that charm. And that's kind of the big question. Can Bay actually find those charms? I don't think we really saw a charm until much later into the game, earlier today. So this is Bay's chance to kind of redeem himself.
Yeah, on that side, I think seeing the step up with some of those mechanical hits is really going to be really useful. Kyming sniffs around with the Zenith Blade. On the opposite side, for Sem9, I mean, it does feel like the impetus is on them to try and open up, to try and act. Because what have we really seen from this team in 9 games? I mean, admittedly, they got off to a rough start, having to play a lot of games due to the COVID situation in week number 1, but like, what is this team's identity? What are they trying to do? I feel like I haven't been able to find an answer to that. And I want more. I want more from this squad.
We all definitely do want more. And, to be perfectly honest, I think Sem9's issues is just like laning strength overall hasn't been up to par with their opponents. However, we do have an opportunity for Sem9 to find something on the map. I wouldn't say this is a bad trade at all. There are up about 320 gold just because of those plates against the Herald. And they have denied quite a bit from Unify. Look at this. ClayX is 2 levels up on the Jhin.
Yeah, that's actually pretty nice to start on the trade. The question is, can they make that worth it when the Herald does get dropped? If they can actually sniff that out and stop it, that definitely cuts the bleeding. And obviously there isn't a massive gold swing right now because they have been able to cut it out here. Still no first blood at 9 minutes, and credit to Shiro Mine. He has been able to at least stay alive through some of these attempts on his life by Hanabi, even being a level down, still hanging in. But you're right, that does seem to be one of the core issues with the Sem9 squad, is just compared to the rest of the PCS, their laning strengths just haven't really been there, and they need to find an edge. Lazar does go in, dodges a charm. Bay is having a hard time hitting those through the slices and dices. Here's Juhan, though, waiting in the wings.
No, really nicely played from Lazar. You do see the early Merc treads, as you do in this sort of a matchup. And here comes the sort of big question here, as we do have a bit of a lead on ClayX's part in this bottom side. Are they going to try and contest this? PSG, I think, with a very smart move these days, is just playing towards the mid lane when you have the Herald. There's no TP that's going to be coming from the top side, no flank potential, and that just means it's going to be very difficult for Lazar as a melee champion to wave clear this.
Very difficult when there's 4 people on the lane. Juhan comes and cuts him off in traffic. Going to open up for at least 1, potentially 2 plates. Oh, even more with Shelly coming in. The rocket whiffs wide. And that's going to be just enough for a charge. Oh, it was a second away from clearing it as Arashi gets the smite down. But they will answer with the final plate in the bottom lane. ClayX might even be able to finish this tower. If he holds his nerve, he sees Unified coming and backs off. That is not actually a terrible trade for Sem9.
Yeah, this is very interesting from PSG. I in my opinion, they're actually overcommitting to a lot of these mid lane trades. Because if you think about the map, they don't get another chance to get the mid lane tower unless they find a kill somewhere. So in terms of that trade, they essentially what they did was they traded 4 plates for the Herald charge. So in terms of like the overall Herald play, Sem9 actually got the better end of it. The extra gold that you see on PSG isn't coming from the Herald, it's actually coming from the CS. So yeah, it's very interesting. Of course, if they find a kill and they're able to get the first brick gold, then it wipes away that opportunity. But I do think they have to be careful about force-feeding ClayX way too much and giving him a good setup into the Drake fight.
Yeah, it's always a bit of a wild card, X Factor, to give a Jinx that much of a edge early on. Lazar coming in to clear out the wave here does give Bay the opportunity to clear vision out behind the pit. This does give PSG the chance to open up on this dragon. This is going to be the Cloud number 2. We've seen PSG definitely prioritizing these fast Drake stacks. Definitely one of the teams that is pretty solid at it overall, but Sem9 have to know this is the case. They're going to try and clear vision out for themselves. Teleports aplenty, unless your name is Bay, but he's already here.
Yeah, and we do have to pay attention to Shiromine. This is the most difficult part about playing Nart, getting into the team fights with your Mega ready. On the flip side, they do have a sizable advantage coming in from the Jinx. As we said, a lot of tower plates going her way, so she will have that Gale Force. Ooh, Juhan nearly going down.
Yeah, oh, they're actually going to go for it
flashing.
onto the Hecarim, and he ults away. But the fight is still going as Arashi targets onto Unified. When the pony ran,
down.
there was nobody covering for the AD carry, and now they can maybe try to turn the fight, but now it's going to be Bay coming in for round 2 along with Hanabi. Lazar goes down as Bay picks up 2 in the extended trade. So a bit of a messy aftermath to that Dragon, but PSG come out ahead.
Yeah, we didn't see Shiromine join that at all. So unfortunately for Sem9, they overplayed their hand on the chase down. They got unified, that was good, but they should have backed out after that one play. And it does look like PSG are still going to walk away with the objective and a lot of damage on this mid. So overall, I would say PSG still come out ahead in that trade, especially factoring the fact that Gnar only took one turret play top. So I think this is definitely still acceptable. It was a lot more risky than I think they might have wanted it to be. Filia definitely getting a good lockdown here, and also tagging Bay along the way in that fight. Arashi burning the exhaust, but still getting into the backline right off the bat. It was pretty good. But they really should have backed off after that play. Gnar was just not going to join this one, and I think Lazar got a little bit baited by his team going into that. If they just backed out and kept Lazar alive, I think that would have been a winning trade for them.
Yeah, as it was, they still managed to get something back for it, clearly not even looking for the dragon. But speaking of dragons, we are going to have an Infernal Rift this time around, which PSG and some of their damage dealing going to be pretty happy about that one. Man, towers have managed to stay alive up until the plates have been fallen, but a stiff breeze is all it takes for Bay to pick off first frickin' mid. And that is going to open up a little bit more of the map here for PSG Talon. Another Herald in 20 seconds as well. So it's kind of wash, rinse, repeat, and try to extend that lead. Only about 1,000 and some change right now for the side of PSG Talon.
For Sem9, they still want to drag this out just a little bit while longer. They want to wait until Nautilus comes up, the fight started.
Oh, but they open up the curtain call. They've already taken down Filia. And oh my goodness, even though Rashi is able to pull a couple more in here, Juhan turns it around, and Sem9 are just running out of members. Shiramine looking around and wondering where the heck his team went.
Absolutely beautiful stuff from PSG. They know they have the double stasis. They go right in. And unfortunately, Fila doesn't even get his ultimate to go off. I was talking about Sem9, they want to hold off for a couple more seconds. But maybe PSG were somehow aware of that timing. I doubt it personally, but you know, you never know. These pro players, they can surprise you with a lot of these timers, and they find a perfect engage. They soak up all of the skill damage coming in, just dodge it out completely with the stasises going back and forward, and unfortunately there just wasn't enough damage here for the side of Sem9. And this is something that we have seen again and again from PSG. Sure, they might lose a lot of these early skirmishes, but when it comes to major objectives, they are always in position first, and they always know the benefit of just, you know, chunking out an enemy member to allow them an uncontested fight.
Yeah, I think target selection, in addition to just like knowing when and where to choose those fights, is a massive strength of PSG. They just always seem to make the correct play on the map against their competition, and, well, see if they can do it again. As the fight in the top lane shifted down to the bottom, Shiramine realizes it might be a little troubling to try and go 1v3, has to flash away from the Solar Flare. He does, but it costs him quite a decent bit. Let's see if the turn goes through here as Arashi looks for Kaiwing and Unified. Unified's already back out to safety, but Kaiwing may not be so lucky. Filia does get the dredge line on, but it's going to be dodged away. Meanwhile, Playax holding firm against Juhan, who is going to be able to gallop away. And man, there's no dragon, but you'd not know that looking at this fight here. Filia caught. Meanwhile, Playax in the back. Bay goes for it deep on the Spirit Rush, and the rest of Sem9 are going to collapse in the Harrowed Mist. And Shiramine now no Narbar to speak of. Double kill coming through as Juhan helps secure it, and PSG 10 kills on the board this game to the 1 that Sem9 have clawed back.
Oh, that was such a shame, because Sem9 definitely had a chance to win that. I think Shiramine did a great job. He dodged out on the needlework, dodged out on Leona skills, dodged out on the captivating audience as well. So it was a great start. They really saw the surround coming. They knew where the members were. But unfortunately, I think they over-chased onto Kaiwing. He's the tankiest member on the team. He procs his Aftershock and then just stands on the ramp. And that just puts Sem9 in such an awkward positioning. As you see Clayax and his pathing, he had a close encounter with a very angry pony, and that did not go well for his HP bar. So unfortunately for Sem9, they outplayed the first part, but the second part, they just fell into such a massive deficit. Bei sees blood in the water, flashes in to make sure that he can get that before himself is stunned up. Really smart play. I love that flash to start things off. And after that, frankly, PSG are just in cleanup mode.
Yeah, not a lot you can do when your primary damage dealer has gone down. The rest of your team scattered to the winds. This does mean that PSG still on track. Whoa! Oh, just a smidge too early on the Dragon. Man, Klax has been really trying to go for the highlight montage with steals, but unfortunately it's a little bit harder to AoE snipe out objectives with Jinx these days. Meanwhile, fight up top, Nabi trying to hold on. Oh, he's going to take out Lazar. Wait a minute, that needlework forcing the flash away, and here comes Juhan to clean things up. Meanwhile, Arashi stunned and charmed for days as Bei goes into stasis. The rest of PSG come for the cleanup, and oh boy.
That Dark Seal start is really working out for Bei. I want to see
he's stacks.
Yeah, full stacks already, 5-0 and 5. I wonder what his KDA is going to be like after this game, because it's already sitting at 21. They could get a sizable boost after that one. Unfortunately, looking at the game there, I think that was a bit of desperation from Sen9. You know, dodging, trying to dive a Gwen has not yielded some great results. It's one of the reasons why Gwen is such a high priority, because she's just so safe in the top lane all by herself, and she scales well as well. So not a lot of risk just running her there. The rest of PSG were able to funnel in, and Sem9, if they want to use this sort of wombo combo, they really need all of their pieces at the same time. They need the Mega Gnar, they need the Moonfall, it needs to be instantaneous, and it needs to be focused on the same target. If those stars don't align from them, I just don't see them winning in these sort of scattered out team fights.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think this is just so hard to execute. You talked about it in the draft phase, how, you know, this was going to be a little bit more difficult for Sem9 from the get-go. PSG definitely more in their element overall, and they have definitely looked a lot better in terms of, you know, in some of the individual accomplishments. I think Bei has been looking better on the Sari because he has had a little bit of an easier time, admittedly, but his team's setting him up for it. Unified, despite, you know, the one death he's suffered, still really looking great in the team fights as expected. Shiramine has not been able to get a whole lot. Doesn't matter what he's laning against, and they might not be able to stop this tower going down, but at the same time, like, they've kind of neutralized some of the powerful picks that Sem9 have been able to grab for themselves in this one, and well on track to securing that Infernal Soul pretty early. Juhan goes a-running, looks for Arashi, turns over to Shiramine. No Narbar as he gets the blue smite down, and I do believe there's not much he can do but sit and spam, as he was charmed for days.
Yeah, beautiful combo coming in right there. Juhan kicking the target back, and we saw Bei going for the Everfrost first into the charm combo. Pretty much guarantees everything to land down, so really nicely executed. Kaiwing even popping over the wall with an ultimate to make sure that CC chain goes all the way through. Not even an auto attack coming in from Shiramine in that one. And I think that really showcases the difficulty of playing a Gnar. You do not have crowd control on command. So even just dodging these just situations where there is a pincer becomes very difficult. You don't have that Mega Gnar to push people away. And I think that's the reason why we just haven't seen the Gnar overall, even though Hullbreaker has been such a strong build. I know LCK likes it, but in the LPL, in the other regions, Gnar has really been put back on the back burner.
Yeah, I think it's just, it is so situational, and it is so risky, and you put yourself at a bit of a disadvantage. Like, I mean, sure, you can do something in the lane, but even that's, you know, highly dependent on the matchup, and then you have to just play it oh so perfectly as Arashi goes in on Bei, immediately prompting the Zhonya's Hourglass has to turn back around. 2-level deficit, Arashi still going in. That definitely takes some cojones, as we might say.
When you're behind, you have to learn to front a little bit. You have to make the enemy scared of you and make less efficient play. So that was a good move by Arashi. Trades cooldowns very successfully. I think for me, the big issue is still, when is that Wombo combo going to come through? We want to see that Moonfall on top of a Dominus. Well, it's going to go the other way.
Yeah, Lazar really had no chance there from the get-go. Opens up, Rocket comes out. Unified, though, is caught, and Arashi exhausted, but the cavalry has arrived as Juhan charges forward, flashing. Bei is actually going to be able to secure that charm at point-blank range, and in goes the onslaught of shadows, and Shiramine is forced into the pit. The rest of the team scattered to the four winds, and oh, would you believe it, that is the ace for nothing. Sem9 out of this one as PSG will be able to secure a Baron.
I will say at least Sem9 did make it to the 22-minute mark this game. Even though it's one-sided, has been a slight improvement for Sem9. Even though that might not seem like much consolation, they are at least outlasting the previous record.
You have to take the silver linings where they exist, but oh, it is a very thin silver lining here, Clement. 18 kills to 1. PSG. Oh, let's take a look at that again. Like, Unified definitely, by all rights, gets caught here. Still,
yeah, I feel like he was baiting a little bit in this one. Really nice use of the. He did bait towards the top side there, and just look at all the research that would suck in on the minimap. You can also see just when having a terrific angle of attack here, gets right onto Clayx, forces everything away from him, cleanse, Gale Force, and still chases down for the kill. So, to me, that was, like, I don't even think Unified wasn't calculating that. I felt like that was kind of part of his calculation, especially when you're running Exhaust and Flash and Gale Force. You definitely expect to kind of run into those situations. And I mean, credit where it's due, I feel like Unified has always been great at just walking around with Jhin, using that movement speed to his advantage.
You're not wrong, and he also is, in fairness, a hard man to read, right? I mean, Unified is, he's got the best poker face in League of Legends, I'm convinced.
Oh, he doesn't talk at all.
Yeah, even better than Ryu.
Yeah, that's the thing about Unified. I think it is a detriment in big games, but Kaiwing is kind of his translator.
I mean, whatever works, right? Oh, now we play protect the cannon creep. My favorite part of the Baron push. Meanwhile, Hanabi on the top lane. Hanabi's getting to have a fun game of League of Legends. I think you know, he had to play tank duty last time around. He had to play league side. I feel like there's a deal here. Curtain call opened up. Oh, Lazar taken out of this one before it even begins. And through the backline, where the heck did Juhan even come from as the rest of Sem9 are going collapsed? That is going to be the ace, and that is going to be the game. Just under 25 minutes. PSG flexing their muscles as they will go 2-0 on the day. It's going to be a super week for them, making up for lost time, but they are off to a flying start here in week 4.
As is tradition, I fully expect Unified to buy everyone dinner. He is the only one that died on the team, and therefore it is his fault for the team not achieving a perfect game.
That's how that works.
I'm not sure what to say about this game. I felt like there was some glimmers of hope earlier on when we saw the trade coming in for the Herald. We saw the 4 plates being secured by Sem9. They were actually winning out on the bot side. But it was just over-forcing those chases again and again, and it really brings us back to what we were talking about in the draft phase. They do have a wombo combo. Renekton and the Diana is a classic of the LPL, but unfortunately it was way too hard to execute on these targets like the Jhin, like the Ahri, that frankly were never in view. You only had the front line that you could attack, and we saw that just happening again and again, where they would overchase and they realized, wait a minute, there's only Kaiwing we can hit, and Bay gets free access into the backline after the first salvo.
Yeah, and I think credit to Bay as well, because he did look better in this game on this Ahri. He was able to, not necessarily in the lane, like really dominate super hard, but he was able to get in and dive the backline after the fact, dodging out. I mean, obviously you can't dodge the Nautilus ultimate, but you can certainly delay it if you can cover enough ground, and he was able to do that when he took out the Jinx. I think credit to Unified, of course, too. You know, he went for the more defensive summoner choice of the Exhaust, made it count. Arashi played his heart out trying to find those plays, trying to find those kills, but unfortunately by the time he did, it just felt like there wasn't enough extra damage. They were too far behind. Sem9 did try for a couple of desperation plays, but you're right, it comes down to execution. You've got to give yourself the tools to succeed, and I don't think Sem9 did here. I do want to see them maybe go back to the drawing board a little bit with some of their drafts. It's looked a little bit better of late, but, you know, I mean, what can you do, right?
Yeah, I feel like Sem9's games are definitely getting closer and closer. If you look at their first week, the stats were pretty terrible. This week and the past week, at least the laning phase has been going sort of equal. And we have to mention that Sem9, they do have a lot of players that are just kind of stepping into competitive. Lazar, for example, is kind of in that situation. So it's definitely going to be a slow process, but we are seeing progress. And for Sem9 fans, I think that's at most of what you can hope for, honestly.
Right. It can be a building split for sure. Maybe we see this team in the summer look a little bit better. Obviously, there's still plenty of time to play in this split as we have the second round robin really just unfolding at the start of today. But I think if this team wants a chance to try and secure that top 8, try to get into playoffs, I feel like they need to improve at a faster rate than they currently are because everybody else is starting to catch up. Every other team in the league has at least one win now. Hurricane have managed to get one. Obviously, Impunity have been making improvements steadily. Meta Falcon team have kept it close against a number of the stronger teams in the league. So if you don't want to fall into that last place, you need to be able to make some more plays, find more of a team identity, find a big carry. And maybe it can be Arashi. I mean, no shade at Caspiel. I think this is one of the better Arashi performances we've seen. We've seen what he can do on Berjaya Dragons last season. There's always a possibility for some pop-up potential. I do like that they can center around him with a Diana composition and go for that dive. It's just maybe give yourself a little bit of an easier time with the champions you choose.
Yeah, the problem for Sem9 right now is they're really overloading on what the jungler needs to accomplish in the games. What we've seen is Arashi and Caspiel as well. I think they are the two best players on this team. They do have to engage for the team as well, and they likely have to shot call. I just think that's too much of a bear to load. So I would say the easy fix for me, in my opinion, is you can try to move those engage opportunities onto Shiromine or try to get them onto Philia. Maybe get those two to kind of step up and call the shots on where to attack. And that will allow, I think, Arashi to find better opportunities into the enemy backline. Maybe he can start to play something like a Viego that is much more carry-oriented, like these Dianas or these Jarvans. I think they're just asking too much from their junglers, and it really means that it lowers their damage potential overall. And even look at this game, even though Arashi was always the first one in, he's still doing the most damage. So he's doing a good job on that front, but he could do so much more if he could just focus on maybe being a carry.
Certainly the case, but speaking of damage, hey, look at Bay. Almost cracking the 2,000 mark there, just about doubling everybody else in the game at the very least, including Hanabi's Gwen, who was just having a ball solo in that top side. And Juhan will be the one earning our MVP today. Certainly on the Hecarim, he was there, he was here, he was everywhere. We've seen some bad Hecarims in this league, but Juhan certainly wasn't one of them.
Yeah, he's just running down targets over and over again, and I think this is a good change of pace for him, because we have seen Juhan trend towards the Xin Zhaos and the Lee Sins, but I honestly feel like with Bay's play style, it's probably better if the whole team is on the same page and trending more towards teamfight. I think the PSG of the old, where they're a tempo team, is definitely not the case in 2022, and just getting those picks, I would say Volibear is another big one for them to likely hone down on. If they can get these champions with very easy crowd control and high team fight impact, that probably goes along better with the style that Bay has presented us.
Yeah, it's pretty terrifying to think that PSG are rocking as hard as they are without really going for an optimized strategy as of yet. As they look to fine-tune, tweak, and everything, I think PSG Talon fans are going to have a lot to be excited for. But we are halfway through the day. I cannot wait to see the rest of these squads. And we're going to go on break. When we come back, Beyond Gaming will be taking on Hurricane. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with the PCS.
CDBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution. But we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 260 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
Your family. How can I save you when you're tangled in your lies? Caught up in the middle, I can see it in your eyes. Lonely in the corner, waiting for somebody to come and save you from the cold of night. Easily, we've been falling in disbelief. I think I'm ready for another try, but this feels like the last time. So why did you say goodbye? It's better to say goodbye. Why did you say goodbye? It's better to say goodbye. So why did you say goodbye? Quiet like the ocean, with the rumble running deep. This is how I see you, when you hide your feels from me. Why you heavy-hearted? Cut the silence, talk to me. Release your mind, get what you need. Easily, we've been falling in disbelief. I think I'm ready for another try, but this feels like the last time. So why did you say goodbye? It's better to say goodbye. Why did you say goodbye?
And welcome back once again to the PCS Spring Split 2022. We are working our way into the second half of games here as we are about to bring you Mega Bank Beyond Gaming taking on Hurricane Gaming. We'll see who comes out on top in that one. But before we do, I would like to take a moment to thank our sponsors, CTBC Bank and Caliber. Thank you for making the PCS possible. Now, Clement, on paper, this is definitely a pretty hefty favorite in the Mega Bank Beyond Gaming category. And that's before they won the Battle of the Banks last week, being the only team to knock off CFO.
I think this match is super interesting because we have the slowest team in the PCS in Beyond Gaming, and then we have the fastest team coming out in terms of champion kills per minute on the side of Hurricane Gaming. So this one is, it's very interesting in these the cross section of these playstyles because Beyond Gaming themselves don't really play much of a laning phase. They actually wait for the mid game until they get chances to split push and then flank you. They're not super aggressive earlier on, and what that has allowed Hurricane Gaming to do is actually get some of these sort of mid and late game plans online. So it could be a very different look than what we usually see out of Hurricane Gaming, which is, you know, them kind of getting just rolled over.
There are definitely signs of life on this squad, and I think if they have an earlier time, or an easier time early, I should say, that gives them the opportunity, because we talked about some strong players coming out of that roster. I think ICU is definitely one to watch out for as far as the newer players to the PCS stage. Bang 2 has also shown to be pretty competent, and I really want to see if they can step up to the plate, but it is a tough opponent, at least out of that laning phase. Mega Bank Beyond Gaming, Liang in the top, Husha in the jungle, Minji in mid, Wako and Kino leading it in the bottom side. Now, I feel like Wako in particular has definitely slotted in very well to this team. There was always a big question to ask of how well he was going to be able to fill the doggo shoes. Well, certainly no slouch, as he is the first in damage percentage at the moment among AD carries, third in the DPM, which means he is dishing up his fair duty even when he is relied upon. And also certainly not a bad player at staying alive, dishing out the kills, fourth in the KDA department. And honestly, him and Kino just look natural together.
They definitely do. I feel like they have very much the same approach. They all came out from the AHQ system, so this is pretty much means that you're going to go forward, you're going to try and kill something, and if you die, so be it. That's kind of the mentality between these two players. And it's really interesting because they run a very different ship from everyone else. They are primarily a 1-3-1 sort of team, and you don't usually expect a super heavy engage kind of duo when you're running 1-3-1. Usually the 1-3-1 option, if you're an AD carry, is you try to stay put and just clear the wave, but Beyond Gaming don't really do that. They are super aggressive when going for this style. And, you know, talking about the 1-3-1 a little bit more, I think this is the strongest team when you give them Akali and Tryndamere. Both of those champions on this team are completely flawless. They're over 10 KDA a piece from Liang and Minji, so you have to pay attention to those.
Absolutely. Hopefully Hurricane will be paying attention for the picks and bans. They are, of course, ICU in the top side, Olio in the jungle, Cha-Cha in the mid, followed up by Bang 2 and Enhao. And I really do want to focus my attention bot and top side because ICU is definitely a strong individual player, loves those side lane carries, could give Liang a little bit of a taste of his own medicine. And for Bang 2, I think as long as he doesn't opt into these like weird like counter picks like they tried with the Twitch versus Azeri or something like that, like try to keep it standard. We've seen some Jinx games on him. I really don't think he's a bad player in any metric, and he's been able to keep his team alive probably longer than they should have been in some of these games. I think the team just needs to rally around him.
I definitely agree with you, and I feel like in their previous draft, that was sort of the idea behind the composition, is they try to play a straight-up 5v5, a super late scaling composition with the Azir coming in from Cha-Cha, and traditionally that has been the weakness to Beyond Gaming. You know, they're not exactly a great 5v5 team, especially when playing front to back. They're not really used to that style. So I feel like Hurricane Gaming had the correct read, but as you can see from the gold deficit, they didn't really have the mid game to kind of back up that sort of scaling strategy. So they're really sitting on the crossroads. Where will they go? Are they going to go with a more Bang 2 favored route where it's about him in the hyper carry role, or are they going to go for something a little bit more tricky like they've tried with the Tristana or the Twitch, the kind of burst route for Bang 2?
I don't like it. I hope they go back to basics and just, this is a year, this is a meta that AD carries, hyper scaling, hyper carrying bot laners just do so much. Just give him the opportunity. Give him the Jinx. I mean, even the Aphelios could also work out fine. Obviously, Zeri has to be banned on the red side, but if you really wanted to try and give it away, probably a bad idea. you might get your pick outside of that. I don't know. Maybe this is the team that pulls out the Renata. We keep talking about it, but we've yet to see it here on patch 12.4. Clement?
Yeah, it's definitely more of a situational pick. We have mentioned she's not really strong engaged, like compared to Leona or Nautilus, doesn't really fill that category, and is a very different champion in terms of enchanters as well. Doesn't push the lane as hard. So I think she's going to be very situational against like dive compositions. Take a look at the bans here. Hurricane Gaming, well, they definitely got the memo. Taking out the Tryndamere and the Akali, I think everyone is going to do that. Minji still has that trusty Zoe, but I think in Season 12, it really hasn't been as strong of a champion overall.
The Ahri's still there too. I mean, worth keeping in mind, if he doesn't get the Akali, Ahri's been rising in priority. It's right up Minji's alley. He's had 2 successful games on it already. But of course, the Xin Zhao, a little higher prio right now for Husha. Going to pick that one up, denied away from Olio, who has also been a little bit of a troubling point on this Hurricane Gaming squad. Of course, role swap from the mid lane and name change from Zhao of Alpha Esports fame last year. I don't know what to make of his jungle performance so far. It has definitely been a little iffy. So maybe deprioing him for different picks makes a lot of sense here. As the Graves does come in, that should be ICU's champion choice. And yeah, you definitely want to pick your AD carry up early in this rotation. It will be the Jinx for Bang 2.
Yeah, I think this is definitely the standard pick, and it does showcase that they most likely are going to go for a later game strategy, a 5v5 strategy, if I had to guess. And for Beyond Gaming, this is pretty much just stock standard going down with the tier list. Jinx gone, Aphelios is up next. Gwen hasn't been taken. Let's go with Gwen. And in this situation, it's interesting because typically we have seen ICU actually counterpick for the Gwen. We've seen the Jax, we have seen the Jace come out, and he's actually been very successful in those matchups. However, this time, because of the blind Graves, they're not really going to get that opportunity. Hurricane Gaming, in the meantime, also picking up a Tom Kench. So not looking to play engage. Instead, just trying to go for more of a keep your backline safe and out-damage them with range strategy.
Okay, so clearly Beyond don't believe that this is necessarily a top lane Graves as they ban out the Jax ICU side. It could always be flexed, I suppose, into the jungle, potentially. I mean, maybe we've even seen it mid lane on a handful of occasions. But for Hurricane Gaming, the focus right now is on banning away Kino as they open up with the Thresh. The problem with trying to ban away Kino is Kino's a set player. Like, he's going to be fine.
And we have to mention, Set this patch was actually buffed by quite a large amount. He gets to about 120 free HP at level 18. So much stronger than before, much tankier than before. And as we talked about, those Gwen counters are rolling out on Beyond Gaming's ban list. The Jace goes as well. And I have to say, this is probably a correct read. I definitely see Olio as someone that would just take Graves into the jungle. I'll be honest, I don't really like Graves jungle. It doesn't get enough resources for it to pop off. But there we go.
I don't like the Nartop either. Yeah. Showed the hand, and also, like, I mean, we were just talking about this last game, how it's just it's a risky pick, you know? I think Beyond can very easily, like, lock in the Ahri here if they want. There's lots of options. I do like the flash onto the Azir saying, hey, Cha-Cha, you should notice anything familiar. But yeah, it's going to be the Ahri, and now we just see the final pickup. This will be the support for Kino. Nautilus, of course, being left open, that's also a no-brainer. He's played it, of course, more than Set, it being more of his pocket pick in that regard. And now there are a number of good mid lane mages that Cha-Cha can play against, but I do worry about his survivability against Minji.
Yeah, I think that's going to be the big question here. Most mages have a difficult time dodging the charm if Ahri is willing to flash onto you. And they already have the best jungler in the game, in the early game, in Xin Zhao right now. So that combo is going to be very easy to execute. And I think this is a huge test for Beyond Gaming. So far, we have not been able to see them play a tempo game. They are the slowest team in the entire league. They take their sweet time, and they only have 0.7 champion kills per minute. So not a very bloody team at all. The early game has been a little bit stale, and I think that's the issue that they have compared to some of the J-Team teams like DCG and CFO have very strong starts, while Beyond Gaming has stuck to their tradition in the 1-3-1 where they kind of fall behind early and then they slowly rev up.
Yeah, and I think there's always an opportunity for teams to try and set them on the back foot when they do that. Kind of ironic that's exactly the opposite of what happened against the likes of CTBC Flying Oyster last week. But that's like the exception rather than the rule, right? Because they were just starting out early with Husha on that Rek'Sai getting the big plays. Hurricane Gaming, I think they do have a window to act, but there are a lot of strong comfort picks on Mega Bank Beyond Gaming's side, and I would worry if I were them. I do think they are putting a lot of emphasis on protecting the Jinx. You know, even with the change Tom Kench, it kind of always feels like a little bit more of a protection counter engage sort of lane. But the question is, can they get out of the laning phase unscathed?
Yeah, I feel like that's going to be a really difficult one to go through. Victor is not going to have a fun time against these two champions. In terms of the team fight scenario, I actually do like Hurricane Gaming's composition. They have that sort of range, just static range advantage with the auto attack from Jinx going up to 720 range, 25, and then you also have the Victor that outranges the Ahri as well. So if they can make it to the late game, it's a very strong sort of kiting composition. As long as you're not wiped on the first go, you can slowly inch back, and you have a lot of terrain control coming through with that gravity field and the smoke screen as well. So this is a well-built composition. The question is, can they actually survive the Xin Zhao and Ahri? That's going to be where all the attention is at. Again, Ahri is very much like a hybrid between a mage and an assassin. If she gets to go forward, then she just won't stop.
And last time these teams met back in week 2, it was definitely the Minji show as he put on quite the performance on an Akali that left Cha-Cha killless in this game, even on Wazir. Oh, no! You hate to see it to start things off as he tried to dash away. Minji follows for first blood, and it doesn't get a lot worse than that. But Hurricane will try to get revenge on Wako down bottom.
It does look like Wako will get some help here, and he is able to walk away without burning any summoners, but we have to mention that start was absolutely huge. They get to track wherever Graves is, and that just means so many more ganking opportunities for Husha. He knows that he's not going to get counter-ganked in a lot of these situations, and that means he can go all in with these ganks. So we'll have to track how each sides play towards that respectively. We do have an interesting thing coming in from Hurricane Gaming. They are pulling the wave close, which means that they can keep themselves out of harm's way if that Xin Zhao gank somehow does come. In the meantime, we also have to mention Hurricane Gaming do spot out where Husha is, so that might not negate some of these early pressures.
Yeah, okay. Going forward on Enhao early on, and nothing really going to come of that. Yeah, the silver lining of the Graves getting first blooded so early is he gets right back to his camp without really losing a whole lot of time. So, hashtag could be worse.
Flash for 400 gold. That's kind of the trade that you're doing right there. It's actually more than 400 because there was an assist going down there as well. Yeah.
If I was Cha-Cha, I'd just be like, seriously? Come on! It's so rough, right? Because he got kind of bodied last time around, and he's going to try to play back and safe, but we'll see if his Victor mechanics are solid. I mean, we've seen Cha-Cha be much more comfortable on these control mages.
I see you not having a fun time in this matchup.
No. Opted into this on the Gnar bar. I mean, we've seen this exact matchup just happen. Did not go the Gnar's way.
Yeah, I feel like the Gnar can get an advantage if his lane is pushing, but not vice versa. And in this case, everyone on the map knows that the jungler is going bottom lane for Aliao and Husha is going top. So there's not a lot ICU can do at this point. He just kind of has to survive here. He can't push out. If he push out, he's just dead. So that's what he has to do there. And unfortunately, Cha-Cha, as the wave is coming in, does take a pause here. And it gives us a really good glimpse on the map there. We also have Ahri traveling towards the top side of the map. We've seen in both games that Bae played today, he is running with Minion Dematerializer, which does give him a lot of chance to make those roams sort of happen. And the question really is, when we come back, can ICU survive the tough position he's been put in?
Yeah, I think the Gnar bar definitely ran out just a little bit before that play, so really good timing read by Beyond Gaming. You talk about how this is a squad that have been a little bit slower. It's just been much more the identity to try and get into the later stages to get that 1-3-1 going, and they certainly seem to have built themselves a composition to try and make plays early on. We're seeing the openings of it here as we kind of get that rare opportunity to sort of dissect it before it happens because of the pause. And it is just such an unfortunate start to see that early gold go over to a player like Minji, who is just known for snowballing on these more assassin-style champions, and Ari kind of being a little bit more of a flavor of the month right now, popping up more and more and more. It just gives him another threatening tool. It means you try to ban out Zakali, he's going to pull this out, he's going to be just fine. And I think Minji as a player is somebody who can just take a lead and run with it. So already you're off on a little bit of a back foot, and you are playing defensive in 3 lanes. So we know that the side of Hurricane are going to try and get out of this laning phase, minimizing their losses. Let's see if they can do it. ICU. I think they all see him. Liang going in for the push. They're looking for the setup on the dive. Takes a little bit of damage. The hop, the skip, the jump, but right back. Interrupted. Actually denies it on the boomerang. Don't push your luck, buddy, but that's not too bad.
Yeah, really well played coming in from ICU, but I believe he's still going to go down. Yeah.
Well, couldn't last forever, I suppose, but he tried with the flash and the fancy footwork. Does burn 2 sums for 1, but also loses his life. Meanwhile, down bottom, Thing 2 definitely showing he can hang with Blanco and Kino, and Cha-Cha trying his best to dodge out of harm's way in a CS deficit. Now the lane gank coming in for Olio.
Yeah, but we do have to see Enhao somehow be able to keep Kino in place, or else they don't have crowd control to really make this one happen, and I'm really doubtful with the lane pushing in. How are they going to find this gank? This seems more like a cover gank, but it's also kind of weird for a cover gank because you just saw the top lane dive, so yeah, that was kind of a weird positioning coming in from the Graves. I think it makes a little bit more sense now for him to be there, as we have Beyond Gaming going in for the kill with the help of Xin nearby.
Yeah, they're trying to bait on this one, but double root comes through. Let's see if they have the answer on the smoke screen. Should be able to find Kino. Husha has arrived, though, as he tags his way in on the audacious charge. Enhao goes a little bit too deep, and the Grey Elf was not popped! Meanwhile, Olio, he could almost go down, but stays alive. Bang 2 is in trouble, flashes away. Woo boy, that was a little too deep, I think.
Yeah, it was an interesting trade. Definitely, I think both sides sort of misjudged where the jungling position actually was. I have to say, Olio actually had a completely correct read. So, Wako and Kino actually just walked up to that, died, and then Enhao went in and died. So, I think both of those plays were a little bit unnecessary, if I'm being completely honest. And judging by the situation, I would still have to say that it is Beyond Gaming that comes out just a little bit ahead because of that kill going over to Wako. Kill distribution coming out ahead there. And we'll just watch this again. They know they have the Xin Zhao in, but they misjudged the timing here. Olio actually has been hovering around this lane absolutely forever. Enhao, man, that is tough to watch right there.
I think he had the Grey Health. Yeah, no, he had to.
Yeah.
And he just didn't pop it. I mean, did he think he was going to survive the tower shot?
I'm not sure. I think his thought process was probably he was dead anyway, but that was definitely a mistake on his part. He probably died of shame because he didn't hit anyone with the crowd control. So, yeah, that happens sometimes. If you don't get the first thing to go well, then you sort of tilt yourself off the face of the earth. And now we have Beyond Gaming going in for seconds. There is no Summoners on Bang2 and no Devour at this stage.
Yeah, Bang2 going to try and push this wave out, and they have to know that something's happening without seeing Kino show here. And it's just a little bit of counter jungling for Olio, and actually ends up being just the same for Husha. They don't end up going into the dive, but it does mean they open up for an Infernal Dragon. Oop. ICU tries for the big scoop up on Liang, doesn't find it.
Wow, the footsies there were pretty remarkable. I can't believe he was actually able to just simply walk out of that. I guess that's what the steel-plated boots do for you. Really nimble on that champion. So now we have the trade.
Yeah, I think they know this one's coming. Looking for
Rabbit's
the lockdown. Here's the double root, and that's the go button right now. Minji over the wall. They're going to get Enhao starting on 1. Look for Bang2. Audacious charge. Kino absorbs all the tower shots, and it was just beautiful execution from Beyond Gaming.
Yeah, I love that they waited for the Graviton, for the carries to just line themselves up, go backwards, force them into a bad situation. I actually feel like Bang2 and Enhao would have been better if they walked forward, but it's really hard to know without vision in that situation. And the chain there coming in from Kino, landing the dredge line, and then into the charm. No chance for Thick Skin to come up for Enhao. That was just a pleasure to watch them execute that.
Not only that, they get a kill onto the Ahri, they get a kill onto the Aphelios. Olio is going to try to make a dive up here happen, and Liang does actually move forward, but again, it's so hard to get onto the Gwen. There's the mist, and as Nightstar is fond of saying, Gwen is immune.
She definitely is, and this is why Gwen is so powerful. I think the same thing with Renekton. She really allows you to put all of your eggs into the bot lane basket. You don't have to care about top lane. It's almost impossible to dive a Gwen. Her sustain ability and her hollowed mist is just way too good. You see that in action again. And Beyond Gaming, they're forced with an interesting question right here, as they do have a lot of pings onto top lane. They're thinking that maybe this could be a Herald start, so they do want to match, as we have Xin Zhao going to the top side. But Hurricane Gaming, actually, they have kind of outsmarted the situation, and their jungler is not in that place. I guess outsmart is kind of a weird word, as Husha just actually takes the Herald.
They outsmarted
Never mind.
They outsmarted the perception of the thing that was happening. That wasn't actually happening. It's very complicated as Olio looks for a dive down onto the bottom side. It's League of Legends calculus, if you will. Husha is going to be able to clean up that Herald, though, and Olio really has to make this play count. They want to set up for the dive, but not going to be the easiest. He actually is second-guessing this. They're just going to push in. I don't know about this one. He's going to go for Krugs. Maybe they go for the extended play after the fact that they can build up another wave to it, but I don't know if I like that. This is going to be sniffed out, too. Olio, yep, the jig is up. He knows Kino's there. Going to have to hop the wall.
Now, really nicely done by the side of Beyond Gaming. They read the play correctly, and they just hard push the lane, set the turrets down. You want to expend your mana in this situation. Just make sure you're as safe as possible. It's actually much more dangerous if you let the wave crash into your lane at this point. You're going to be trapped in a very confined space. There was no flash on Wako, and if they just put a Flame Chompers behind him, he was most likely dead. So, good read from Beyond Gaming in their bot lane, just playing that one really nicely, slow and measured. And, they don't even lose a turret plating for that, so it's basic stuff, but getting those reads in is definitely a necessity.
For sure. Little advantages start to add up here. Beyond Gaming, speaking of advantages, getting themselves just shy of 3,000 gold here. Sub 10 minutes, of course, they have the Herald and that first Dragon to play with, and really haven't lost much on the flip side. Hurricane only claiming that one kill in answer, and I think it might be, time for another push down on the bottom side. Husha holding on to that Eye of the Rift Herald.
Is trying to go for the first tower right off the bat, and they know at this point the bot lane is pretty far behind, a 2-0-1 on the Aphelios. They're getting into position first. Bang 2 has to check this with the Zap. Oh, good move.
Oh, I feel like there was a bit of hesitation there from Beyond. I think they had the opportunity to go for the full charge, but rather than get the kill and the tower, they'll just settle for one, as it is absolutely a free buffet here for Shelly.
Yeah, the big difference here is really the fact that the mid lane can move whenever they want to. That's the strength of Ahri. Against a lot of these control mages, you can't follow Ahri. She will one-shot burst you. So they had to seed right of way. Cha-Cha is very far behind the play. They get the second charge. They do have good wave clear here, though.
Yeah, Flame Chompers dodge just a little bit. That is going to be quite a lot of damage dished onto Wako and Kino. Do they have enough? Charm goes through, and Olio tries to flank around the side, but he actually gets turned on himself, as the collateral damage doesn't do quite as much as he would have hoped for, and that is going to be the end of that play. Meanwhile, top trades back and forth. This time goes in favor of ICU, just briefly.
Really nicely done there, coming in from Beyond Gaming, just forcing out the Devour, trying to see if they can find something. Good fingers on Enhal, make sure that doesn't happen either. But the thing is, for Beyond Gaming, once they push that in, they can still rotate to other places on the map fairly easily. There really is no contest coming in from the bottom side of the map. So they can just continue to run this sort of play until Victor gets enough stacks to kind of push that in. Cha-Cha at this point should have the CS for the Death Ray. Indeed, we see the double explosions right there. So at least he's going to be able to keep this wave shoved out a lot more than he could before. And that should allow him to kind of follow up on these plays better. But the question is, can Hurricane Gaming still hold on and go later into this game? They do have a pretty good burst combo with the collateral damage and the Chaos Storm just going down, but they still need a lot of time to scale up.
That's true. Give him a little bit of time.
Oh, yeah.
No, he's caught between so many members of Beyond Gaming. Got a little greedy for those Merc Wolves. And fed it right back to Minji.
Yeah, I don't think he was outside of vision in that play. I feel like he must have tipped off Beyond Gaming on some of these tripwires. You can see 2 wards there, and oh, wow.
Oh,
the
wow,
flash!
the intercept, though. And how? What a bro support move.
Yeah, that was amazing to watch from Enhao. You can now go and play for BLG right now. Congratulations, man. You have passed the Uzi test. Onto the LPL you go. And I've been having a great
life
game.
for your AD carry.
As you should. That is exactly what is expected of you.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's unfortunate he had to burn a flash for it, but I do think that may have ended up being a kill. Really, really good play. I mean, Kino sinking the long-range dredge line. I swear they're getting longer and longer these days. And Minji comboing up. I mean, Minji has looked so good on this Ahri.
I think he's the best Ahri we have in the PCS. The KDA
I agree with you.
You know, he's like 13 plus KDA on that champion, hasn't lost at all, and finds charms pretty consistently. Does you have a 3v2 for Hurricane Gaming? Maybe they're gonna try and push this.
Just the plate. Oh, they haven't quite secured it yet, actually, and Wako takes a lot of punishment. I think they'd really like to secure that. They have 30 seconds before plates are gonna drop off the map, but you don't want to risk giving over a kill. You already have a pretty big gold lead here. Now Husha actually coming up to join the party. 3v3.
This looks a little bit dangerous here. Alio can't really walk up here. Kino has almost the ultimate. He's basically just waiting for that before he goes in.
Oh, Husha goes deep, but he does turn back on. Tongue Lash comes through, and Husha is actually going to throw on the ultimate, try and keep himself alive, but that's going to prompt the counter gauge here for Hurricane to get the knock up and root onto Kino, and Bang 2 opens up with a kill to get excited. Got to be careful, though, as the Moonlight Vigil comes right back and around. Greyhound this time going to be
in the back.
It's about enough time for him to arrive. We
don't go
look
there.
at Cha-Cha trying to come to the fight, but meanwhile, it's going to be turned on once again. The hop, skip, jump, and the death as Husha gets the finishing blow. Olio is going to get swallowed up, but the Tom Kench goes down. Teleport now, and it is all cleanup duty from Mega Bank Beyond Gaming. They're certainly cashing in as Cha-Cha arrives just in time to see his team evaporate.
Hurricane Gaming, they outplay the initial scuffle, but Minji comes in to clean everyone up. That was absolutely disgusting to watch from Minji. He goes from 2-0-2 to 4-0-2, and they get the top lane as well. So just very nice stuff coming in from him. That was kind of unfortunate for Alio. You can see the sidestep back behind Bang 2, and Bang 2, even with double summoners, just ends up dying because he couldn't anticipate his teammate. That was kind of tragic to watch, but we'll see that again. Husha definitely goes in a little bit too early here. The key thing to notice is Kino actually doesn't have his ult here. So Husha actually ends up taking a bunch of free damage and has to pop his ultimate prematurely, and he nearly ends up killing Kino in the process. Actually, I think Kino does die.
Yeah, he did, yeah. Yeah, Husha totally trolled his teammate there.
Yeah, but
like, this was a big win.
He gets enough time for Minji to come in here.
Wako actually makes a massive difference there, right? Like, that is a huge Moonlight Vigil, and then it immediately turns the attention. ICU almost gets away, and then Wako's like, no, I got him, and Husha burns him down at the end, and yeah, here's where it's all clean duty. Like, Minji, it's free. It's just so free.
Oh, Alio just straight trolling his teammate right there. That was kind of sad.
Hey, let's be honest, both junglers trolled their teams.
That's true. But I guess when you have the stronger team, it doesn't really matter.
Yeah,
Bang 2 could have outplayed that for a little while longer since he had double summons up, but nah, Alio ain't giving you the chance.
I think he was dying probably either way. Like I'd almost rather still have the double sums here, but I don't know if they're going to be able to defend mid tower. I think this is a pretty big swing here. As Beyond are looking to come in, Shelly should get that charge off. Just enough to finish the tower. You definitely don't want to keep going. Man, you got to keep careful. Oh, that massive root on the Gravitum. Minji just opens up and deletes Enhao again. The counter engage onto Husha. Look at that. Barely does enough as he soaks it all through the ult.
Yeah, he gets the Crescent Guard down. Minji goes in and forces another heal here. And this fight might just continue on to the Dragon.
I think it might. ICU, though, is out of Gnar at the moment. I don't think he's going to be able to contest on the opposite side of that. So just going to end up being the tower taken there by Beyond Gaming, extending their gold lead to, I mean, a pretty significant amount right now, about 8,000 or 7,500 ahead. They have all the other objectives on the map, too.
Yeah, Hurricane Gaming... time's definitely running out for them. They don't have enough damage, and I feel like Graves is one of those champions. If you fall behind the curve, there really is no getting back up. He's kind of the champion that has to be able to dissuade attackers just with his auto attacks. So things definitely not looking as they should be in this situation. I'm trying to think of a good way for Hurricane Gaming to kind of come back into this game. I feel like they have to allow Beyond Gaming to open up at the fight and then somehow outplay with the Chaos Storm, you know, breaking channels, or with the smoke screen kind of dealing lots of damage, but don't have a huge opportunity when they go forward first. They definitely are on the back foot and have to play counter.
Speaking of counter, trying to bring 3 to the party to take down Minji. They get the lick off, doesn't matter. Man, even playing it safe with the Swallow, the Devourer, to try and stop him from getting a deletion off. I mean, you can see how scared they are playing. And Minji is chasing 1v3! Kino's at his back,
got
but
9
still.
kills and no fears.
Absolutely
yeah,
not. 9 takedowns, too.
That's the entire map going over to Beyond Gaming as Minji just gets to chase 3 people back to their home base. We do have a death rush here from Alio. Maybe they can do something.
Oh no, but Kino! He calls the bluff and Cha-Cha gets deleted. The Chaos Storm comes out, dodged away. Super Mega Death Rocket is going to take a bite out of Kino's health bar, and ICU can really only honestly push Husha alone into the wall. Maybe they can turn something here, but Wako's down. Now no more Meganar means they have no more tank. Opening up again on a massive needlework, and even with the flash, they cannot get away. Wako gets a triple. The ace comes through clean. And forget Beyond Gaming, it's beyond the Nexus at this point. I think this is going to be a massive push, if not a straight-up end.
Our answer in this game after the draft was, could Beyond Gaming play a more fast-tempo game? Could they try to outskill the opponent and just try to out-skirmish them? And the answer is very clearly yes. We could see a good chuckle from Leon there. He's very happy about the fact that they just called the Death Brush. That was unfortunate for Hurricane Gaming. I don't even think that was the incorrect play. But Kino, as a very veteran support, he knew what was in store. We see Cha-Cha. He's able to get his burst down, but not on the correct target. So they're able to just walk away from that one. ICU jumps into a very bad situation, gets sandwiched on 3 sides, just dies. And then guess what? Wako has the perfect guns waiting for them. They just follow up with the triple kill. This is looking like, honestly, a massacre here, and I feel like Hurricane Gaming, they got this composition, and they got to play a late game in the first round robin. Beyond Gaming has now counteracted that.
Certainly. 20 minutes. A massive lead of about 10,000 gold. Another charm. Olio. Oh, good night. Not a whole lot he can do about that, and it does beg the question of these choices of champions. Sometimes they put themselves in risky situations, especially Olio, relying on getting ahead early. I mean, it does feel like Olio really loves these Sinner junglers, but it hasn't worked for him.
Yeah, he always builds damage. It doesn't even matter if he's playing a tank champion. Like, he is going to go the Divine Thunder on the Volibear and on the Hecarim too. And that's always risky because, you know, as a jungler, you don't get that many resources. Goodbye and now.
Oh, man, Tom Kench looking a little thin there on the health bar as he is cut down to size once again. Liang finding ICU into the mist. Narbar going a pretty high. Nice charm onto Cha-Cha. Oh, forced to flash away. Counter engage. That's going to be the Nara into the wall. And they do shut down Liang. So ICU gets a little catharsis there in what is effectively an extended 1v1.
That's a pretty good bounty as well. And I feel like Beyond Gaming are having a good laugh, baiting Gwen back into the fight. Just getting kill off of that one. The next big target here is, of course, the Ocean Drake coming up. Hurricane Gaming. I would say at this point, I don't even think you contest it. It's probably better to just leave it be and continue to scale up. I don't see them making it out in this situation. And I do want to point out that we have another Horizon focus coming in from Minji. He's very confident on his charms. That's why you would see so many Horizon focuses being bought here. Pretty much kind of the only Ahri player that's been consistently going for this item.
Yeah, well, and he's certainly, you know, the only Ahri player that's been consistently hitting just about every skill shot, and he's earned it. I was looking at that item, but then I also glanced over to the left and realized, oh, he's got a full stack Medjai's.
True. So I guess you can, you know, you can go with the less consistent item, but the definitely the higher reward item in the Horizon Focus. You do get that enhanced damage if you do land immobilizing abilities there. It's, of course, the charm on Ahri. you know, you don't really think about Horizon Focus as an Ahri item because she's actually much more shorter range than most mages, but if you can land the charm, you can make it work.
Yeah, and he's been able to nail it. Ooh, Kino, he nearly finds an opening there, but just dodged this time around. And another player that's really good at hitting his skill shots, Kino. And Wako goes in. Moonlight Vigil does not land, but that's okay. They just can chase them off the dragon. This would be, if they wanted it, either the Baron start or the Dragon Soul Point. Whoa, boy, Minji! All he needs to do is hit one, and you called it. He is dancing around everybody for a double, looking for a third. He doesn't even need his team in his back. Another charm, and Husha steals it away like a scumbag.
That was so smart from Minji. Everyone was focusing on the Drake. Nobody is looking at the left side of the lane, and that is where Minji decides to strike. I love watching Minji on Assassins. This guy is just phenomenal in his sense of understanding where the enemy expects him to be and then surprising him.
And they just blow the rest of the team up. ICU going to come off cooldown, but even with the full stack, Gnar doesn't really matter. Does get a massive one into the wall. Bang 2 would need to be an absolute hero here. And they are cut a little down to size, but he's retreating immediately to the fountain as the last Nexus turret is going to fall. They turn back on Olio, tries to get the shot out in the back. Big Aphelios for Wako as he's coming through, and Bang 2 just does not have enough damage. Needed to upgrade himself to Bang 3 or 4, and the Nexus is gonna shred as Beyond Gaming pick themselves up another victory here in Week 4.
You might try to amp it up all the way to Bang 10 and see if that actually works out, but congratulations to Beyond Gaming. They prove a lot of the doubters wrong, and they showcase a game where they actually snowball from start to finish. It's not your typical Minji game. Usually we see him huddled much closer to his turret. He usually gets pushed in the lane. Hasn't really been known as the best of laning mid laners, but this time I think he combined a good laning phase with a upstanding assassin game as well. That was so fun to watch. I love the Horizon focus. I love the early Dark Seal. He definitely knew his limits on this champ.
Oh, yeah, for sure, and he definitely was looking to push him. Not just bullying Chacha, but really just finding the openings, roaming everywhere and setting up for the plays, whether it was cleanup duty or otherwise. Minji had an absolutely fantastic game. Wako did what he needed to. Kino was landing hooks all over the place, and honestly, even with a handful of troll plays, I think, from Husha and maybe Liang getting a little bit baited in some of those last fights, it just did not matter. There was nothing really Hurricane could do. They were just slowly pushed back and back and back, but trying to find the fights, a few moments, a few skirmishes going their favor, but that was about it.
Yeah, and I have to say, I don't really fault... Oh, we're going to have to watch this
again.
This
Minji Vision.
Money play.
This is beautiful. This has got to be in one of the top 5 plays next week.
Yeah, just look at the way that he shoots out his skill shots as well. He does try to just scuff people with the hitbox. You know, he's not aiming dead center. He's actually maximizing his path route by knowing that, you know, if I just clip you, the damage goes through. That's the one thing about League of Legends that people don't really get with normal life. You don't have to enter. You don't have to aim for center mass. It's usually good enough. You just tick them on their hairs or, you know, on their collars, and the damage is going to go through. So really good pathing, great understanding of where the enemy vision is, where their attention is. You know, watching good assassins is like watching a good magic show, and Minji definitely put on a great show for us.
Yeah, well, I mean, he certainly made a lot of health bars disappear on the Hurricane Gaming side. So I really think that, you know, watching him play other styles of champion is a little bit 50-50 at times, but when he's given the chance to run like a snowballing assassin, we've already seen the Akali, the Ahri certainly adds to that repertoire. It's terrifying, and I think this is something that other teams have to watch out for when facing down against the likes of Minji, because we do have a lot of stacked mid laners in this league, but different types of stacked mid laners, right? Like, this is a league that no longer has Maple in it. I feel like Minji can certainly look to try and make a claim as, like, you know, assassin player number 1, and Beyond Gaming, they've shown that they have options. Yes, this is against one of the bottom teams in the league, but they showed they can play a clean snowballing tempo game to a T, and they did exactly what they needed to close this one out in a faster time, a much faster time than when the teams last met, lasting at 29 minutes. This one just under 24.
Yeah, I think overall what this means is that you can't give Husha the best tempo jungler in the game. If you give him Xin Zhao, he's going to be able to duo up with Minji and just snowball out of control, completely out of hand in this case. 10-0-9. I want to check how many times he's died on Ari, but his previous KDA was already over double digits, and this is going to skyrocket it even more.
Yeah,
and I think that's kind of the key thing. Like, if you deny them a superior mid-jungle duo, then that really dampens down Minji's potential. You know, he's not going to win the lane by himself. So I think you just have to start from denying Husha, and then you also kind of shut down Minji as an added bonus.
Absolutely. I'm actually checking in on those Ari games. He had 2 deaths on Ari up against Sem9 and 0 against CFO. So, yeah, 2 deaths total on this Ari. Definitely making a play for an incredibly terrifying performance. Maybe ban-worthy more than the Akali. I think that teams are going to have to take notice of this player.
Yeah, I love the adaptation for Beyond Gaming. They're saying, hey, sure, we might not have the best laners across the board. We do have slow starts, but we are going to get the best tempo gankers, the Rek'Sais, and the Xin Zhaos, and we're just going to hard force these kills to actually happen, and that's how we're going to snowball the game. It's a perfect solution to kind of bridge the gap between their very slow, sluggish early games and their great 1-3-1s and their flanks.
Absolutely. All right, well, a clean game done and dusted. We will be right back after this break for Frank Esports versus J-Team.
CDBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 260 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
Your family.
And welcome back once again to the PCS Spring Split 2022. Only a couple games left to play here, and coming up right now is going to be Frank Esports taking on J-Team, who returned to the stage after a disappointing loss against PSG Talon to start the day. Hey everybody, I am still Pyrotechnics, he's still Clement, and our sponsors, they haven't changed either. They're CTBC Bank and Caliber. Thank you for making the PCS possible. Now Clement, Frank Esports, I think they were watching what PSG did earlier on tonight, and I think they have maybe been taking a few notes.
Yeah, it was a really weird game from J-Team because they were up at 6,000 gold. They had a 6-0 lead, but they weren't able to close the deal against PSG. And I think what we have consistently seen from J-Team is that their teamfight coordination around big objectives has just not really been there. We don't see a strong shot-calling presence from this team, and the way that they win seems to be more oriented towards snowballing Kongya and Uniboy. If those two get ahead, then they usually have a great game, everything goes smoothly. But if the game is somewhat even, then they really haven't been able to make a strong impact and get the team together on the same page. I think that's been the main issue. On the other hand, for Frank Esports, I actually feel like they've been up and up. They've showcased so many good things here. We have Pretender going back to some of his assassin roots. I really liked his Syndra game. His Akali game was pretty fun to watch. And also you had Rebirth, the previous support here, also showing up huge on the Nautilus. But they do have K2 playing today, going back to their usual setup here. So, there's a lot of good things coming out from Frank. I think their individual talent has been rising, especially in the mid-jungle.
They've been having a little bit more time to gel, and lest we forget, of course, Eminem earning the MVP for last week. So we'll see if he can continue that level of performance. Now, their opponents, of course, J-Team looking to bounce back after a loss against PSG. Driver, Kongye, Uniboy, Lilvi, and Enzo. I do actually think the bot laners are going to have an interesting matchup because we have seen both these players in the PCS for a bit of time. They've always kind of hovered around that mid-tier to maybe breaking out into a top 4. Have the opportunity to do it perhaps this split. Lil V definitely loving to play more of those later game champions. He's really only played the Jinx and the Aphelios. They've been able to handshake all the time, whereas Eminem has had a little more variety, even getting his hands on a Zeri for a single game, but also playing the likes of the Caitlyn, the likes of the Ezreal. However, I do expect both these two teams to clash in the bot and probably come up with some pretty interesting 2v2s. But
yeah, we have seen some strategies where people just try to ban out Eminem completely, don't let him on the hyper carries, and that's when you see kind of the Caitlyn come out. We are on patch 12.4, and if you were wondering, Zeri is still busted. Incredibly busted. She's still perma-banned, so I don't expect to see her. That's true. There has been a lot of number nerfs. It's just surprising that you can see a champion lose 20% attack speed on ultimate, lose 20% slow on her Ultra Shock laser, and still be the most pick and ban champion.
It just doesn't matter. Yeah. 100% pick ban. Probably not going to say. I mean, it does keep slipping through every once in a while. It is always a possibility. I don't know, given the relative power of these two bot laners, that it's going to likely show up, but we will be comparing the junglers, in fact. Because while Holo has had some up and down performances, I would say, Kongye has been put up big numbers, but has also occasionally struggled to turn those into wins for his team, like we saw earlier on in the night.
Coordination is still a big thing for Kongre on this squad. I feel like he doesn't really link up with the rest of his teammates, but in terms of the early game dueling and just the early game ganking, you can tell from that first blood participation rate has a lot more impact on the game compared to Holo. I feel like Holo has been doing well in team fights, but early game still hasn't been his sort of strong suit, and I think his function in the early game is just trying to get Kurt and getting Pretender through the first 15 minutes when they play these sort of scaling champions. We see like a lot of tanks from Kurt, and we also see a lot of mages coming in from Pretender. So his job is much more about the defensive side of the map rather than the offense, which we get from Kongo.
Yeah, and Holo's definitely no stranger to like setting up those team fights. We saw that a lot from Boom last year as well. And into the picks and bans we go. Frank Esports looking for their 5th win. J-Team looking to close out strong with the 7th. Ooh, Zoe ban, definitely respect on the Uniboy.
And these two teams do have very different strategies. Like, if you look at the holistic stats, it does seem like both of them are very AD-centric. But if you look at how they actually win games, then it couldn't be more night and day. Frank Esports, they still need Eminem to have a pop-off team fight. They still need to go late. Well, on J-Team's side, their best games have honestly been the Syndra and the Zoe and Uniboy just snowballing out of control. So it really goes much deeper than the stats would suggest, and I like these bans from Frank Esports. All of them are early game bans just to make sure J-Team have to go and play a slow game alongside with them.
Yeah, certainly done their homework. Xin Zhao, though, as well as the Zarya and the Akali taken off the table. A lot of must bans. Eminem will get his hands on the first pickup, Jinx, as it gets locked in, and that takes it away from Lilvi, who has preferred it. He should handshake the Aphelios, though, no problem. But Lilvi has kind of been the J-Team late-game insurance policy across the board anyways.
Definitely expect just, sort of the standard, the Aphelios kind of come through. The big question for me is what Driver is going to do. I think Driver can play fighters, but I don't think he can coordinate split pushing with the rest of the team. That's not a talent that we have seen from him just yet. So I would actually much prefer him just give the sort of counter pick over to Uniboy, let Uniboy to dominate his lane, maybe put Pretender down rather than going for like a straight up fighter. I'd be okay with something like a Graves just to shove the wave in, or the Gwen just to play defensively.
I mean, and the Gwen can flex too, right? I mean, that's the other thing, is we've seen Kongye look to this champion as well, and as long as he's not frontlining when he needs to have a smite ready at a dragon pit, I think it could be okay. Well, of course, he's not going to be flexing on it because there's a Hecarim already. So, what am I talking about? It's going to be a dragon champion. Yeah,
it happens all the time.
I had my brain in like 3 games ago, man. It's been a night. But that does mean that Kurt gets a chance to flex his Tryndamere skills, which should be a fun game. 1v1.
Kurt is, interestingly enough, I feel like Kurt and Driver are very close to being the same players. They can play fighters, but I'm not sure about their split pushing or flanking. So we'll see what happens in this matchup. Tryndamere technically does get pushed in a little bit by the Gwen earlier on, but later can have an outsized impact. We have seen so many games where Kurt just gets like one auto attack off on the Tryndamere and then just goes back to a side lane. So he definitely needs a stronger voice on the team, and I think that's what we should pay attention to, whether if Kurt can actually stretch the map out and play a real 1-3-1.
Yeah, I think it's remaining to be seen if that's going to work out for them, if it's going to be possible. But with the lock in the Aphelios, the handshake is confirmed. We get into ban phase 2 with bot lanes on both sides, or rather, bot lanes on the Frank Esports side fully filled out and support pool still open. Frank could opt to hit that. But the priority is probably going to be continuing to hammer at Uniboy, I would think, given how strong he is. But for J-Team, they are focusing on the jungle by removing the Diana from the equation.
Yeah, I think this is a really smart move. Orianna is my go-to ban here. Both sides are trying to play with immobile 80 carries, and Orianna just halts that advance so hard. Also combos really well with Hecarim, so great ban by Frank. The Syndra is a ban that, frankly, I'm willing to let through. Syndra does not chase up well with Hecarim, so I think they'll think of something else here. It's interesting to see what they will do. I think they're probably trying to defend against triple dive. I wouldn't mind just banning a Nautilus here.
Yeah,
Just to make
yeah.
sure
I mean, you could. I was like, do you think the Rise is maybe worth it? And I'm not 100% sure.
Rise is an interesting one. I feel like I'm willing to give over the. Oh, okay, never mind. They ban it. Good call there.
Yeah,
Good
I mean,
call.
hey, it's like the only other champion that I can think of that Uniboy would play that would go for the big dive, and like,
yeah,
in his hands, it's still pretty good. But we'll see. I'm not gonna get excited until it's confirmed. I'm not gonna get excited until it's confirmed. I'm not getting excited, but they're hovering. They're hovering Renata.
I don't think they actually have a great comp for this just yet.
The last second switch up. Yep, I knew it. I knew it all along. It was Leona.
So the thing about Renata is she really isn't an engaged champion. And the reason for that is her ult actually travels super slowly. It travels at 650 speed. So it's barely faster than walking, and it's very difficult to hit people with it. I don't think you'll see Renata being played when the composition is geared toward going forward. Leona here, probably a much better opportunity, much better fit for the team. Meanwhile, on Frank Esports, this is an interesting one from Holo. We did talk about Holo kind of shoring up the early game, but he does shine in late game teamfights, and Viego has been a pick that has allowed him to do so. So Frank Esports right now have a super interesting comp, something that we didn't really expect from them at all, almost coming up with the triple dive, especially if they lock this Vex in.
I think it certainly dovetails well with what they're trying to do, gives them a lot extra AP, and they will lock it in for Pretender. I believe we've only seen one other Vex so far this split in the PCS. I need to go back and check the numbers to confirm that, but this definitely gives them a solid opportunity to try and get into that backline. The question is, who do they look to destroy outside of Lil V if this Syndra gets locked in? I feel like Uniboy is a prime candidate, but he was hovering on something more like the Ahri earlier that would allow a better chase-up. But no, we do get the Syndra for Uniboy, and now there are two pretty juicy targets to get into the back line with.
Yeah, I actually feel like the Syndra is a bit of a trap here for J-Team. She just presents another very juicy target. And, to go over what Frank Esports did here, they kind of flipped the composition. They had the Tom Kench, but then they switched it over to a triple dive comp with a lot of just offensive power all in. And J-Team, I think they kind of fell for the bait here. Hecarim in this composition doesn't really do as much compared to a purely offensive composition where they're trying to run down the enemy. And if you look at the Syndra, she faces kind of the same issues. She's not going to be able to side lane against Tryndamere in teamfights. She's going to be very susceptible to just the myriad of crowd control that the Vex can throw at you. So I actually feel like Frank actually outdrafted here and forced J-Team into a very defensive posture.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting, and I want to see how it actually affects the lane phase overall, because that mid lane just suddenly got very, very interesting. I think Uniboy, pound for pound, has shown that he is a stronger laner overall than Pretender, but Pretender has been stepping it up a number of occasions. I want to see if he can really take it here to the opposite side, and then, of course, J-Team's bottom lane should be relatively safe in this one. The top side should be reasonably matched, and then if they can get into the later stages of the game, Holo can start to help them pop off. There's a lot of damage on this Frank Esports comp. They're looking to walk away with a win and hand J-Team their second loss in a day. If they could do it, that would certainly make a great argument for this squad's growing potential. They've definitely looked better week over week.
I would love to see some team just step up and break the triarchy of J-Team teams in the top of our bracket.
J-Teams,
kind of
if
ridiculous. You will. Exactly. It's so weird that you break up J-Teams and you get better teams. It's been the case so long. Like, even if you think about G-Rex, it was kind of the same team. A bunch of academy players from J-Team break off, and they beat the original J-Team.
It's like osmosis, they're just dividing themselves and splitting and moving. Well, that's the wrong biological process, but you know what I'm talking about. Cellular division. Fun fact, I basically almost failed chemistry in college, but we don't talk about that. What we do talk about is League of Legends, because we're on the Rift, Clement, and Frank Esports are looking to shut J-Team out in this day one of week 4.
And what we should be paying attention to the early game, I think, is sort of the dynamic in the mid and jungle here. Uniboy definitely has a stronger lane. His cooldowns are a lot shorter, so I expect him to be able to shove Pretender in. But Holo does have the hard CC, and Pretender does have the hard CC too. So if they want to gank, it would be very easy to execute. That's kind of the tightrope that I think Uniboy has to walk on. He has to pressure his lane, win it, but he also has to dodge out on a lot of ganks, and he does have an inferior jungle in the early game with Hecarim. So we'll see how he is able to balance out that one, and I think if Frank get ahead there, it is so easy to transition that lead into the other lanes. Vex, with her mobility, is kind of disgusting, and the same goes for Viego. If this champion gets snowballed, as we see very often in the LPL, he's still very difficult to keep down.
Yeah. I mean, it's not quite as high a priority as Viego was last year when we saw him just kind of being like that top-tier jungle pick, always picked up. Now he's a bit more feast or famine, but in Holo's hands, it certainly can be a threatening champion, and we will get underway without any level 1 shenanigans. Definitely want to keep an eye on the mid and see how that one develops with the Vex. Not looking for like a solo kill, for instance, but I do think Uniboy, even though this Syndra may not be quite as suited to pair up with what the rest of the team wants to do, in a solo lane situation, could surprise Pretender. We have seen the quick level 6 hit the R button and, you know, see if he can delete somebody happen a couple of times.
Yeah, Syndra is still unrivaled when it comes to lane harassment. She has a very short cooldown on those Dark Spheres and can throw them out over and over again. While on the other hand, I feel like for the Vex, it's a little bit harder. You don't have the same cooldown windows to kind of go through. And as you can see in lane here, your abilities are a little bit easier to dodge. Not in that instance, as Uniboy takes everything to the face. Just trying to prove me wrong.
Hey, easier to dodge doesn't mean guaranteed, right? I mean, that's the whole thing.
Yeah, Vex hitboxes are pretty tricky. You do have a accelerating but a smaller hitbox on her Q, and then a widening hitbox on her E. It's not that easy to dodge if you haven't played against her for a while.
And that's one of the reasons to pick a champion that isn't quite as popular, or at least not as widely played overall, right? I mean, Vex as a champion, obviously, you know, we predicted this fully when we talked about it being a tier 1 pick on our patch 12.04 graphic, but you know, overall, definitely seeing a little bit less of that champion worldwide. Does occasionally make an appearance. We'll see if Pretender can put it to the test, and I'm always excited to see what Vexes can do in team fights, because anytime you get that big dashing ultimate to do the damage, ooh, speaking of damage, a little bit of a stun up on the Scout of the Week into the Dark Sphere combination.
Yeah, still very powerful with the trade. The thing about Vex in general is that she has a very long cooldown on her earlier Fear, so it's hard to get crowd control consistently on your opponents compared to the cooldowns from Syndra. Syndra just has a much easier time finding those opportunities. Now we do have a situation developing where Hecarim is spotted, so Holo could get a chance to find potentially a gank, but Uniboy pops the teleport and instantly covers his lane. So knows very well where the enemy jungler could potentially be and keeps his flank safe.
Yeah, honestly, that's really all Uniboy has to do, right, to start things off. He just wants to be getting out of this lane phase feeling pretty confident in himself, can get the harass down, maybe try to turn it. As we check back into the top lane right now, both of these champions having ways to deny death. Although for Kurt, going to take a little while before he gets to that point. Needs level 6. I do like that they're kind of trying to match the level of pressure that one can deal with the other. But of course, with the Ignite versus the Flash, that's going to be a little bit different as Holo now comes around the side. We are actually watching a trade up in the top side. Kurt ghosts on after the Ignite. A little bit of an oddball trade as Driver chases him away.
Yeah,
there might be more to it than that.
Just trying to get that. It's kind of interesting. I feel like Driver is just setting up for a kill a little bit later on. He's like, well, I might as well use it, suppress you in lane, and get a better laning outcome here. So we'll see what he does with that sort of HP lead. Doesn't look like much, actually, so maybe kind of a waste. I do want to mention that his keystone choice is Lethal Tempo, so this is a much stronger team fight and sustained trade one. But we have seen, actually, the Grasp of the Undying work out quite well on the Gwen, just for short trades and getting that burst down.
Look at
Kongria
this,
coming in with the gank.
Waiting for the play, and he gets the dash in onto Eminem, forcing the flash away. They might have enough damage, and they do. First blood secured by Enzo on the last tick of the Ignite, but they are looking for more as Lil V cleans up K2. Nicely played there from the J-Team bot lane. Not to mention the jungle.
It is so rare to see people make use of the alcove these days. It's almost like a forgotten mechanic coming in from the last split, but that's exactly how you should do it. Wait there for your bot lane to arrive, and the enemy isn't expecting it. The enemy is thinking, oh, you don't have vision down, you're going to play somewhat safe, but ta-da, the jungler comes right out. It's a level 5 Hecarim gank. No one expects that, and they get the beautiful double.
Yeah, that was, in terms of expectations, that ranks maybe just slightly below the Spanish Inquisition. So, Kongye coming up with a level 5. Well played. 2-0 in the kill box down bot side for J-Team as they start to build on a little bit of a healthy lead. And this is another reason it's always fun to watch Kongye's. It doesn't matter what type of champion he's on. He's going to try to get involved a little bit earlier than you might expect. And that's just one of the things that's so fun to watch about him as he's transitioned to a little bit more of a team fighting player and a skirmishing, ganking jungler rather than a full carry jungler like we saw him on Hong Kong Attitude last year.
Yeah, if you think about Kongye's past, he's probably best known for his Gragas play, so that's definitely more into the ganking category. Frank are trying to get something back here. At the very least, I feel like Frank need to make sure J-Team just don't make a mad dash for Herald as soon as it's up. They have a massive advantage in terms of summoners just on low V, so that's definitely up on the cards for J-Team, and Frank are just making sure that as they bounce the wave back, they are not going to run into Kongye, who does have the Onslaught Shadow this time.
He does. K2 could be in trouble himself. Although,
where
he'd rather have the Tom Kench be roaming, but he realizes he might be caught out, and there goes the Onslaught of Shadows and the knockback. K2 is a dead man. In quick succession, a second kill after the first.
I don't know what K2 was doing there. His team has never had vision advantage on that right side brush. Vex has been 24/7 pushed in, and yeah, it was just kind of a weird route to take for K2, unfortunately, and he gets punished rightfully so.
J-Team extend their lead to a little over 2,500 now as Kongye continues to have quite a lot of presence exerted over the map. Should be giving away this blue buff over to Uniboy any second now, and there we go. J-Team off to a pretty solid start. Lilvi and Enzo going to be able to push in if they wanted, rather just going to let the minions do the job, as they have vision control all up and down that side of the river. Also, a few wards in the Herald Pit as it's just about to hit the spawn mark at 8 minutes. And really, J-Team have to be feeling pretty happy with how well controlled this game is.
Yeah, it's going absolutely smoothly for them, 0-3. And we haven't seen any roams from Vex. The greatest power of Vex is that she can reach your bot lane so easily, has over 2,000 range on the Shadow Surge. So you have to keep very close attention to her. But as you can see for Pretender, this has been a very tough lane. He's actually going Dark Seal for just for extra sustain here.
I mean, this is Uniboy diff, right?
Yeah.
Like, he's just so good at nailing all of that harass, and now we see why the Syndra was the priority pick, even if it doesn't mesh with, you know, the dive style that the rest of the team seems to want to do. If you can keep the Vex down, that can certainly help, even though that was that seemed to be the game plan here as Herald has started.
And if they can close off the ramp, and maybe Pretender can get a massive ultimate here.
Okay, they're going to turn. Looking for Kurt. Herald going to be reset. They're actually going to let that one happen. And whoa, boy. Dishing out a lot of damage as Lilvi just throws out all those chakrams. And now they are straight back on to the Herald. This time it is J-Team in the driver's seat for it.
Oh, that was so painful to watch because Frank actually pushed their way, actually didn't have the lanes in the correct position. They're going to lose a lot of CS for this. If you look across the board, all three of their lanes are down. So they forego CS just to make that Herald play work. They get caught red-handed. And I think unfortunately for Frank, they didn't try to pull the trigger. I feel like if you put yourself in a bad position like that, you almost have to commit. But, you know, they allow J-Team to kind of come down the ramp, and once they do that, you can't fight it anymore. So they're going to pay very dearly for that from the start of the play to the back end of it as well.
Yeah, it's going to be a first brick taken. Shelly should be able to help polish that off with the final charge, and everything's coming up J-Team in this early game, Clement. They have controlled the first 10 minutes of this game about as flawlessly as one could expect, keeping the Vex down, about a wave and some change. Uniboy has been able to hold off of both, and they might even get a second Rift Herald charge here. Yeah, with Kongye and Lilvi here, I don't know if Kurt can really defend against this. This is a pretty massive swing for J-Team.
Yeah, that's why I feel like it's almost better to hard commit on that play and try to eke out a couple of kills rather than just full surrendering that play. Because it was a very risky play to start with. If you don't have your lanes pushing and you go for that play, then you are already losing out on CS. You have to secure the Herald, absolutely. And they just didn't go for it.
Oh, Oh, straight into one ultimate, not another. Kongi didn't quite have the follow-up damage there as the flash comes out for Pretender, but still, I think you definitely take those trades right now. 2 ultimates burned for the price of 1 and a flash.
Yeah, and Kongi was very nifty on that disengage. Didn't allow himself to be tagged down by the knockdown and the fear. When you see the red bar on Vex, that means she can definitely fear you in that situation. Manages to dodge away from the Q, get himself out of dodge. So it ended up just being a straight up, successful trade on the side of J-Team. And I gotta say, this is a little bit disappointing from Frank. They just kind of gave up on their own play, so... that's a massive hole they have to climb through now. You
gotta
would
commit.
much rather see them just go all in on that.
I think they're starting. I think this is definitely a classic case of the whole nameplate anxiety, right? You see the other team, you see what they've been able to do, and you kind of start doubting your own ability to execute, and that hesitation can cost you big time.
Yeah, I'm trying to think about the next point where Frank can really have a say in this game. So far, this Vex has not been able to do anything. But we have talked about the late game. Vex does have very long reach, and with that kill combo with Diego, maybe they can find something.
Oh, well, they got to survive a little bit first. K2 is going to get the swallow up onto Holo, and here's the counter engage. Pretender was looking for something on that Shadow Surge, opts not to take it. Or, excuse me, not the Shadow Surge, the Mistral Bolt. That's, again, even when they... look, they are a little bit afraid to kind of full commit unless they have that absolute free kill, and the gold deficit just keeps growing right now. Late game certainly seems to be a good strategy to try and play for, but they've got to make it there, right? J-Team, they are better when they snowball, and I think this definitely is counting as a snowball, Clement.
I would have to concur. I feel like...
Okay, Scout of the Week, that's
the ult.
The dash! And Kongi taken quite low, and Holo will be able to open him up and turn himself into the pony. Maybe they've got an opportunity to make the play here as Enzo just getting clipped all over the place. Double kill comes in, and that has got to be the start of something. Frank Esports needed that play badly. But K2, what are you doing, buddy? Stranded out in no man's land, and that is going to be an ultimate spent by Uniboy. Doesn't quite get the kill as Holo walks right through. A little bit of an odd turn of events, but it doesn't punish Frank.
Yeah, J-Team going a little bit over-aggressive. Kongi actually, I don't even think he ulted in that one. Maybe didn't have his ult then, but just kind of walked to his death there, unfortunately. Just going way too deep. He thought he would be okay with the Mythic already completed here, but wasn't really the case, and he allowed himself to get poked down. The W was down as well, so no way to regain HP, and just, okay, that was weird. He actually saw the enemy team coming.
That was a good use of the fear.
True. Yeah, that's kind of your Kongi freebie of the game. He always gives his opponent one freebie at least, I feel.
It happens sometimes.
Yeah.
I think he kind of got baited by thinking between him and Uniboy they'd be able to get the 2v2 no matter what. I don't think he counted on the full turn. But this part's just weird. What was K2 doing there? He's fine, but what? And then Holo? I don't get it.
Neither do I. I think they were just trying to push their limits. Well, hey, no harm, no foul. And at the end of the day, J-Team is still up 5,000. If it
works out, it's calculated, right?
Yeah, I have to agree with that. This game's kind of a weird game, to be honest. 5 kills and a 5,000 gold lead to J-Team. It doesn't feel real. Even after that massive blunder they made, somehow they're still up. I just feel like Frank... you gotta have more grit than that. You have to be willing to really throw down and put all the chips on the table. Or not.
They just haven't been. Look at this. It's just love taps that they were dishing right now as we get a Hextech Rift, and now they push forward. If you weren't gonna fight the dragon, this is what's gonna happen. All of a sudden, the flankers get flanked themselves. Holo taking a little bit of damage here, and even though Enzo does get rooted down, he's able to tank through it. Kurt coming a little bit late to the party after everyone's going home. Yeah, a little bit odd there. So, a dragon apiece, still a pretty hefty gold lead for J-Team. But Frank have shown they have the ability to fight. They just need to show they have the willingness.
Yeah, I'm kind of perplexed by these situations, to be completely honest. It's not like that wasn't a completely unwinnable fight by Frank Esports. You could say that with this gold deficit, maybe they want to take it slow, but why put yourself in a position where you have to burn a lot of ultimates or even summoners if you're not going to go for that one? But that's the choice they made.
I don't know.
No steal happening and no fight happening. And I think J-Team are perfectly happy with things going the way they are. Like, it's like, sure, we didn't get any kills, but hey, Frank Esports didn't farm either, so we still hold on to our lead.
And that's all you need sometimes. J-Team, looked like for a second they were going to opt into grabbing the Herald, but they back off of it until, yeah, they get it now. I think they were just checking to make sure it was safe to do. Certainly is the case, as they found a back timing. Teleport, of course, advantage on nobody, because Pretender doesn't quite have it back up, and this Herald should go down fairly quickly. Frank are not going to opt to contest. Scout of the Week, just to dissuade Holo from getting anywhere, and Kongye grabs the eye once again.
And we are going back to just kind of more farming. I think the big problem with Frank right now is they don't have the Tryndamere online. They do want to play this 1-3-1. They counterpick with the Tryndamere against the Gwen specifically for that purpose. But because of the 2 towers that they lost top lane, that isn't happening just yet. And I think that's the reason you see Frank kind of just pulling back and kind of biding their time. Playing without a mythic in top lane at 17 minutes, it's
bad,
really painful.
Yeah, I mean, there's such a massive CS deficit up there, too, between Driver and Kurt, and it's rough. You're going to need to get back and try to defend now. Kurt has no way to get into this, no teleport available. Oh, the stun down, landing on Eminem, and into the Moonlight Vigil. They are going to get root on it. Doesn't even really look like they want the fight. They just kind of wanted to chase him off the tower, and they get that one without a whole lot of resistance. 4-0. I mean, we saw a pretty big opening advantage for J-Team against PSG, and there was still a comeback, but I feel like Frank are just, like, letting this one happen.
Yeah, they are, I still think, biding their time on this one, but a lot of their champions don't actually scale all that well. I think Vex is one of those champions that is definitely better in terms of one-shotting. You can play her as sort of a control mage, but it really requires the enemy team to have a bunch of gap closers. If they have a lot of gap closers, then you get a very low cooldown on your passive. You can constantly knock people down with your abilities. If that's not really the case, then she works much better as an assassin. And I think against J-Team, she's definitely more viable as sort of the assassin burst route, and that will require her to be ahead of her, which currently she isn't. So we'll see how this team fight ends up, but it does look like Frank are just... I think they're just waiting and waiting and waiting until... I don't know when they're waiting till, but the later it goes, probably the better it is for them at this juncture.
Yeah, if they can stop losing ground, if they can stem the bleeding a little bit, that certainly can help us. Even though this gold deficit's not great for them, the longer the game goes, the less it actually matters if they don't let it extend too far around. And, trying to keep up with the items, we see that there's about a half item difference in the bot lane. Lil B having just completed Collector. Kurt, of course, very much more far behind, as this Tryndamere is kind of having a sad day. He's not going to be the Hullbreaker Tryndamere anytime soon, but the team might need him. Try and turn around here as they found an opening onto Enzo, and he flashes looking for Uniboy. There's an opportunity here for Frank Esports, but the rest of the team needs to get in position fast enough. Uniboy is just floating away, but no! Eminem opens up with a big super mega death rocket. Kurt limps away. Enzo is caught in the alcove. This will only be 2, but for Frank, they did manage to secure it. Now, can they get anything else?
I love that sense of bloodlust coming in from Frank Esports. They had Kurt down earlier. They know they have the 5v4, straight engage on the chase. And this is the problem with J-Team. They have a lot of members that cannot escape if they go in these long lanes. Syndra is one of those champions. Little V is one of those champions. You can see Holo and Kurt just hurting them along, forcing them to blow all of their summoners, and still getting the kills at the end. So a great comeback from Frank Esports, and I think they're finding some strengths on their composition. They don't always have to be grouped up. They actually...
Absolutely.
They have a lot of ability to just side lane chase with the Vex. That's a semi-global, and the Tryndamere in long lanes is just so deadly. So I really think J-Team kind of overplayed their hands into this one, and Frank, ironically with their playstyle, they actually goaded J-Team into false sense of security. This is completely in vision of Frank, by the way, so we should expect a lot of interference.
Really should. Teleport for Pretender is up. I don't know if they feel like they can contest this. This is J-Team kind of calling a bluff here, but they're going to look to sniff in. It's at about 4,500. No, that's the peel away. Oh my goodness. They just lose their nerve. And now they lose their Gwen. Enzo caught in the back of the pit. Baron's still aggroed. Frank Esports, they're coming in and cleaning house right now. They've already got 2 down. There's still a smite threatening for Kongye. So they got to be careful not to give too much up, but they don't want to give away this Baron that has been gifted to them at 21 minutes. If they can get it, Uni Boy opens up with his ult, but now the turnaround. No, he dodges away. Meanwhile, K2 going to swallow up Pretender as they look to find a kill here. This was a little bit of an awkward play. I think Kurt might be left for dead. Very strange dance between the two teams, but it's J-Team that lose their 2 members for nothing.
Yeah, that was a weird series of events. No one actually had a scanner ready for that play, so it's kind of weird for me to actually watch that one, but they didn't even scan the Baron pit. They just said, like, oh, we got this one ward down, and, you know, we have a pink ward, that's enough, but they completely missed the ward right in front of the Baron, so... yeah, Frank just gets to pick up 2 kills there, and that's still pretty huge. You know, Eminem is getting to the point where he's dealing legitimate amounts of damage, and I think at this point, Uniboy is not having the same effect that he did in the laning phase. So,
yeah,
this feels like the most J-Team game ever.
Wait, what, didn't you say that about the last one too?
I know. I feel so bad about this, but like J-Team, they always do this. I don't even know how. Like they're just like, okay, this looks like a smooth cruise to victory, and then J-Team always find the way to snatch victory away from the jaws of defeat and crown it atop on themselves. It's just
their opponents, you know, find those unlikely victories against them. I wonder if J-Team just, like, overthinks some of these engages, right?
They do. They definitely do.
It really feels like this is a team that has a bit of a fragile mental.
I feel like they're not willing to roll with the mistakes. That's what happens a lot of times.
That is part of the problem. Kongye smites away the red. Small victories.
Yeah, I feel like J-Team have to be willing to crash land into victories. I feel like that's the best way to put it. Sometimes they try
you
to
can't
go for
hesitate,
clean
right?
Games.
That is the issue. Is you can't you know, there's a saying like the perfect is the enemy of the good. You can't try to play super clean and then just fall over flat when you make a mistake. You have to be willing to get down and dirty for sure. For J-Team, if they're going to look to recover this, they still do have the gold advantage. They still do have a massive tower advantage. However, that does mean that the gold is probably going to flip pretty hard if Frank do manage to start cracking open these neutral objectives. The fact that they've been able to get so much done on the map without is actually kind of insane. And the issue right now is you've kind of got kills on the carries. You've got kills on the hyperscaling. The Jinx has 100% KP right now, sitting on 2.5 items. Pretender does get caught, but that's okay. He just says, hey, give me my personal space.
Personal space, pretty much the most usability to get AoE fears down. You attack someone with a Shadow Surge, you go into the enemy backline, and then you just gotta fear everyone. We have seen some times when people... It's usually personal space or the E being used to get that AoE fear effect off, but if you want a quick release, Q actually is a little bit faster than either of those abilities, so we can see which one he kind of goes for in these team fights. That's kind of the most difficult thing about playing with Vex, is just like, how do you aim the geometry of your skill shots to hit the maximum target and at the best speed. So that's where kind of you see a lot of the skill differentiation come out on this champion.
On the flip side, though, like using it on the W, on the personal space, does kind of allow you to just, like, either use it defensively, or if you have already followed on with, like, a Shadow Surge getting into the backline, like, that's kind of a fun, it's almost like a bit of a Nocturne ultimate, right?
Yeah, it does have that sort of a effect here, as we see Konya losing half his HP just to charge once on Pretender. It's definitely not worth it for him.
Konya had a good start to this game. Not so much anymore. He's having a bit of a roughie, even on that Turbo Chem tank right now. There is a Dragon on the Rift. This Hex Tech, Frank would love to grab this and put themselves at soul point, but J-Team know that this is a hotly contested objective, and Holo is already at half health. They're going to get flanked right now. A massive turn in there as Uniboy is able to get the shutdown onto Eminem. With an unleashed power, Pretender and Kurt looking to go back in for round number 2. Driver not even sure where to put the needlework here, as Pretender will fall. Oh dear, talk about hesitation. This time it was Frank Esports. Kongye may die. but Kurt will be not long after in following him. A 3-for-2 trade to JT.
Still a very important kill there coming in from Kurt. He kills the jungler on the opponent team and ensures that there will be no Baron take from the side of J-Team. However, I don't think that really makes up for Holo's previous mistakes. He took way too much damage just walking toward that Drake. And I think the critical thing is they didn't clear the banana brush. If you're the red side team walking into the river, you have to clear that brush. You're just asking for trouble if you don't clear that one. And J-Team was gifted a very easy engagement. Watch this. They don't have any wards on banana. There's a 3-man stack and a Hecarim coming in from that angle. They lose their AD carry straight off the bat. And honestly, Pretender, they really should thank their solo lanes, because Pretender and Kurt prevent a Baron take directly resulting from this one. They kill Kongre, and I'll be honest, Kongre, you didn't need to go in, buddy. That was kind of pointless.
Well, I mean, look, you're asking Kongre not to be aggressive. I think that's a little unreasonable of you, Clement.
That's unreasonable of me? Okay, I guess that's right. I'm sorry, I can't argue with that.
I'm not saying it's the smart move, but it is the Kongre move.
Yeah, that was a difference between a Baron, though, so I definitely think that J-Team could have played that a little bit better on the back end of that one. But, you know, props to Kurt, where props are due. He definitely stalled that one out, and now Frank still have another shot at this.
Certainly the case. I think Holo's positioning there was allowing J-Team to really get open. He didn't even die in that fight, although the rest of his team just about did. And this next Baron dance is going to be on a little bit more equal footing. I think it's still an advantage for J-Team in terms of gold, but with that Hextech Dragon match, it does mean that there's less of a threat of, you know, Dragon Soul going over anytime soon. This game has honestly swung pretty far back and forth, and here comes Kongre, but he's not going to opt into a play as he was denied just a little bit from the zap, as well as those Flame Chompers being thrown out. Back timers coming in. They have started the Baron quickly before, but it was a disaster for them. And yeah, that time, teams used their Scryer.
I'm just surprised that Frank didn't try to turn on Kongre. Syndra was showing top lane, so they actually had a 5v4, but Frank still played super safe.
Holo? He's going to get feared in from the onslaught of shadows, just dashes away from the solar flare. That tower gets knocked over at last. I still can't believe Frank don't have a single tower this game.
Oh, yeah, they don't. Huh. Well, that just means that they find a winning team fight. They have a lot of gold still left on the map if they want to take it. That was such a weird change of events there. I don't know what to say. I just feel like Frank, they grouped up as a 5-man, and then Syndra is showing top, and they don't take the fight. Like, Kongre is, like, begging them. Kongre's like,
both of these
right
teams,
in front.
Both of these teams are making very questionable decisions that make me think there might be a little bit of tilt involved.
We have said over and over again that these two teams are definitely the most similar teams out of our 10 teams in the PCS. They're very slow, they're grinding macro teams. And sometimes it just feels like they're not willing to kind of grasp destiny in their own hands. They're waiting for those critical mistakes by their enemies. Right. And you know, playing too safe is a risk in it and of itself. That's one of the cardinal sins of League of Legends, is that you cannot play too safe. You have to make calculated risks. If
you play not to lose and never to win, then sometimes you just won't win.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So we'll see, I guess.
Also,
this is exactly what J-Team has been known for. This is such a J-Team
Frank carrying on the proud tradition. Although,
there's 4 J-Teams now. I'm sorry.
Oh no! Well, you know what's crazy is they usually end in 4th place. It's the PCS Team Liquid.
Oh god. It does feel that way.
Team Liquid are doing well right now. Boy, nobody wants to make the play. And this is a team fight Tryndamere too, by the way. Moral reminder. And he's just sitting side lane.
I think it's fine for now, but he does have to move alongside this Gwen. He can't let Gwen have too much of a first move advantage. Ooh, and unfortunately, he actually dipped down towards the south. J-Team get a lucky start on this one, though Kongre is going low.
Yeah, and actually Hex flashing over. They wanted to actually bait the fight, but then it gets sniffed out. Yeah, oh boy. I think this is about the time we just kick back for a little bit, Clement. I feel like it's going to be waiting for a mistake. It's going to be a little bit of a time.
Yeah. It definitely seems that way. Now, we do have a Drake starting And it looks like J-Team do not want to trade. They're just going to hard force this. But once again, it's immediately spotted out. And they don't really
Take it
have...
low, though. Holo.
Yeah, Pretender could just get himself into the pit, though. Let's see if he can make it. No.
Holo gets stopped! They actually deny the Smite Steal possibility
Here we go.
And now can they take the fight? Pretender going into the back line. A huge amount of fear as Lil V is deleted off the map. The Baron may have been taken, but will they get out with their lives? Kurt taken low! And I don't know if that is going to be enough. Lil V, Enzo falling down and Driver to join them. It is a 1-for-3 trade with Pretender off the map as Frank make a beeline for mid lane. But there is a Baron on 2 J-Team members.
Yeah, I think critically, though, they're not on Gwen. I think Gwen's the most important one to have it, as she is the split-pushing tool against this team. So, overall, I don't even think Frank are too sad about that play. Viego is also getting pretty fed. They get a Drake off the bat of that and a TP. I'll be honest, I don't think that was a great play from J-Team.
No, I think they Baron baited themselves.
Yeah, it could have gone a lot worse. I think that's a key thing to remember right there. If you're stuck in that Baron pit and you have 50% less magic resistance, and honestly, if Pretender was able to make it into the pit a little bit sooner, this would have been a wipe. A complete wipe on the side of J-Team. Like,
this was a really, really good Shadow Surge, though.
3
into the fear.
fear?
Like, that sets up so much. And you know, the crazy thing is this could have been worse for J-Team.
Yeah.
Had Uniboy not stopped Holo from getting into the back of the pit, that could have easily been a steal.
Yeah, that's why I don't really like the play here. I feel like the plays...
it was a little sus, is what you're saying.
Yeah, at this point, I understand that J-Team do have to take some risks, because, you know, they can't keep the split push game going on forever. But I actually would have much rather them just try to take a head-on fight outside of the Baron pit. They have full vision advantage. Like, they can just turn on side brush rather than full commit to the Baron. So I think right now, at least, they do have the right idea. They have a much stronger position if they're fighting 5v5, and, you know, if they don't have that magic resistance debuff. But here we go.
Comes the Vex! Pretender looking to delete Lil V, manages to get it! And let's see if they can finish the rest of the fight as Driver holding off the front line here. Kongye not sure where to dash on the pony. Down goes Driver on the Gwen. Enzo next to fall, and just like dominoes, they drop. As the Jinx gets excited, Eminem running wild here. That may be the end of it. Kongye still looking for an opening, but man, Pretender has just found the burst. It's going to be another Shadow Surge on, but he won't take it this time.
That was absolutely beautiful from Pretender. He catches out Little V. Little V even had a flash and couldn't survive the damage coming in. It's absolutely insane. He goes in 1v, I think it was like a 1v4 in that instance for him. Gets the fear onto everyone, clears the path for the skill shots to just hammer down Little V. We have to watch that again. Absolutely beautiful. He waits on the side, tags with the Shadow Surge, gets the fear that sends the rest of the team forward, isolating Little V for him to get the solo kill down, and that's Reset City for Pretender to go back in again and again. That was just so sick coming in from the mid laner of Frank Esports.
Yeah, this is how you play a Vex. Get into that backline, land the big fear on Doom and Gloom. What an incredible play to deny the push. They even saved their tower. And again, Frank still don't have any towers of their own, but it doesn't seem to matter because they're winning these team fights. And they have 2 reset champions and a burst mage assassin. It feels like there's oh so many threats on this squad.
We did talk about the late game. That Syndra and that Aphelios are going to have a lot harder of a time against these champions. And, you know, we still don't see the GA coming in.
It is almost 35 minutes. I would say we are definitely looking at the late game. GA, as you mentioned, though, is on Eminem and Holo. And yeah, not so much on the J-Team side. Gold disadvantage still, but it just doesn't mean a thing. Holo nearly getting caught there, does get stunned up, but they managed to turn it back on to Kongye, and he cannot do a damn thing. Reset on, and they're looking for more. Grabbing the power of the pony for themselves now into Leona.
Can he find this?
Just short by the Syndra Scout of the Week, and there's not much for them to take on the map, but oh boy, I think J-Team are staring down the barrel of a 0-2 day.
Yeah, and we have to remember, J-Team started this game so strong. Vex did absolutely nothing in the early game. Did not make any roams, was pushed underneath her tower, 24/7. They had a 50 CS advantage on driver, and they didn't translate it into anything.
They still do, by the way.
This is the most J-team way to lose a game. Just sit on an advantage, hope the enemy makes a mistake, and guess what? This time Pretender came to play. Pretender was biding his time.
Yeah, like it's just been incredible to see the late game Vex start to come to fruition. I think Holo getting those early kills really helped snowball him ahead, got him an earlier Divine Sunderer. Eminem has just been quietly amassing gold and items, managed to pick up a couple of kills. Really just like the fast turns for Frank. I think we're seeing a team that's just in constant evolution, because this is a squad that really did come together at the last minute and have had less chance to practice early on. They've finally gotten themselves into a groove here. And has it been clean always? Absolutely not. But has it been refreshing to see? Certainly the case.
Yeah, Frank Esports, you know, honestly, they lost a lot of those Herald and Drake fights. This time, at least they had the pink ward on top of the banana brush. That's what I've been waiting for, and in goes JT.
Yeah, Enzo trying for the play here, but I don't know if they have enough here. Driver on the front line actually managing to isolate the rest of the squad. Do they have enough damage? Uniboy opens up by taking down K2. They have a lot of damage onto Hollow. He goes gold for just a second. The shutdown onto the Jinx is massive, as JT might have found a fight that they can take and not even lost a single member, plus the Dragon coming through. That is huge here, as J-Team take a chaotic fight all the way to the finish, securing a Dragon and beelining for the Baron.
They've just been killing Frank Esports on these Drakes again and again. Unfortunately for Pretender, he only found the ultimate on Enzo. Not really the target that you want to have on, and they were able to isolate him on the left side. You can see Pretender was basically full health the entire way, didn't get to use most of his abilities, and J-Team, they heard our complaints about them playing way too scared. They're going to finish this one off.
They might just do. Didn't need the Baron after all. Kongye trying to threaten, but the tower's already being shredded down. K2 trying to hold the line, but the Nexus is there. I don't think they have enough left in the tank. This has got to be it, and J-Team snatch victory from the jaws of defeat that they almost snatched from victory.
Oh boy, this game has been... I think this game really showcases the importance about believing in yourself and just pulling a trigger in good circumstances.
I think one good team fight can turn things at that late stage of the game. Yeah, I think Frank, I mean, look at the faces. I think they're a little shocked right now. They had that one, and they just took one ill-advised fight.
It was sort of the same thing again. Like, they weren't able to isolate that ramp. If you're going in on the red side, you have to make sure that Banana is not a ramp that the enemy can take. You have to have terrain denial there. You have to make them pay for every inch of that ramp. But I think Frank just started that Drake way too early. Like, in theory, what they should have done is they needed to push up that ramp. They actually needed hard secured vision on top of it, and made sure that if the enemy was going to take that path, they had to at least split up. That's not what we saw. J-Team were able to just beeline march down that ramp and basically sit on Eminem. So it was kind of a disappointing end to what was a pretty epic battle. We thought we were going to get a tale of a comeback story of Frank Esports finding their footing. At the end, J-Team still win out.
That they do, and J-Team can breathe a sigh of relief after going 1-1 today after a disappointing loss to PSG Talon, and almost another one here against the side of Frank Esports. And for Frank, I think, you know, the ending feels bad, and maybe the beginning a little bit too, but I think this is a team that can be proud of what they've managed to accomplish so far, and they are just growing week over week. Maybe a little bit more confidence from them, maybe just a little bit more willingness to pull the trigger, and the consistency to make sure you have everything warded up before you go in. You clean that up, and I do think we have a team that can seriously be a playoff contender. It's going to take a little while. The good news, they still have a couple of weeks left before the playoffs start. They're still sitting in a decent position, should be able to string more wins together, and this is a team that I think can make a run.
I just want to say, I think against any other team that was given the sort of lead that Frank Esports kind of gave them, Frank Esports wouldn't have a chance. They had a chance because they were boxing with Shadows. They were boxing with basically their own brothers in J-Team that kind of made the same mistakes again. The thing about J-Team is their composition didn't have a very clear win condition, but they didn't really need one. Like, with the lead they got, they shouldn't have needed a win condition. You just play 4-1 and the game's over. Like, you just kind of straight push it, and they didn't. They just got to split up. They gave the enemy opportunities, and This game was just so weird. I'm not sure what to make of this game. 'Cause I don't feel like J-Team won the game. But again, Frank Esports didn't secure the game either.
It definitely was very weird. The swing kind of came and went. You could see the gold craft, even though like it was pretty much almost always in J-Team's favor, except for like a few blips on the radar in blue. There were points at which it mattered, and there were points at which it absolutely did not. It was a bit of a roller coaster in terms of like what was actually going on, and the teams kind of danced around the issue a lot. You're right in how they are both very similar and a little bit gun shy in trying to make the plays. Also, I think they had a couple of weaknesses on display, right? Like Kurt didn't have that great of a game, but by the opposite token, Driver, he had a pretty good one and was our MVP. So much as that we can award it. And I think it was just, he had a Gwen game. He had a pretty good Gwen game. It just, the whole team was a little bit weird all across the board.
Driver just said enough is enough. He went in 1v3 and he killed Eminem. And that was kind of the end of the story. It's really difficult to fight a Gwen late game when you're all bunched up. She's getting massive stats from all the healing. And, there wasn't a lot of escape coming in. There wasn't a lot of pushback coming in, and they also didn't secure the ramp. So, yeah, I just felt like Driver was finally, he had enough of all that dancing around. He knew that late game, there wasn't actually a very clear win condition on his team. So, I applaud that he's got the kahunas to just go in and say enough is enough.
Sometimes you got to. He was trying a few times, but finally pulled it off in the end. Now we have one more game after this. It will be CFO taking on Impunity. So we'll be right back after this break.
CDBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 260 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
Our family.
Wake up in a different room. Mascara on the pillow. Midnight, flowers bloom. Never on the down low. When you play with fire, when you mess with something out of control, you're a cheating liar and you're gonna get burned. When you fan the flames, when you spark the fuse and set it alight, you know the game, a knife to a gunfight. In a heartbeat, did I make you crazy? Did you love me or need somebody to hold? Won't see me cry no more. I'll leave my teardrops on the dance floor. Just the same as me, dancing in the fire. When you play with fire, when you mess with something out of control, you're a cheating liar and you're gonna get burned. When you fan the flames, when you spark the fuse and set it alight, you know the game, a knife to a gunfight. In a heartbeat, did I make you crazy? Did you love me or need somebody to hold? Won't see me cry no more. I'll leave my teardrops on the dance floor. In a heartbeat, did I make you crazy? Did you love me or need somebody to hold? Won't see me cry no
Teardrops on the dance floor.
Now the darkness turns to light. No wait, you feel alive. You're floating in the air. There's lightness everywhere. Watch the stars turn signals from another place. See the colors burst, lifting off to outer space. On a new path, waking up, it's not too late. There's no time to waste. We will elevate. Blowing up the blue skies, turning to we are traveling without gravity, reaching new horizons. We just keep on rising. We are traveling without gravity. Nothing brings us down. Nothing brings us down. Nothing brings us down.
And welcome back once again to the PCS Spring Split 2022. We are just about to close out our first day of week number 4 here, and it has been some interesting games. We'll hopefully see at least one more. Hey everybody, I'm still Pyra, he's still Clement, and our sponsors are still CTBC Bank and Caliber. Now Clement, our last game of the night, these two teams, one definitely on the rise, and another suffering a loss. If you guess that second one was anybody but CTBC Flying Oyster, well, we would have been able to forgive you had you not seen the game against Megabank Beyond Gaming last week. But surprise, surprise, they actually lost the Battle of the Banks due to some really fast pressure from the Beyond Gaming side. They'll be looking to redeem themselves here against an Impunity squad that has been growing week over week, but is still having some growing pains.
Though this was not requested by our sponsor, I still have to state to everyone that CTBC is the top financial institution in Taiwan. Just so everyone makes sure. They just don't have the best esports team necessarily. Which is
Well, they're not stopping there, Clement. That's what I know.
That's great. And
Every
this
time.
one's actually a very interesting matchup because if you look at all the wins from CTBC, the one against Impunity was actually the most hard fought. Impunity took them to 31 minutes with a very smart strategy. They forced utility picks across the board on Rest and on Mission, and they forced Atlan to actually carry them. And frankly, that was pretty difficult for CTBC. Their best side of the map is, without a doubt, their top side. Rest and Mission are the best solo laners in the PCS, and if you put them on tank champions or things like Lissandra, you can slow their progress in the early game quite heavily.
Not to mention Gemini being one of the top 3 junglers as well, trying to facilitate either or. Although I do believe that was the game when we started to say, hey, maybe Atlan isn't really a weak point on this team, and then you don't really have a weak point on this team, but they did lose. The blueprint for how was delivered by Beyond Gaming, and it kind of seemed to be, all right, beat them in a level 1, and then just keep the pressure on. Because that's kind of how it worked. I'm curious to see if any other team can make it happen. The only other close game I've got in my mind was the Deep Cross match that came really just down to a fight where Kriskata got himself caught, kind of ended it that way. But for Impunity, this is still a very tough task, right? They have had a close game already, but in the second round robin, you don't expect to be the winner. If you're going to do it, though, how can they pull it off? Who is going to be the hero? Who is going to step up to the plate?
Maybe it's going to be the DLC character we have on the screen right here.
Gotta have some faith.
I would say for Impunity, the most important pick for them actually has been the Jinx. They have not won a game yet if they don't get Jinx. And there is a reason for that. You know, with getting excited and snowballing a kill early, you can continue to just hard force the team fight, and it really allows you a pathway to play where you have a budget burst damage, you have a strong single target crowd control, and you just try to snowball the team fight by catching someone out. That has sort of been the win condition coming in for this squad. We're going to be taking a look at the top side, and both of these players have shown a knack for just throwing it down in the top lane and see who comes out alive. They are very bloodthirsty top laners. However, I will say Rest does get a little bit more jungle coverage. I think he is a far more experienced player, and that's why we don't really see the GD stats from Quiet, which actually haven't been that great. I think it's really interesting with Quiet because when I see him trade, I feel like his skill level is a lot better than his actually stats would indicate. However, he does get caught out in lane quite a bit and just kind of gets snowballed on because of those jungle ganks.
He's a little rough around the edges. I mean, if you are going to compare these players, like, they do have a very similar playstyle. They have similar champion pools. And generally speaking, I think the experience difference that Rest brings and the fact that his jungler is going to be keying off him a little bit more does give him an edge in that department, but it may change. And of course, CTPC is just going to say, nope, we're done with Rek'Sai. We don't want to see it anymore. We know Taco can play it. We don't want to deal with it. Goodbye.
Yeah, that's been an interesting champion. The way that CFO can be shut down is if you just force Mission into a very bad spot. And what we've seen from Mission, frankly, throughout his career is you can sort of tilt him off the face of the earth. That definitely happened a little bit in the Beyond Gaming game where, he blew his flash early on and they just picked up 3 kills on him through laning phase. So Rek'Sai is sort of that champion that can do that very early on in the game and make things unattainable.
I do think that Taco can find a champion that can allow him to set up for some kills and a lot of repeated ganks in the mid lane. So maybe that is going to be a play there. However, with these bans, with the Syndra priority banning against Mission, which of course definitely something you have to consider, it does leave the Gwen up and available for Rest. And we've just been talking about the top lanes, and it seems like Rest is having a little bit of fun. I would not be surprised to see Quiet match Fire with Fire. We could see the Tryndamere coming out. There's other options as well. In fact, Tryndamere, I believe, is the only champion we've seen. No, he's also one of the Scion.
Yeah.
But that would be a little bit of a different sort of match.
We've seen him on things like the Grays as well. The Jace would kind of be the go-to answer here, but I'm not sure if they want to show it this early. I think Jace only works in certain compositions. It's not guaranteed a win in a lot of cases. And the Jinx is always going to be the red side pick for Impunity. There is no doubt in my mind the most important champion, kind of the linchpin of their strategy. And I want to see how they can enhance on this. We've seen Faith play the Yasuo for the pick composition. That's how they beat MFT. And I think the key factors, again, as we lay it out, are those reset potentials and hard crowd control on single targets. That is how Impunity wins their games.
Absolutely true. However, this Rise hasn't been a huge part of that comparatively. He had a little bit more success on the likes of an Ahri, but I do think this goes a little bit more in line with what they're trying to accomplish this time around. The Hecarim is locked in for Gemini here, so we get to see that combination of the deep dive. And no surprises as we have another one of these J-Team other squads, if you will, locking in kind of for this big dive potential. And of course, the Aphelios to pair. That is going to be a quick pickup of the Akali locked in. Now, I think that could be a Quiet champion.
Yeah, this is super interesting. The Akali, we have seen her go more of the tank build. We have gotten that from Taco, not Taco on this team, but Taco on MFT.
A different Taco?
A different Taco. Yes, thanks for clarifying that. So
it's the K versus the C.
I would be interesting to see how Impunity play that. Again, though, I feel like Akali is a pick that doesn't need as much help in terms of surviving the lane. She's very, very safe with the Shuriken flip and also just using the Twilight Shroud. So it does shore up a lot of the weaknesses in Quiet's game that we have seen before. In the meantime, also banning out the Lee Sin, which has kind of been Taco's go-to. He's actually very consistent on the engages. Overall, I feel like Impunity have great players, but low consistency. I think that's the general picture of what they've been doing, but I like what they have so far. It definitely is a composition that fits their style. They have the Rune Prison, single target lockdown. They have that assassin potential. And if you manage to snag off a kill, just get his kill on the support, then Blaze will get excited and carry you.
That is when they found their success. So no surprises that Impunity tried to stick to those particular guns here as we went to the second pick ban phase. It's going to be a Jarvan locked in. Had been falling down a little bit through the priority with so many jungle picks. This does set up some good engage. It's got a little bit more lockdown. You've also got the Cataclysm, which honestly works pretty well with a Gwen because you want to be in the face anyways. Also can stop a Hecarim to some extent. But I wonder if CFO are just going to say, all right, well, you know, we're gonna play the Rorschach strategy, and you're going to be locked in here with us as they hover on to the Galio and get the lock-in. Do we have a good old triple dive wombo combo coming in?
It certainly seems like it. The only question is, what support would you get here?
Kench.
Kench is
Kench.
I think Tom Kench it's the safe pick, but if I'm CFO, I'm going all in, man. I can't live with Kench. I'd much rather go with the Leona here. It does look like they are going to try and play that, you know, sort of half and half style. So the Galio will be going on to the Hecarim instead of another target, but it does give Impunity a lot of ways to play with cooldowns because the Hecarim usually runs with Ghost, and if you can lock him in Cataclysm when he doesn't have Onslaught of Shadows, then he actually just doesn't do anything for 5 seconds. So it's kind of interesting to see if they can actually make that interaction happen on Impunity side. If they can, it is massive value.
Yeah, that actually is pretty huge right here. I think Impunity have given themselves the tools for success. The question is, and the question kind of always is with Impunity, is can they execute it, right? Because CFO have been, I won't say flawless. I mean, not just because of their loss, which was, you know, very clear series of steps that Beyond took to make that happen and kind of took advantage of the fact that they got a really good start. But at the same time, we've seen a couple of close games. Impunity have been one of the teams that have given them said close games. So it's really on the individual skill level, on the execution. I think this team definitely has the team coordination to execute in a way that the old Impunity of yesteryear did not have. Will it be enough?
That's a huge question right here. I do think they still accomplished a number of things in terms of their draft from Impunity side. They did force, again, Mission onto something that is much more utility. He's not really known for champions that don't outright win laning phase. Mission is not your roam sort of Doinby player. He is much more win the lane and then get out. I would say if you have to compare him, he's much closer to Chovy in terms of style. So that is a small win here, and I'll be honest, I don't have that much faith in Onslaught of Shadows plus Galio combination. That combination is, in my opinion, much harder to nail down, and the opponent can run away from it much easier. Usually you see the combo with Camille and Galio. That's kind of the most standard one. Because you have the Hextech ultimatum, the enemy can't leave. But that's not really the case with Onslaught of Shadows. So we'll see how they're able to utilize this. I feel like, again, this is a comp that is a bit caught in between from CFO's side, with Impunity having a much clearer identity on what they want to do with their composition.
Yeah, we'll see if the muscle, the strength of CFO. This is one of the most stacked teams in the league in terms of pure talent and ability, but Impunity, as we've said, they have been improving week over week. They have a very clear win condition, and they have all the tools to not only protect their Jinx, but get into the backline with everybody else. A lot of lockdown, and see if they can delete priority targets. This is our last game of the day here for week 4, day number 1 of the PCS Spring Split 2022. Will Impunity be able to overcome the odds and take down the Titans of CTBC Flying Oyster, just like Beyond Gaming did before them? Or will it be another notch in the win column for CFO?
With this composition that Impunity is fielding, they have to play this super aggressively. Your tools are just your dumb engage. Like, this engage is pretty much a full screen wide. You flash EQR onto someone, and that distance, the amount of ground that you can cover with that is absolutely insane. You follow up with Realm Warp, and then you have the quickness too. So Impunity is really about chasing people cross map and making sure that they get the first strike in. However, in order to play that style, you have to know your limits much better than your opponent. You have to understand that when you leave lane and you give up your laning phase, you are going to get something back in return. So it's a very risky composition. And with how extreme this comp is built, it's not actually that easy to play. I do see a lot of younger teams not recognizing their opportunities with this type of composition. So we'll see if Impunity can sort of play this. They've been honing it the entire split, but it's definitely difficult to pull off.
Yeah, I think it is going to be a challenge for Impunity, but if, you know, it's high risk, but it's also a high reward. And Quiet, he's taking a lot of risks early on, just a lot of
no auto attacks
on
on
Rest there. Not apps, none at all, really. Just a little bit off.
I've got to say, that is the most impressive footsies I've seen in quite a while. Just going in level 1 and taking someone down to half HP and taking nothing in return. Quiet would have been better off just straight running to his tower. Like,
yeah, I don't really know what he was doing at the level 1. I mean, at this point, Rest is just full on like setting him up a freeze. This could be a little bit rough for Quiet up top there.
Yeah. Another thing I do want to mention is we have a straight boot Scalio coming out with the Predator from Mission. So he's waiting to roam very early on, and he's willing to forego everything. That's very interesting. If you do get pushed in by any of the CFO lanes, you have to be very aware that this could be just like a level 4, level 5 roam.
That's definitely going to be something that Impunity are going to have to watch for across the map. Not only is their comp going to be something that they have to consider on the execution level, I think they also have to consider really just how well they're going to be able to communicate in the laning phase. This has been a team that has looked a lot better together than their older iteration, but if they're put to the test or they're put to the challenge, right, they still don't have that many wins between them, and I wonder if things start to fall apart a little bit. We'll see if they can keep it all together. Underway, there aren't really any shenanigans, anything crazy happening early on, with the exception of Quiet just getting absolutely bodied right here.
It's been fun to watch. Quiet was so forced that he had to take the Twilight Shroud level 1, and that means for every CS he had to walk up, and I actually feel like it exacerbated his situation. You should have just straight ran for tower, or even just go for like the Shuriken flip if he wants to like CS like this. But that was painful to watch.
Starting on the warding, though, Impunity are going to try and get as much vision out as they can. Track onto Gemini. They did, of course, see what Kolnge was able to accomplish previous game on the Hecarim's going through the alcove. Taco actually sitting there in the bottom looking for a lane gank here, but Gemini looking to match in the mid. Faith could be in trouble. No mana to speak of as he gets knocked back, immediately flashes away towards the wrong side of the jungle, and he gets run at, taunted up, and just bashed in for first blood.
Yeah, that was a weird sequence of events here, as we did have Gemini actually just straight up walk over a ward. I think perhaps he got it with the Scryer. Now it's Taco's turn.
Oh no, onto the Flame Chompers they go, immediately swallowed up as well. Gank fully denied here. Excuse me, not Flame Chompers, that's the opposite side of the map. Blaze was trying to bait them on, didn't end up happening. But this is a good start for CTBC Flying Oyster, as they were able to get a kill onto Gemini. If he wants to rotate top and try to force Quiet out of lane, he can make this happen. Oh boy, I think Quiet needs to leave now.
Yeah, I wonder if he still has the Twilight Shroud available. Well,
he does, but not for much longer. Fed right into the waiting jaws. Gemini 2-0 now.
That top lane diff is just disgusting.
Yeah,
I don't know what to say. That's probably
nasty.
the most one-sided lane that we've seen in quite a while.
Alright, Taco's really trying to make something happen down bot, but there is a ward that he's going to run straight into unless he can flag drag over the side of it. Looking for Atlan. They're going to go for the dive here, but while immediately out. Oh no, Pinway actually takes way too much damage himself and should burn down. Even with the presence of Taco, it's still a 1 for none.
And Pingwei had to expend his flash for that. He misses on the interrupt with the Abyssal dive and just puts himself in a terrible position straight afterwards. We were talking all about strategy, but this is how CFO actually beats most of their teams. It's just through raw laning power.
And that's where Impunity have had some struggles, right? We talk about it. Teamwork isn't really the issue. It's the individual level. It's executing. And, we've seen Taco try for a couple of plays, but Pinway clearly not on the same page, goes in a little too early, a little too deep, gets ignited for his trouble up top. Quiet just finds himself so far down. I guess he has an ignite advantage, but it just doesn't really matter. Gemini 2-0 on this Hecarim, already getting level 6, just hits it at sub 6 minutes. He's got 2 levels on Taco. Okay, make that 1, but still.
Faith doesn't have a flash here, and Onslaught of
No,
Shadows
he
is coming.
doesn't. Good bait. And this is the thing. Mission can just run forward and get the point-blank taunt. This can happen over and over again as the Winds of War secure the kill 4-0.
Almost way too easy here. Let's see if Rest gets punished, though.
They need to get something back here. Taco taking the long path. Rest. There he is. Snip, snip. Tag back in. Impunity will manage to get a kill onto Quiet this time. Does burn the ignite for good measure. It will open up an opportunity to take the Cloud Drake for CFO, however.
Good kill distribution as well. They do find something onto Quiet. You have to play Akali with a couple of kills or this composition just isn't going to work out. And, this is the real danger up against CFO. I think even when you put a utility champion in the hands of Mission. This game, he really hasn't been asked to do much. It's just pretty much herding Faith around the map and throwing him into Gemini's way. There is no smite here, so it should be a... Okay, interesting secure there by Koala.
He gets it at the end of the day. Mission might walk into trouble, however, it's still a 2v2 as Rest is sitting there, and Taco sees that and says, I don't want any part of that. Turns around.
Yeah, he is very fragile at this point. We have seen Jarvan, after the Gore Drinker changes, he's much more of an assassin champion, I think, earlier on. Doesn't get that Ruby Crystal, but does get the Caulfield's Warhammer. So you want to kind of ambush people out of the blue, but if you can't one-shot them, it's probably better not to go in.
No, absolutely not. Oh, Pinway, speaking of going in. He was in, he was out, but he did take a lot of damage alongside Blaze. Gemini here maybe just looks for a straight-up dive right now.
Could be possible. We have Realm Orb ready, though. Let's see if Pingway can actually survive this.
Oh, Onslaught of Shadows dodged out, and they are going to be bringing the Gallia to the party. Mission goes deep in here, and everybody's involved in the action, but Mission taking a little bit of damage. Has to go for the Justice Punch away. Impunity, sniff this out, read the play well, and deny the kills, but can't answer with them.
And that is why I am not a fan of the Hecarim plus Galio combo. You can't actually keep anyone in place, so they just sort of run off. And your fear actually helps them do that. They walk in the opposite direction of you, so...
Yeah, a bit of an anti-combo, if you will.
Yeah, it's not really the same level, I think, as a Camille or a Jarvan for that case, but I feel like Mission actually got super lucky right there. He didn't have the flash and was not... You can't go over terrain in Justice Punch, so if Taco actually pulled that trigger a little bit sooner, Mission would have been dead for sure. CFO, they still showcase what their game plan is, and I feel like Impunity have a good answer.
Ooh, that one does get rooted onto the Flame Chompers, but he doesn't really care, as the Moonlight Vigil does go down. Blaze taken so low there, he can't quite execute. This is just a straight-up 2v2. Meanwhile, Taco makes a return trip up top side. Let's see if he can cut Rest down to size here. There's a level advantage. Viet's got to be a little bit careful as he goes in. Kind of an obvious play here, but already kind of taking a little bit low as they dash, duck, dive, dip, and dodge, and into the mist. And Rest still gets the outplay. I don't believe it. Taco is going to die. No, he just lives by the skin of his teeth. And here comes Mission to clean up the job. Flash, dash, wins the war, and dust those mitts off.
Oh my god, Russ is just too damn good. This is pretty much Russ. I think he's putting training weights on himself. He's just like, yeah, I'll take the 1v2. You guys take everything from the bot side. It's totally fine. I can deal with this. It's okay. The footwork there was just absolutely phenomenal. He pops a Haloed Miss on during the EQ combo and actually walks out of the crowd control. That's pretty much all of Jarvan's damage. That was just absolutely disgusting to watch. And Taco did not have the Cataclysm there, so he was missing a large chunk of his damage.
Yeah,
we have to watch that again. It was absolutely disgusting. He goes in. I feel like he knows that the trade is coming, so he does pop his needlework as soon as Taco comes in. He finds the first needlework, actually walks out of the EQ combo. The Haloed Miss was a little bit slow. Like, if there's anything we want to criticize on that, it's probably just that one point. He does take a bit of damage before the W, but it's still a 1v2 that goes in the favor of CFO.
Yeah, Rest is demanding a lot of attention here. Meanwhile, down on the bottom side, he is in a 1v3, but Gemini is about to join the fray, and even though Zod's just a little bit dash out, no, Taco gets denied! Can't even do it as he hits the Cataclysm on, but he traps himself inside the pit as the Onslaught of Shadows goes through. Taco taken low, but Gemini is going to follow suit right now. Rest is going to try to keep the 1v3 going, but here comes the teleport, and that is going to be enough to chase Impunity off. Junglers traded, and that's a net win, I think, for CFO, considering the amount invested in that bot side.
They trade 1 for 1, but in the meantime, we do see Atlan taking over the top lane tower. So that's going to be first brick gold over to their side of the map. And another huge problem is this one's getting a little bit out of hand. He's very fed at this point. 4 takedowns overall. There's no way Russ survives this one, right?
He really shouldn't have stuck around, but, nice miss to throw on. Good juggle of the aggro, Pinway. Oh, yeah, he gets out. Okay, that was just plate gold. I debated myself. Impunity do manage to pick him up, but I think maybe he bought a little bit into his own hype there.
Yeah, there is no word called hubris in Russ's dictionary. Very well played by Gemini, able to block that one out. It takes 4 people to come and finish this one kill off from the side of Impunity. And in the meantime, you see a top lane just taking a free tower. And the Herald was from before.
Maybe a little bit more plates on the mid side. Looking to maybe get that last one up. Atlan can actually kind of just walk up here and can't quite secure that one, but it should be very short order coming as the gold lead sits at about that 3,000 mark for CFO. Should be able to add another dragon to the repertoire too. This one a mountain. Let's see what the rift is coming up after this. And we got another Hextech one. It's been a very Hextech heavy day, hasn't it?
Yeah, I do like Hextech quite a bit. It really favors side lane teams. You have CFO as more of a... Well, Rust is incredibly fed, so I guess he could play side lane as well. But I think this does favor Impunity just a little bit.
Taco is going to look to set up a no, he just wants to back away, but Mission's going to walk right into him here. So that's going to force the flag drag. Now here comes Pinway on the quickness. They might be able to take Mission out, and nowhere for him to go, really, as he was just trapped inside the Jarvan pit, but it does take a long time before he goes down, and Quiet will be the one to finish the job.
Really well done by Impunity. This is the second kill that they've done just with the vision advantage that they have on the bot side. CFO members really need to stop poking their head into that brush and going there alone. That hasn't been worthwhile for them. But in the flip side, CFO might be able to just take this tower down. They're going for Pingwei.
Yeah, I think they're going to be able to find him right here, but it's actually just Koala. Gets the swallow up in a level advantage there as Pinway trying to battle dance to safety, burns his flash as Taco covers for him, and somehow nobody dies.
That's a 2v4 that CFO are essentially playing against this team composition that they get out scot-free.
Yeah, not bad, actually. Still with that gold advantage. They try to push their luck a little bit too far, but don't end up getting punished. Should be able to knock down this tower pretty easily here. Flame Chomper's trying to dissuade the push, but Atlan still managed to take a couple more pot shots before it's all said and done. And Taco, whoa, I don't know if he wanted to flag drag in that way, but that's okay. Smite's on for the HP. Able to turn it away. That's going to be it. Tower's going to fall on 2 lanes here in favor of CFO, and that will complete the trifecta of outers at about the 14-minute mark.
And CFO knew that there was no fight chance from Impunity at all. They just burned their quickness and the Cataclysm for the kill onto Mission. Even though he falls down, it pretty much enables CFO to just take uncontested towers. There's just no ability for CFO to really fight with, and kind of just using the cooldown difference here. And that kind of is another big problem about catch compositions, is if you just catch one person but you don't have an objective to follow up with, a lot of times you're actually bleeding out objectives on the other side of the map. So Impunity, if they want to find these catches, they have to follow up with very decisive wins in the ensuing team fights. They have to chase down multiple targets for it to be worthwhile. And that's going to be a big test here. They have to break this Drake train as well, so I'm really looking forward to Impunity setting up Vision, somehow trying to break Vision in the bot side, and get a very decisive team fight.
It does seem like they focus a little bit on Mission here, of course. A little bit of mistiming as they wanted to try and grab him as he was passing through, but the wave started pushing a little bit too far, and now the game's kind of up. All of a sudden, he sees 3. The reaction comes in from Koala and Atlan as they go on a run, and the flankers are flanked. Here goes the flash into the 2-man taunt on the Idol of Durand, and now Taco is going to sacrifice himself for the cause and try to walk it out. If he gets away, I swear, no, not this time. As Atlan opens up in the Moonlight Vigil, that still could have been a little worse for him, and maybe they can trade back with the tower bot because Faith was nowhere near that fight.
Taco with a heroic self-sacrifice there to save the rest of his team. And it will allow Impunity, I feel like, to get one bounty back. They do lose a lot more on the backside.
They lose an inner, though. That's not worth it.
It definitely isn't. You're right, you're right. At least they get on the table in terms of the tower takes, but I think this is the problem with the catch composition. You have to be willing to follow up, and this is why I say I feel like Impunity's composition is actually pretty difficult to execute overall. It's not about executing the catch itself, it's about putting yourself into a map position where you can execute the catch and still come out ahead of it. So far we've seen them, yes, they've been able to catch Mission out. They lost 2 towers directly afterwards. And, yes, they've been able to, kind of catch Mission wandering again, but they can't pull the trigger because if they do, they're all dead. So,
yeah.
Catch comps are a lot harder to play than they might seem on paper. And I think a huge part of it is you do need a winning side lane. If you have a winning side lane, you can draw enemies away from you. It's much easier to dictate where the enemy team is going to be on the map. If you don't have that, though, as Quiet had a very bad start against Rest, it becomes much more difficult.
Here we go again. She's going to try to walk it out. There's the quickness, and they should be able to take him down, but you're right, it does take a little bit of extra effort to do it. Faith grabs the kill that time. That should open up on the timing to help them secure a dragon if they can back and set up for it in time. And, you know, I was going to say, like, yeah, sure, the catch, it does work when they find Mission to sleep on the side lanes. Problem is Mission necessarily the priority target here, right? I mean, you're never going to be able to get Atlan on a side lane, but maybe Rest is a little bit more worth it.
I really like that catch coming in from Impunity because they still kept the Cataclysm, and the timing was correct to give them a 5v4 around this Drake. However, they need to take it down pretty quickly because there is a TP coming in from Mission. This will not last forever.
No, they already got down to 3,000. They have to put themselves in a 50-50 smite, though. They need to actually stop Gemini for a second if they want to. Taco taking a little bit low, and oh, there we go. Managed to secure it and into the Cataclysm to deny himself, to deny the team the follow-up if they can get away. Here comes Mission on the Justice Punch, stopped him in the Rune Prison, but they do not want to fully face the fight, and I think they would be happy to trade Taco's life for that Drake train being stopped at the station.
At this point, they will trade Taco for anything. That is the jungler's life. He is meant to sacrifice for his team, and that was really well executed by Impunity. You know, they get the steal down, they put a bit of damage on CFO, and they don't lose anyone outside of the jungler. So that's a huge win in terms of giving themselves 5 more minutes to kind of find an advantage back in the game.
Okay, inner tower is going to fall, though. Unfortunately, it looks like the fight's going to be on. Look at the flank around the side from Gemini. I don't think they were expecting that one to come through. Faith does get taken out. Meanwhile, what the heck is going on over the side of the jungle right now as Mission didn't realize that both Quiet and Taco had taken the Hex Gates?
This one's an interesting one. It seems like CFO, I'm not sure if this is intentional, but Impunity are so tunnel-focused onto Mission at times, and they don't actually come out ahead of that trade. Like, even Mission is laughing. Look at Gemini. He's so happy. He's like, okay, we'll just throw you to the side. If they kill you, we'll take a tower. It's good.
I mean, yeah, this is, you know, it would work really well if Mission was like, you know, the carry, the linchpin of the strategy, but, I mean, he's just kind of a big beefy boy this game, so I don't think he cares all that much. It is interesting to see the usage of the Hex Gates to try and get a nice flank angle off, but, you know, losing out of the objectives in exchange for kills not usually going in your favor, so CFO definitely have a pretty healthy lead here of about 6,000 as we get closer to that 20-minute mark and Baron becomes an option. Oh, Gemini, he's quite big too as they look to chase down somebody here, waiting in the wings, and Pinway, oh, almost got a little too close. But I think he still could be in trouble as he gets licked there, still should be able to limp away.
I think the most important thing for Atlan is this rotation of guns as he just has his Gravitum up. So that's a fresh Gravitum with full ammo. And there's not much you can do against auto attack into root here coming in with the Aphelios. I actually expected them to play a little bit more forward into that position, but we see Atlan actually just backing off and going back for his red. Yeah, man, maybe he'll wait for the next Gravitum. He doesn't really need to use it when clearing against these camps, so I do expect him to move towards the objective and just try to play Vision Denial into catch.
Oh, speaking of catch, trying for the 1v1 onto Rest, but he's brought Faith to the party. Certainly knew he was playing with a little more confidence as Rest is now on a run the wrong direction. And Taco's going to come in here. This is the side lane play I was hoping to see. However, Koala's coming. This is buying a lot of time, a lot of resources being freed up. Look what's happening for the rest of the CFO squad. And if Rest gets quiet, oh boy, that would have been a suboptimal trade. They're still losing out topside, though, as Mission's just having free farm and Gemini's having free push.
Yeah, that was definitely interesting here. They don't actually lose any towers for that one, so I feel like for Impunity, that's actually just kind of a fine trade, and they don't lose Baron for it. So, I would expect Atlan at this point. They're so far ahead that they can actually take a really quick Baron. I want to see Atlan and Koala just stay on the top side of the map, away from West.
Here comes the onslaught. That's going to be a big fear. Let's see if they actually land it. It's going to be Blaze taking out the fight immediately. That opens up the opportunity for a lot of continued pushing without the AD carry. I wonder if this is a Baron play.
It definitely should be Taco without Cataclysm, without Flash, and there's a lot of key ultimates down here, so I wouldn't mind them just starting on this one. CFO, I think they're playing it pretty damn safe in this instance. They don't want to throw away their advantage, and probably with a Hex Gate, it does make those Baron calculations a little bit more difficult because the enemy team can arrive on spot a lot faster. Yeah, they're still continuing to snowball this game. About 5k advantage, it actually went down a little bit, so that kill and the bounty secure onto the rest does stack up slowly.
Yeah, the game has slowed down just a little bit. I mean, Impunity managing to cut down the Drake stacking certainly helped a little bit with that, but also the fact that CFO are trying not to overplay their hand here, playing controlled enough because they know that there's an opportunity for Impunity to start the fight back. They haven't been shown to be quite as weak, so it is going to be the Baron vision control game for a little while. You don't want to go ahead and start this one up when you're not in a secure position.
Yeah, and to be honest, CFO don't really have the strongest of catch opportunities, so Impunity are actually relatively safe. As long as there's some vision around their Raptors, they could just pop in and sort of harass them onto the side. There's not a lot of chance for CFO to do a full turn onto them, and I think CFO sort of realized that as well. Unless they are deep into the red side jungle, they can't really force Impunity to its decisive team fight. They're just kind of happy roaming around the map and taking whatever Impunity cannot defend.
Easy take on the Hextech Drake that puts him at soul point for the next time it spawns around, and that does force Impunity to need to make some difficult decisions here as they march right back to the mid lane, kind of keeping this 4-1 going for the time being.
Where can Taco
Let's
go?
see where Mission's
That's the question.
going. Oh boy. I mean, I feel like Pinway, I don't know if he was fully expecting Mission to be there, but he was not getting away. Not nearly tanky enough. And now Taco, I think, is... oh boy.
Yeah, there's nowhere for him to go at this point, and...
He could try to outplay and get out of here and dodge, but I don't think it's happening.
The really cool thing about this
happening.
play is just Mission being able to kind of sneak past the vision and control that.
They don't have to kill him. They don't even have to. They just let the Baron go. Just keep the jungler away. Rocket comes in, intercepted, doesn't matter. Baron goes down. I mean, what a strange turn of events.
Yeah, I actually like this play from Impunity as they overchase and spend a lot of time on this one. In the meantime, Impunity are able to sneak away 3 towers. That's a lot of objective gold bounty going back onto the other side. Sure, true. CFO are, they're still very much in the lead, but good play by Impunity to kind of capture back some of that gold at the very least. I think the key thing about that play was still Mission somehow being able to push so deep without running into a minion wave. So Pingwei and unfortunately Taco did get a false sense of security to check the Baron, and Mission just walked in and kind of closed the trapdoor on them.
Yeah, Taco was kind of on a bit of a great escape. Pinway couldn't quite make the same thing happen, so with the Baron off the rift, things start to get a little bit simpler for a little while, and of course still some time before the next dragon will come up, but Impunity, it feels like they probably have to contest that one, don't want to give away the soul, especially for a team that is also looking to chase down and get the dive on. Want to try and grab a little bit more of that standing gold in the towers back for themselves. Got 3, 2 inners, 2 in the mid rather, and 1 in the bottom, but none in the top. Looking like to change that soon. But the threat is still here from CFO as they have 4 members strong pushing between mid and bot.
I do like what Impunity are trying to do here. Set up a kill with their members with the 2 TPs, and then go back to the base with those double TPs into the back line and just pick people off. This is the comeback sort of mentality that a team definitely needs, and they are going to go for it.
Yeah, I'm going to try to play on to the Gwen here, and the fight is happening on a couple of fronts as the push starts. Gwen already taken out of this fight, but CFO just continue to focus their fire on that inner turret. There's no response here from Impunity. They can't stop it.
This is kind of weird. Impunity do have the 5v4 right now. They should flank this 100%.
They need to.
They're taking way too long.
Yeah, they lost their inhibitor already, and now setting up the fight had to know something was going to be happening here as they go in for the quickness into the rocket. Do they have the damage to finish it off? Pinway already taken a little bit too low and already taken out of this one as Atlan opens up with a huge surge of damage, getting the double kill. They had the flank, but they did not have the execution, and I think that is a fatal mistake from Impunity. Blaze rushing back to Fountain, and he will make it, but this has got to be GG. 26 minutes in. And CFO looking to end their day 1 of week 4 on a high note here. Goodbye, Blaze. They may have sacrificed Gemini for it, but they don't seem to care. That's going to be it.
And at the end of the day, catching rest it still cost way too much for Impunity. He was able to drag that fight out for so long, and I think critically he dragged the fight to the point where the inhibitor tower was already down. If the inhibitor tower was still there and they were able to sandwich CFO onto that tower, I think the the game would have been very much different. Like they couldn't just constantly back out into open terrain the way that CFO was able to. I mean, CFO, they got caught, sure, but they didn't manage to straight catch out both Atlan and Koala at the same time. So Koala was still able to devour Atlan, and Atlan survived completely on the first burst. So he was able to pop out, then heal up on the Severin, had the right gun for it, and just clean up afterwards. It feels bad for Impunity because I actually don't feel like they made too many macro mistakes this time around. It was just a devastating laning phase that they had to endure, and they just got outplayed by Rest again and again.
Yeah, I think Rest had a solid game for himself, and I think we've seen a couple of times here when everything else is even and the game balances on a knife's edge. One big mistake can really end it there. And CFO, for their part, they may have given up a couple of things on a few plays, maybe focused a little bit hard on certain objectives and lost out a couple other places. But at the end of the day, they still just had such a better push, such a better engage, even though it was a bit of a weird combo between the Hecarim and the Galio, but they will improve on their record and kind of bounce back from that loss against Megabank Beyond Gaming last week. And Impunity, still some improvement, but they need to tighten the nuts and bolts a bit, I think.
Yeah, Impunity, I think they're still relatively new with this composition. We have been talking about the way they like to draft, and this is definitely in line with their strategy. However, this is probably the most extreme version of a catch-kill comp that we have ever seen them play. And if you play this extreme of a composition, you have to be able to snowball, and you have to think 2 steps ahead. It's not just about the first pick. It's about, can you defend the other side of the map? It's about, can you actually put up a fight if you expend too many ultimates? And CFO called them out on it so many times when they got to pick on mission. Atlan and Koala was just like, okay, we'll take the 2v4. It's like, what, 2v4? It's like, yeah, you don't have any ults. We can take the 2v4. It's like, oh, okay, yeah, you actually can. We're sorry. Have a good day. Here's your tower. So,
yeah,
it's a lot harder.
Tunnel vision quite a bit on a few of the picks. And I think Mission, Rest was obviously a big priority target as well, but they weren't able to really get him as much earlier on. When they did, they had to expend quite a lot of resources. I think they did the same thing for Mission as well, and even if he wasn't as big of a prio, it just kind of meant CTBC were able to just kind of run around the map and do whatever they wanted elsewhere. So they did just fall steadily further behind, and I feel like the 5v5, or that was always an opportunity to try and turn it, but we saw when they tried to set up for it after the inhibitor had gone down there, it was just kind of like, oh, well, it's just straight up over because you couldn't delete Atlan in 5 seconds.
Yeah, they gave way too much room for CFO to maneuver out of that situation. They could kite back, the Devourer was there, and just running into champions like the Hecarim and like running into Galio is just generally a headache overall. It's AP Galio with Everfrost, that stopped a lot of the damage coming in. So I think this game just showcased the terror that CFO really is. I don't think Mission actually did much this game at all. It was kind of.
We didn't have to though.
Yeah, exactly. That's the scary thing about it. Like he could 24/7. Like he was caught like 3 times in a row, and it didn't even matter. Rez was just like, I'll just push the tower top side. It's fine.
There's so many weapons on this CFO side, right? I mean, like we talked about this at the beginning of the split, how this was such a stacked roster from the top to the bottom, and how if there was ever going to be a potential weak point, it might be Atlan. But Atlan's kind of shored himself up almost consistently here. And there's just so much power. You look at how the damage dealt comes out this game as well. You see Atlan, of course, doing a lot of his, but Rest had a heck of a day. And it really all started with just like bullying out that Akali completely unanswered. And, I think there were moments, I think there were some good team fights. I think there were some good collapses, but it just always felt like whenever a trade was made, it was just so much more in favor of CFO. And Gemini was a big part of that on this Hecarim, finding the flanks, finding the opportunity to chase people down, and demanding a lot of attention on himself at the expense of his teammates who were able to cover.
Absolutely great play coming in from Gemini. He was doing so many super effective ganks. A lot of his ganks, he was there in for 3 seconds. It was just instantly a kill. Honestly, a lot of it comes off the fact that his laners are just that strong. But if you think about the first kill that he got on Faith, uses Scryer Orb, walks straight past a ward, gets an insta kill, and then he gets another 3-second kill into the top lane, with Quiet just being super low on HP. So efficiency is the name of the game for Gemini, and that's why I think he's still, in my eyes, the best jungler that we have in this entire region. If you look at, even before, if you look at River or you look at Kongyue, their stats show something very different. They're actually low efficiency junglers and high volume gankers. So Gemini is kind of the one that really saddles the realm between being super effective, but also keeping his farm at an insane level.
Absolutely well earned on the MVP for today. Let's take a look at a result of the 6 games. PSG pick up 2 wins, one in a big test against the likes of J-Team that they were able to conquer. Deep Cross Gaming, of course, finally win against Meta Falcon Team. Beyond Gaming beating Hurricane. J-Team coming back to beat Frank Esports in what was definitely a back and forth. And then, of course, we closed out the day here with CFO adding another notch to their belts, as we are tipping into the second round robin for just about everybody. It's not the cleanest tip in because PSG still have some games in hand, but you know what I mean.
Definitely, and I think today we really got to see the highlights of some of our best players. Pretender popped off. I didn't know that he had that in him.
Yeah.
That Vex play was so sick. I think he makes us strong. I'll be honest, I think Pretender outplayed Bay today.
I think so too.
He's making a strong case for going back to PSG.
Well, I think Frank would like to hang on to him for a little while because it certainly looks like they're starting to fire together on all cylinders after a little bit of a rocky start. But here are our standings. Tied at 8-1, CFO and Deep Cross. But PSG Talon right behind here with a couple of games in hand have a chance to try and overtake if they can, or if they can force a couple of losses against those top 2. And of course, Megabank Beyond Gaming and J-Team right after that. Frank Esports definitely still looking at a playoff position in Impunity as well as Meta Falcon Team. Hurricane, Sem9, those are the teams in the hunt. Sem9 in the hunt for just a win, and we really need to see more from this squad before we can say that they are going to be able to contend for a top 8 position.
I have to say, I feel like these standings are going to remain the same all the way to playoffs. I know that doesn't sound so exciting. That's a bold prediction. But I feel like if you just screen capture this one, this is probably the end standings. And I feel like there's very strong reason for that as well. If you look at the top 3 teams, their mid-jungle is just rock solid. It is so hard to crack that. And like J-Team, sure, they probably, you can probably make the case they have a bit better mid-jungle over Megabank Beyond Gaming, but they don't have the decisiveness or the team cohesion that Megabank have. And I think maybe Beyond Gaming can overtake PSG, but that's probably the only significant change I would see going all the way to April.
All right, well, we'll have to find out if you're right. It's going to be a long ride to see if that prediction comes through. But tomorrow's matches, we absolutely have some bangers. The doubleheaders of PSG continue as they open up against CTBC Flying Oyster. I think that game has the potential to be very explosive. Of course, they'll follow up right after that against Frank Esports. It's a tough ride right now for PSG. We'll see if they can keep going, but they do stack 2 wins to start today. After that, Sem9 and Hurricane Gaming will battle it out once again. Impunity will take on MFT. Then J-Team will see a returning CFO. Closing us out, Deep Cross and Beyond Gaming. I feel like just about every one of these games is closely matched.
Yeah, tomorrow is such an insane day. Like, you have sort of the, battle of the wooden spoon between Sem9 and Hurricane Gaming, and then a lot of battles between the top echelon of our bracket right here. DCG, Beyond Gaming, CFO playing 2 games. So there's just so much excitement coming in, and I really want to see who can cement themselves into the top 4. Like, top 4 is super important because you do get those buys into playoffs. It's not just about the side selection, but if you get the who gets the top 2? If you get the top 2, then you get a straight bye away from the first round.
And that's massive, right? Because we have a number of teams that are really contending for that are very close to each other in the top 3, top 4. It's not quite like previous years where we were looking at the likes of a dominant PSG and maybe an upstart Megabank Beyond Gaming. There's a lot of options now, and the seed of the J-Team plant has spread far and wide and grown into some beautiful squads, Clement. It is definitely an interesting time to be a fan for the PCS, and oh man, tomorrow's games are just going to be so insane. Like, you're not going to want to miss those.
I'm salivating already. Those are so fun to watch.
Good.
Double PSG, double CFO. There couldn't be a better day to watch.
Absolutely. This was just an appetizer. The main entree is coming up tomorrow, so don't miss it. But that's all for us tonight. Thank you all for watching, and we'll see you next time.